used a hot dog to teach my child what can happen to the stove. That's a good idea. So he had to go through that. It was rough, but I made it out. Sometimes gentle parenting doesn't work though. These kids can be brats. So here's the thing. Gentle parenting always works. The reason why a lot of people don't know that it works is because they don't know how to implement it correctly. If you're saying that your child is a brat, 9 times out of 10, it's not that the child is a brat, it's because you don't know how to respond to what they're doing. Even if the kid is out here just whining and all that kind of stuff, baby, when I tell you a lot of times it's because of attention-seeking behavior, I don't have to give it attention, or I can teach them how to ask for attention correctly. I don't have to, they're not a brat because they're asking for attention. They're trying to get their need met, right? And they only know how to do it one specific way. Teach them another way to do it. Gentle parenting works on every child. I will die on that hill and I can show you how to do it better. At PTSD because that was how I was raised. Every noise I jump around. Dang. Am I busy tomorrow? I am busy tomorrow. Solid daily routine since birth has been the best. When it's consistent, there's less transaction. Yes, it's consistency and boundaries. Boy, if you don't get off of my counter with them dirty little paws. Absolutely not. You lost your mind. Not a bit, boy. Let me tell you something. Not in my house. You just came from outside and you're gonna try to put your paws on my counter? Absolutely not. Don't run. All right, go ahead then. I was literally just getting this leash. My son has a 10. We has feelings. He can't control himself. He's reaching tantrum. We go to the. That's good. You go to something that he's more a more stable environment. That's real. Ellie 2 is still working on using words. He bites. Alternative redirection. A lot of times it can be where you just say hands down, hands to self, nice hands, physically turn him around away from you with biting. You can give him chewable jewelry, and anytime he's upset, have him chew on that. Those are all good to get his frustration out. It's still traumatizing even if the parent wants to change. Yeah, absolutely. You're gentle parenting your dog. I'm trying. My dog, y'all talk about dog. This dog is crazy. I love him though. How many kids do you have? So I foster and I have one 16-year-old foster kid. Any recommendations for new parents learning gentle parenting for only kid? Yes, baby, let me tell you what to do. First things first, breathe. Breathe. Second thing, learn child development milestones. You need to know your child development milestones. A lot of people are out here mad at these kids. Like the video I was just talking about before where the dude was saying like, if he was 2, his mom would have picked him up there and took him to the car and whipped his ass. Why? Why would you have to do that? You're 2. 2-year-olds do not have the ability to self-regulate. I'm not going to sit here and spank no 2-year-old because the 2-year-old is having a meltdown. No, I'm going to teach you. I'm going to start teaching the baby how to self-regulate. You're only going to know that if you understand what the developmental milestones are. Learn developmental milestones, sweetie. If I can tell anybody anything, learn what those milestones are. Learn what is age-appropriate behavior for the kid at the age that they're in. Because you're going to sit here and expect them to be like far beyond where they're supposed to be, and they're just right there. They're emerging certain concepts. That's what I would say. And also get therapy and deconstruct the way you were raised. I help with that. Other people help with that. The point is to learn how to deconstruct. Learn how to deconstruct it. Love people who gentle parent such safe, good people. I be trying. Send them to timeout and take time to get grounded and regulate your emotions before we had it. I don't even say the timeout. I would say you take yourself to a time. Like I'm more for the correcting of behavior. I will take a timeout before I send a kid to timeout, because if they're still isolated, they're not learning anything. So if you have to take timeout, be like, go to the bathroom, something quick, or just sit there and breathe. Baby, when I tell y'all I'm so good at just breathing, I am good at breathing. I don't do timeouts because it's very isolating, but when I tell y'all, like, I will stop, like, okay, I want to punch this kid. I want to punch this kid, this one kid. He was 15, 200 pounds, 5'9", pulled out one of my locks, and I'm looking at my lock on the floor. He's sitting in front of me on the sofa because he got up, swung, took my lock out, sat down. His brother's over here, his auntie's over here, his nurse is over there. And they're looking like, Gabe's finna kill him. Gabe's finna kill him. Gabe's finna kill him. And I was like, if I move, I'm gonna hurt him. If I move, I'm finna lay hands on him and my ancestors will rise up in me and we gon'. I stopped, I didn't move. It was like a good maybe 5 seconds where I just froze. I was looking at my lock. I thought to myself, if I move, I'm gonna hit him. If I hit him, I'm gonna go to jail. If I go to jail, I'm gonna lose everything that I work for. I'm gonna lose everything. I'm gonna lose my license. I'm gonna lose my certifications. I'm gonna lose everything. So I was like, all right, you know what? I grabbed my lock. I went outside, called my friend, did some deep breathing, And then I went back in and everything was fine. I kept going. I got my lock crochet back in my hair and everything was cool. Sometimes it takes that. I did not penalize him because he's learning how to self-regulate. He was special needs. He's literally has the mind of like a 6-year-old. He was there. That's where he was. I knew where he was mentally, so that's why I didn't come down like I wanted to. But in the minute, I wanted to. In that moment, I wanted to lay him out, but I didn't. Children usually see parents hurting them instead of understanding why. Yeah, exactly. They're not going to think, because when you're hitting a kid, think about what's happening in their brain. Their amygdala has hijacked their prefrontal cortex. Their prefrontal cortex isn't thinking about, the brain of the child is not thinking about why they're being hit. It's thinking, I'm being hit. I don't know how to stop this. That's it. Their system is completely dysregulated. They're not going to learn anything. So the best thing to do is to calm them down, calm yourself down, and then have that conversation and then practice what to do differently. That's the biggest thing that a lot of people don't really do with gentle parenting. You have to teach. And so people fall into permissive parenting, which is let kids do whatever without knowing that there's boundaries, consequences, expectations for certain behaviors. I say go to your room, take a deep breath, think about what okay, that's fine, that's better. That as long as you're teaching them something and you're practicing it, but it's still like sometimes they have to co-regulate with people. If you're talking about a little kid, co-regulate with them, don't isolate them. When they get older and they're like preteens, teens, they're old enough to know better, then you can kind of send them to their room, calm down, and then come back. Children only see a grown adult at full strength hurting them. Yeah. And if we think about it, I'm 6'8". You know what I'm saying? Like I am 6'8". I am tall. Me hitting a kid is terrifying because kids are already afraid of me. Like that was my dad. My dad was like, how tall was my dad? My dad was 6'2", and I was a tiny little kid. And I remember my dad pulled me from underneath the bed. I was hiding because I can't remember what I was doing. I can't remember what exactly I was doing, but I do remember my dad. I was hiding underneath my bunk bed. My dad reached his arm in there, grabbed me by my leg, held me upside down, and whooped my ass. I was like 5. Did not know what to do. I could not tell you to this day what I did wrong. But I guarantee you, whatever he spanked me for, I got in trouble for again and again and again. So that didn't work. Best resource for social and emotional milestones. I find this lacking with developmental charts. So I actually just did a webinar on this the other day. But the best places you can go, try to look at the CDC or just look up childhood development. Go to ChatGPT, babies. Go to ChatGPT. ChatGPT will tell you everything you need to know, I promise. Type in, what are some developmental milestones for my child? Boom. And it'll give you a chart of what it is. What do you do if a child is hurting their sibling and nothing seems to work? Facilitate play. Facilitate play. Thank you, Fran, showing up to work today. Facilitate their playtime and then get them in conversations where like role-playing problem and solution situations so that you're able to watch how they're communicating and then give them other skills that they can use to get along with each other. We gotta teach them. Absolutely. Also, if you are on and you are trying to have a conversation and you think that spanking is lazy, is not lazy or abusive, my guest chats are open. Y'all can come on in and hop up and we can have a conversation about it. Being beat for spanking, speaking your mind will never leave you. It's hot. I'm having a hard time seeing and reading. It's okay. All right. I can read. I promise. I teach reading. I'm good at this. What do you do if a child is hurting? Oh, I did that one. There's a lot of comments on here. Lord Jesus, because they model how their parents handle situations. Absolutely. When you find that kid is being spanked, what step do you take? Should it be reported or not? I have to report it. So I'm a mandated reporter because I work for the school system and everything like that. I'm a legally mandated reporter, so I can't not report it. But what I try to do, especially in Black communities, I try to give them other things that they can do. It teaches the kid A, to be compliant, or B, be punished. That violence solves problems. Exactly. Why would an adult not have childhood memories, like nothing, zero memory of anything? It's not that I don't have the memories, is that I don't remember what I did at 5, because that was quite a long time ago. My dad whipped me with the vacuum cord behind the knees. Child, look, let me tell you. I'm gonna tell you the worst. This is terrible advice. What's terrible advice? Tell me specifically. The worst whooping I got was actually the weapon of choice was either a leather belt or the cord that went to the landline that goes from the phone to the wall. Those were the weapons of choice in my family. But yeah, if y'all disagree, please come on up. Say your piece. My autistic child laughs at any discipline, lashes out physically. That's real. When you're a kid, it is. As an adult, child. Is corporal punishment the belt? Yes. Corporal punishment is anything that is you're using it to strike a person. By a spatula, a shoe, when you get the hands of child. I love your videos. I appreciate what you do. It went away. It's important and powerful work. I be trying. People think I'm crazy though. Everything you were saying is terrible advice. Children need proper structure in the household. So why don't you come up here and let's talk about it? Oh wait, I don't think you can. Wait, you should be able to. Hold on. Come on up, friend. Let's have a conversation. Because you're saying they need structure. I'm not saying I disagree. I'm saying you don't have to spank to do it. I don't know if that's a concept a lot of people fully understand, which I think you can do. But nah, you don't have to put your hands on a kid to teach them structure. Discipline. Picking and choosing when you want to parent is terrible advice. Somebody tell me specifically what I'm saying. You know what? I really want you to just come up here. Come on up here. Like, come on. Say something. Let's do this. Come on up here, friend. There we go. Send a live request. Let's do it. These aren't the people that I wanted, but y'all can come up. I'm talking to violin gal. Violin gal. Send a guest request. Hello, we got quite a few people trying to pop up. What's going on, y'all?
Nothing much. I just had a quick question, but I know you wanted to address that other person first.
Go ahead. What's up, friend?
I just wanted to get your feedback as far as redirecting. So I have a 5-year-old and a now 1-year-old, and she has a tendency to be more responsive to me than she is to my husband. She's responsive to my mother too. How do we get it? How do we get to where she's being more responsive to him?
Say that again. Your daughter, right?
So my daughter, I met my husband when she was 2.5. So he's been in her life since she was 2.5. She's now 5. But the long-standing thing has been she's receptive to me. Like I can say something once and she's she on it. And the same with my mother, because my mother also helped raise her. But with my husband, it's kind of like he does the calm thing, he does the redirecting thing, and she just will not listen. And then when I say something, it's like, oh, okay. How is
their relationship?
Their relationship is great. Like she loved the air he breathed. But I think it's just a matter of her wanting him to be fun all the time. Like maybe that's an outside source of fun and not so much as structure, or not saying that I'm not fun, but I think just our relationship, there's a little bit more balance because I raised her by myself for the first, 2.5 years.
Does he... When he's correcting her, are there any types of consequences that happens after that? Or is it just like, do this and he eventually does it?
She does it, but so for instance, like he might have been working on her to do something for like 30 minutes, like go brush your teeth. And I'll come out in the room and be like, gee, go brush your teeth. And she's like, okay, sorry. And she goes in there and brushes her teeth.
It could be, and what I would suggest he try is to associate doing the task with something good. So if I were him, I'd be like, hey, when you do this, X, Y, and Z will happen as a result. Not like a consequence, but like a preferred activity or something like that. Like it's getting her to associate doing something right the first time. And when she does it right the first time, gas that baby up. Like you should gas her up a lot. Like, oh my God, the first time without having me ask you a whole bunch of times. I love that. Oh my gosh, you know what? For you get another 5 minutes to stay up tonight. Something along those lines.
Okay, so just kind of pair it with a positive
Right.
reinforcement. Okay, because I think too, again, because I always tell him that I'm reparenting myself as I parent her, because again, growing up in a household where you got spanked, you got whippings. You didn't get spanked, you got whippings. And making a conscious decision for me a little over a year ago to stop popping her, like to stop, like literally cold turkey. I'm not gonna pop my baby again, and I haven't. It's been a change, and I said most of the time it's us regular. Gian, look at this little boy. He gonna be off the chain. Um, but it's more so regulating your own emotions when you're trying to discipline them, because really you're frustrated with what they're doing. So that's coming out more so than what they're doing is really not that big of a deal. But because you're emotionally drained and you're frustrated, that's why you're feeling powerless and you're feeling aggravated and you're feeling out of control.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So I've definitely, it's been a journey for me, but again, he's never fathered before, but I've mothered before. And now we're parenting together. So it's just kind of finding that balance. And I just don't want him to continue to feel powerless, like.
That's real. But also he needs to recognize that his authority is there no matter what. Even when a child pushes up against it, a lot of times that's because they're looking for safety and they're looking for that boundary and that structure because they don't actually know where it is. It's intangible to them. So if he stands firm in who he is and knowing that he has authority and he can at the end of the day speak sternly, but then also couple that with, hey, you do the things that I ask you to do, great things happen. That changes the whole mindset. Oh, okay, I can absolutely do this. This is where his boundary is.
And it's crazy to me, like, to see somebody in the comments saying your daughter's afraid of you. That's why. Listen, the whole popping phase. She got popped few, far, and in between, and I am very much down on the floor, talking to her, reassuring her, apologizing when I'm wrong. So I can tell you by no stretch of the imagination, I have to make her go in her room. My baby she ain't afraid of me. but it definitely has been a transition to the point where I'm so overprotective of her that I find myself, even when my husband is being firm with her, that I'm like, oh no, like, that's too much. So it's an out of body experience. But for the lazy parents who feel like popping and spanking is the go to, just know that half of discipline is regulating your own emotions. That's the biggest key, and that's what I realized. Why am I so upset? Why am I so mad at her? Why am I responding like this? You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to ask yourself those questions.
That's real. That's really real. And then most of the point is also that you gotta drink water. You gotta eat. You gotta sleep. Those are all things that a lot of people forget to do, especially if you're a parent. But those are very important things that you need in order to stay regulated, because you can have all the self-regulation in the world, but if you're tired, you're hungry, you're thirsty, it can slip up in a minute and you say something that you don't mean. Kimberly, how are you, friend? Uh-oh.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, awesome. I was wanting to see if, because I am parenting for a second time now, and my problem that I have with parenting is I'm a very reactive person, and I've gotten out of the way of it parenting because I'm raising one of my grandchildren, and I do parent him so different than I did my daughters, because I was a parent that done spanking, and I don't do that with them, just because I started learning a new way of parenting, and I don't have to do okay, well, I'm going to smack your hand. Well, I'm going to smack your butt. I never got the whoopings I never gave them the whoopings that I got as a kid, but still, now doing it a second time, I see all of the mistakes that I made when I parented my kids.
Mm-hmm.
But I still have like he's 10 and he's really good at, hey, I'm upset. Can I have 5 or 10 minutes in my room before we talk about this? But me as an adult, I'm still trying to unlearn those habits. Like he's better at taking that 5-10 minutes before we discuss it, so that way it's not, emotion fueled.
Yeah.
Do you have any tips on things that I can do to like enforce those habits of me not being, because I'm really good at apologizing, like after I yell and but I want to get better at being in the habit of reacting so I don't have to apologize later.
Yeah. So here's some things that you can try just off the top of my head. First things first, write down what's happening. When we can see progress and we monitor progress, it's easier for us to see where we're going and then where we've come from. That's one of the first things I would say do. Second off, write down what happened, how you reacted, how they reacted, what you could do differently. Those are just two things that you can do off the top of your head. Also, how often do you practice mindfulness? How often do you practice just like feeling the feelings that you feel? How often do you practice feeling your own emotions?
Not as often as I should. It's more of like after something has happened, and like because I'm really quick to apologize, and I'll go in, I'll be like, I'm sorry, I should not have reacted that way, and then we'll sit down and we'll discuss it then when I'm in there apologizing. But I would like to be able to do it more beforehand instead of just the apologizing for how wrongly I behaved afterwards.
And a lot of that is, and this is really important, you have to be intentional with it. You have to be focusing on identifying the emotions that you're feeling as you're feeling those emotions. So when you start to feel, because if I may ask, well, actually, I don't even have to necessarily ask. I'm just going to give a hypothetical. If you were spanked a lot as a kid, or you were beat a lot as a kid, and you did not have anybody teaching you self-regulation, you were constantly on the continuum of arousal. You were constantly in a state of fight or flight. And so anything that your brain perceives as a threat or a loss of control will trigger you. When you're triggered and you don't understand how to get off, or you don't understand your emotions associated with that, you're never going to figure out how to get down from there. So when you sit with yourself enough and learn how to identify different emotions that you have, now you're able to start attacking those specific emotions. They're indicators, not dictators. So I would want you to practice mindfulness where you are taking inventory of your body. What are you feeling? When are you feeling it? How does that manifest? And then once you have an idea of where the emotions are coming from, now you're able to look at why you feel that way. Now you're able to think yourself out of the situation you were in. Taking a walk, jogging, taking deep breaths, drinking some water. Drinking water especially, because what happens is when you eat and drink, when you're in a heightened state, your body's calming down because now it has to engage your parasympathetic nervous system to digest food. That's a sign of safety. So when you do things that show that you're safe, your brain stops thinking it's triggered. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
So these are things that you're asking me how to build a habit, but these are things that you just have to be really intentional on doing. So I would say try it for a month until you build the habit of identifying your emotions and writing them down and seeing what you can do differently. Then you'll start to see it's going to get extremely easy because you're going to start getting into a stride.
So like starting like a journal of sorts.
1000%.
Thank you.
You are so welcome. Also, violent gal. No, spankings and beatings are the same. There is no difference. And if you think there is a difference, I want you to tell me specifically what it is. I'm still waiting for you to come up. If you can come up. We got 2 people on. The green Sayaya.
I can hop down if you want to let more people up.
Oh, please. Yes.
I definitely appreciate you.
Thank you. Anytime, Queen.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, you
Yes.
can hear me. Okay. My name is Sarah, by the way. I've come on your live before. I don't know if you remember.
Yes, I remember.
Yes. So Kimberly, I wanted to mention her. You gave her really good advice. There's something that I want to mention. It's so identifying your emotions. It's like, that's so great. And also trying to figure out where do you feel them within your body, because emotions are very physical. So when you're feeling anger, when you're feeling sadness, when you're feeling happiness, like we will feel them through our bodies. Kids are the same way, which is you could teach that to children as well. Like when you're feeling sad, like where do you feel it in your body? Like I one time I'm a parent coach too, but I'm out of practice right now. But I remember I had a client who said she feels anger in her feet. Like that was, I never heard of someone doing that, but like that, I feel anger for me in my chest or my face, or sometimes even your hands. I think a lot of people who spank probably feel it in their hands. So like just feeling it doesn't, you don't have to know the name of it, but knowing, I mean, you could still obviously do that, but knowing where you feel it in the moment will help you with your self-awareness. And
Chest.
there's
It's
something,
always in my chest.
yeah, I think that's a big one for like, that's a lot of people share that. And so in the moment that you're feeling it, and then you can start doing your breaths, and then doing breathing, and then you could I would say practice your breathing in the moments when you're not emotional. So then you can
Yes, that 100%.
Same thing with kids. You can't tell a kid when they're in an emotional state to breathe, because they'll be like, I'm not going to do that right now. So what you do is you teach them in the moments where they are teachable. So when a child is able to be taught, so like that's where you're like, let's do a mindful moment right now. And they're like, okay, mom, like, not in a no, mom, that's not what I want to do right now mode. So yeah, just practice breaths. It's called breathe, body, begin. So breathe, know where the feeling is in your body. You can even do like a body map if you want to, like just to work on that, like just to draw a picture of a body and then color where you want, where the feelings end up. And then begin is learning how to communicate your emotions through words, which is, have you ever read Nonviolent Communication? That book? No?
No, I haven't.
No, okay. But yeah, it's basically like, I feel anger because, or angry because, so this is happening. I would like this to happen, or just this is something you could teach your kids too. Like in the moment of their feelings and when they're most, how to express it through communication besides hitting or yelling or screaming or whatever. But this also, Kimberly, like kudos to you for like working on this, and for also doing the repairing after the rupturing of the connection with your children, because that's like that. I always say to parents, it's like, we yell, we make mistakes all the time with our kids. The important thing is we repair afterwards, because even if you say to your kid, like, I'm sorry I yelled. I don't say I won't do that again, because we're probably going to do that again. So you say, I'm working on it. And like, I'm sorry. And then when you do like react in a way that is not yelling, show them, oh, look, I didn't yell this time. I'm so proud of myself. Show them kind of like a growth mindset, that you're, modeling all of this is so important for our kids as well. Not just teaching it to them, but modeling it through us. I don't know what else I can say, but I think that's what I got. Yeah. All right. That's all.
Thank you so much.
I've even went back and apologized to my adult children, because until I started like parenting for a second time, I didn't realize a lot of it, because that just wasn't taught to me when I was being parented. It was, well, I'm an adult, I'm right. Take your sore behind into the other room and cry in there. And I mean, I didn't do that with my kids, but I definitely wasn't as mindful with it as what I am now. So, I mean, even though my kids are adults now, I've gone back and apologized to them, because they didn't get the version of me that my grandson is getting of me now. And that I think that's what affects me the most, is knowing that I could have done it better with them.
So yeah, I think, have you ever had any adult in your life that did many like bad things to you, and you just wish they had like just give you at least one apology?
Yeah, most
And
definitely.
would you, if that one apology, that if they gave you that apology, how would you feel?
It would have, well, I mean, it would have repaired because I mean, it was one of my parents, and it would have repaired I mean, I spent so much of my adulthood with so much anger and resentment. And I didn't even learn how to let that go until after my mom had already passed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So if you, sorry, I just want, if your mom or whoever it was, I don't know, but if that person gave you a genuine apology, you would feel like relieved, kind of, right?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Yeah. So if you gave that, imagine how your adult children, oh, my daughter's crying, how they're feeling now that when you gave them an apology. They're probably feeling relieved as well. So give yourself more grace, is what I'm saying.
Thank you.
All right. Real quick, Sarah. Marquise.
Yeah.
What's going on?
How you doing? I think that everything that they saying, that all sound real good, but at the end of the day, I'm spanking my kids, and I say that cold-heartedly to a certain extent because I can communicate first. Once I communicate and I get it understood what I expect, because one thing that I won't do is be a friend of my kid when I have a kid. I'm not finna be his friend. We're not, no. I'm your dad, I'm your father. You're gonna learn from me, first off. Second off, when I tell you to do something, that means do it. Respectfully. Because I'm the grown up, I'm the adult. Now, I think, me personally, I think you can tell a kid to do something, and or if he's being unruly in school, let's use that. And yeah, we can communicate. Hey, don't do this at school. This is not what you're supposed to do. These certain things. Then he continues, does it over and over. It got to be some correction.
Yeah.
It got to be some correction. I can put him in the wall, all right, first, because I can do it how my mother used to do it. You know, the first thing she did, she put us in that corner. That didn't work. Second thing she did, she grounded us. Third thing was that ass whoop. Excuse my language. But I appreciate her for that, because it also helped me in understanding, hey, you need to get it right. She's the adult. You don't disrespect adults in no shape or form. But I just don't think some kids don't respond well to whoopings. Some kids do. I just so happen to be one of the kids that did. You know what I'm saying? To a certain extent. So that's why I stand with it.
Okay. Well, let me challenge your thoughts real quick. Also, everybody who's talking to Chef Padilla, that's actually a good friend of mine. He actually works with kids a lot. He's all bark and no bite. He got 5 kids of his own. I know his kids. I love his kids. He don't listen to him. I'm engaged with him, but don't listen to him. All right. So Marquise.
Pause. Before you give Marquise the beautiful advice that you're about to give him, I'm going to need for these 104 people that are in this live, enjoying this conversation, learning and growing and becoming better parents, to tap the live. Tap the screen. Tap, tap, tap. Let's get to 30K. It's 104 of us. Positive reinforcement. But if you don't, I will cut those comments off and you won't be able to ask questions and you'll have to come up on the panel. Okay? So let's get to tapping. Let's do it.
Thank you. All right, Marquise, you said your mom raised you that way, right?
Yeah.
Okay. My mom and my dad raised me a very similar way, except my dad, there was not really a timeout. It was more like he just went straight to whooping my ass. And a little backstory for everybody who don't know. My dad was a Marine. He served in Vietnam. My dad was also a police officer, served for 31 years as a lieutenant for the Atlanta Police Department. My dad ain't play around. He ain't mess around. He was a big dude And he said what needed to be said. He did what needed to be done. My mom, she was raised old school. Whipped my ass just as much, probably more than, well, she definitely did whip my ass more than my dad. They did not play. There were no timeouts. There was directly, I told you what to do. You didn't do it. I'm whipping your ass. Mm-hmm. Except my dad's whippings weren't like spankings. They were like, I'm beating you, right? First things first, I want us to realize spanking is white supremacy. Let me help you out.
It's a cultural difference. If you want to go there and say it's white supremacy because they used to whip us, okay, cool. But that's a cultural difference.
I'm gonna take you even farther. So, there was not ritualistic corporal punishment of African people prior to colonization. As in, we did not whip our kids like that. That was brought over here. The people who originated it were the ancient Greeks who used to beat the hell out of their kids. That spread throughout Europe. You say it's not true. Literally, there is no evidence of ritualistic corporal punishment in West Africa or the Americas prior to colonization. Not you, I'm talking to Badia. We did not get beat in Africa until colonization. You will not find evidence of it. I promise you will not find evidence of it.
I'm gonna agree to disagree because I'm gonna look into that because I don't know, so I don't want to argue with you on that. But I appreciate the information.
Yeah, but the point of what I'm saying is, I'm sorry, I mean to just cut you off. But the point of what I'm saying, when you're doing that, you're perpetuating the same trauma that our enslaved ancestors went through, and we know scientifically that it is not beneficial to kids. It actually does the opposite. Now, can it help in the short term? Absolutely. You can spank your kid, bust them in the lips one time when they talk bad to you, and they will stop in that moment. So,
all right, question. Mm-hmm. When you look at kids that's not being whipped or whooping, some kids, I'm not gonna say all kids, they have an authority problem with their parents.
Mm-hmm.
That,
you know what that is?
What's that?
It goes into the second part of that. We're not teaching kids because just because I'm not going to hit you doesn't mean I'm going to let you just get away with anything. When I work with any of my students, I don't let them talk to me crazy. The 16-year-old I don't let him talk to me crazy. I'm going to immediately redirect you. Kids are going to talk crazy because they're emotional and they're impulsive. That's how their brain is literally developed. You do that, I'm going to tell you, yo, why are you talking to me that way? I don't talk to you that way. Do I? No? Okay, what's another way you can talk to me? That question right there disarms them.
Right.
And focuses on redirection. If I don't talk to you that way and I'm showing you respect, why are you talking to me that way? Can you come up? Yes, I will let you up. Well, I don't need to say your name.
But I'm saying, but I hear you saying teaching them, but I'm saying as far as when you raise it, you know what I'm saying? You can counsel and you know what I'm saying. But when you raise an actual child,
can I interject?
No, not yet.
I don't think you can put that. And when you have your authority challenged at 13 and 14, and there be no consequences, just go in your room. What? Go in my room?
No, it's not even that. It's not even a go in your room, right? It's because that's still like a permissive mindset. You have to have boundaries. You have to have expectations. You have to have consequences.
Right, but I'm saying I was the type of kid. Mm-hmm. My mother set boundaries, being before the school lights come on. I mean, before them night lights come on. Mm-hmm. I was the kid to break those boundaries over and over again.
So you get your ass whooped.
Hey, thank you.
But then wait. So how many times did you get your ass whooped for the same thing?
One good ass whooping fixes it real quick.
No, wait. This is what he said. He said he kept doing it.
No, I kept doing it until I got the he right. I kept doing it until I got
that. You tell me you ain't do that no more times after that.
No, I was in the 6th grade. I came home one time way too late, 9:00. What? Got my ass beat off the bone. After that ass, I learned from that situation. You know what I learned? When my mama say be somewhere, when my mama tell me to do something, authority. It's not the ass whooping I'm worried about. It's her authority that I'm scared of. It's the power that I feel like a parent needs to have. Not even power, but a certain type of authority that they need to have over their kids. So you can install certain things. You can't install certain things when your kid is unruly and you don't have no authority, or they're not even to say that they're scared of you, but they don't fear of you in no type of way. That's like the kid gonna run completely over you.
But he's absolutely right about that.
No. Listen how y'all sound. Because you're saying that. Who else said that same thing?
The Jews? Really? Like, come on, man. Like, look, let's break
The
this
slave
down.
masters literally said the same thing.
Hold on a second. But let's explain
I knew you was.
What ethnicity is your child?
He's white.
He's white. Okay, adopted. I have 5. I have a 21-year-old.
It's different.
18-year-old.
How is it different?
Hold on, because it's different because we're raising men of color.
It's cultural differences.
There's a cultural difference. You can't. Gabe, hold on a second, because me and you get into this all the time. I love you, got mad love and respect for you, but you wrong on this, bro.
I'm not wrong on
to spank your child is not abuse. It's not like you go around saying, "Oh, I'm going to go ahead and beat you." I set boundaries. I say, "Look, don't cross this line. If you cross this line, I'm gonna issue a punishment." The first one is gonna be a verbal. Hey, chill out. You're doing this wrong. The second time, I'm gonna be like, "Yo, go sit your ass down somewhere. Go on timeout." The third time, I'm gonna hit you in back of the head. Abuse to me is me punching them in the face, me smacking them upside the head, or spanking them across their bottom and telling them to go sit their butt down because they did something wrong. Is called proper adjustment. The problem with
the difference between punching them and hitting them?
One is with more force, bro.
A spanking?
Force. You don't hit kids with the same force that you would.
Hold on.
The same way I would punch you, I wouldn't hit my kid.
Right here, check this out. To a child, to the brain and the body of a child, it does not know a difference. The body of a child is going to respond. I'm telling y'all, neurologically, biologically, physiologically, what happens is bad. By science, please do not take my.
It also gets measured. It also gets measured on pain tolerance. Getting punched in the face exerts a different chemical and neurological reaction than getting spanked on the bottom. 2 very different forces. It's like me plucking you on your nipple versus plucking you on your.
Did you just make that up?
Wait, I have a question. I have a question. Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry. Okay, when a child gets a math problem wrong, what do you do?
That's different. You don't hit a child for freaking education.
No, I'm just asking you. If a child got a math problem wrong, what is the teacher expected to do?
The teacher's expected to correct them or try to guide them and teach them differently.
Teach them differently. Okay, so what is hitting? How is hitting going to teach them any differently?
What hitting teaches, you can't compare apples to oranges because it's not the same thing. If a child steals, right, and goes rob somebody, is it the same as a child going ahead and taking grabbing a pencil and failing an English test? It's not the same shit.
They're both actions of their brain, right? They're all everything's different.
Actions that require different responses.
Academics and emotional skills and impulse control is all related.
Look,
but
they're in the brain. They all can be taught.
But it's a cultural thing.
But they all can be taught.
It's a cultural thing.
It most definitely is a cultural thing. The reason it is a cultural thing because as a black man, as a black boy,
we have it harder than any other society does, and we have to teach our boys to be strong, respectful, and hold shit down.
Right. My mother, when it came to interaction with police, you know what I'm saying? If I ain't had a right, correct learning from my mother and ass whoopings like, hey, you don't need to be outside at this time of night, or don't be talking to these certain people this type of way, or you'll get in this type of trouble, especially when it comes to police as a young black man.
Well, you guys,
how many kids I seen get? Hold on, but I'm talking.
That's right. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
You know how many kids I seen that didn't get taught that didn't get those ass whoopings, and they talk to them laws certain type of ways and got body slammed and all types of hurt because they ain't learned right from wrong from their parents.
And not only that, but most parents have to teach their young kids of color. The first thing when you do and encounter a person, a police officer, anybody in law enforcement, put your hands up, keep them visible, do not move. If you move, make sure you have that talk with them. White people don't have to necessarily do
And
it.
I had that talk in the fourth grade.
Gentlemen, hold on. You know what's real crazy? None of that saved any black person that got killed by cops. None of that.
Because it didn't save it, but imagine the amount of lives that it prevented.
Hold on. Nothing, because Philando Castile absolutely got killed doing nothing wrong. Elijah McClain absolutely got killed for doing nothing wrong. Ahmaud Arbery absolutely got killed for doing nothing wrong. How many black folk have been killed for doing nothing wrong by cops? That had, no matter how many times you spank.
But how many more would have died if they would not have followed the conversation and the talk? You're living in a society. You're living in a society that you're looking at. You're not looking at the shit from the ethnic side, bro. And you're not. You grew up in the.
As I was saying, as a black man with a cop dad who was a lieutenant for the Atlanta Police Department, I know that was my world. My aunts, my uncles, my stepmom, cops. My aunt was a photographer for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. I grew up in this. What I'm telling you, factually, is it does not save nobody. You can be black, beating the hell out of your kids, having conversations with your kids. It's not going to change nothing.
It does, because it saves.
You're finna do it.
Just like you have your experiences, I have mine. It saved me. When I'm telling you that this kid that I know that got body slammed, his parents did not whoop him, and he didn't have no authority. His mother didn't have no authority over him. Couldn't tell him nothing because she didn't whoop him at all. But he didn't know how to deal. But what I'm saying is, he didn't know how to deal with certain people in certain instances. In that instance, right there, that my mama whooping me. You know what I appreciate about those ass whoopings as a black boy? I understand that there's consequences in life.
So wait, you telling me that you can't find another way to teach a consequence?
Listen,
if you let it get to
by the time, look, as a black boy, by the time you learn those consequences and you learn on your own, it's too late.
Way too
what
late.
I mean by that is, what I mean by that is,
I've had experience that.
Look,
I never had to because I was taught that. So when I got to, I don't have to deal with it.
Right, but
you grew up differently than most people did, bro. You grew up very sheltered. You grew up with your grandma.
I grew up in the hood in Atlanta and Daytona Beach. What do you
what's
mean?
up,
Yeah,
fellas?
but
How y'all doing?
man, you was in church, man. It's different. You got to understand that that became hood like right about what 2009. I've been in the hood since the 90s, since the early.
I was in Atlanta in the 90s in the hood, the SWATs.
But listen,
What's up, fellas?
It's different, bro.
What's up, fella? I just want to say something real quick, man. As a black man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. As a father of five, I used to, just like bro saying, I used to get my butt whooped when I was a kid or whatever, mess around and did stupid stuff. But as a father of five, bro, I never did that. I did punish my kids, bro. I never put my hands on them, though. You know what I'm saying? A lot of my kids are older right now. A lot of them are doing good. And they always tell me that, they happy that I did not punish it. I did not put my hands on them to punish them. I did do a lot of workout punishments and a lot of reading punishments, a lot of punishments like you said, like with Tupac, where he get in trouble or whatever. He had to go read an article out of a magazine, you know what I'm saying? And then write down an essay about it. I did a lot of punishments with my children, you know what I'm saying? And that helped them out a lot of things. So I understand what you brothers are saying, but I understand
what if your child came back and said, fuck that essay, I'm not writing that shit.
At that time frame, if you think about it, at that time frame, yes, we did need that type of punishment as men. You know what I'm saying? Because our fathers wasn't around. But as men that we are right now, I feel like that punishment don't need to be handed out anymore because it's not our mothers raising us. It's us raising our sons and raising our daughters. So we don't need to put our hands on anything. We need to let them see a different type of love instead of some type of love that woman is emotional and everything else. But as men, we know how to slow down, take our time.
That's saying that men are more cautious than women, and that's not true. It's not about an emotional standpoint.
I just wanted to say that,
Hold
bro.
on. As a black woman, I'm gonna need for y'all to tap the screen, okay? We're gonna take a little mind break. We're gonna give these gentlemen just a moment to take a breath and think about what they're saying. And for those of you in the comment section who are enjoying the conversation, who are learning some parenting skills, who are rethinking the way that you do things at home with your children, I'm at 45K as a black woman, okay? Appreciate it.
All right.
Look, I'm gonna jump off here real quick, Gabe. It's always a pleasure trying to debate you, but listen to what I'm gonna tell you. You're raising a white kid. That kid can go anywhere and do whatever. 10, 15 years from now, he ain't your responsibility. My kids are my responsibility from the minute they come out. The same way I punish them is the same way I love them. You seeing how I am with my kids. You're seeing how I spoil them. But I also hold them accountable for everything and anything that they do. And the problem here is that your generation doesn't believe in that accountability. And maybe you don't have to believe in spanking, and that's fine. And that's fine. It's fine not to believe in spankings. That's fine. I consider myself from the old school where the whole community helped raise the child. And to the previous guy that said, oh, that it's that women are more emotional, that's why women had to beat us. Look, I thank God for placing the black woman in my life that he did. The beatings that I received, they made me the man that I am today. Now, my mom didn't just go around beating me. My mom would hit us and then go ahead and correct us again for the 100th time. When you sit there and you're having a conversation with stubborn children, and me and you both know that we've dealt with stubborn children that ain't even our own. Because I've mentored thousands of freaking kids in Central Florida and in New York. Some of them gang dealers, drug dealers, pulling out guns, knives, thinking they're about to go and box and do this stuff. And the biggest thing that they're missing is someone that they not just are scared of, but someone that they respect and someone that's going to call them on their bullshit. And sometimes it requires for you to put hands on them. Now, I'm not saying, beat them to a buddy blow. I don't believe in that. I've never hit my kids. In my kids' lifetime, I probably hit them maybe about, each of them, I say maybe about 5 or 6 times. That's not bad for 15 years of life. To get hit in the back of the head or get spanked, all right, maybe 10 times because I'm getting a look from the side. Shut up, Gabe. But at the end of the day, it was for valid reasons. I don't tolerate stealing. I don't tolerate lying. There's certain things that are things that you just can't do. I'm your father. I'm supposed to protect you. You can't lie to me. Lie to the world. Don't lie to me. Come to me with the truth, and I will always protect you, and I got your back. Listen to what I'm telling you because I'm trying to guide you so you don't make the same mistakes that I made. Kids steal, kids lie, kids cheat. When you allow them to get away with it, and you're like, oh, well, go sit down in the corner, Timmy. You went ahead, oh, Timmy, you screaming at mommy the way? Bad, Timmy, go sit in the corner, blah, 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 and just leave it like that. Timmy's going to keep doing it. You tell Timmy to go write an essay, and Timmy says, fuck you, mom. What are you going to do then? You're going to be like, no, Timmy, we're going to sit down and we're going to have this conversation about you saying fuck mom. No, you grab Timmy and wash his mouth out with soap and sit his ass down and teach him that you nobody to fuck with.
Okay,
That's
let
just what you do.
me address a couple of things before I move on because I know you say you're going to hop down. Or you can hop down, I'm still going to talk. First off, never have I ever not said...
Oh, I hit him too, Neil.
Always hold people accountable. I love holding people accountable. At the same time, I ain't got to hit nobody for that. Authority, I am the authority.
But you have no children.
Even with the child I got.
But he's grown.
And then hold on, wait. Let's address that. Let's address that real quick. Let's address that. Because everybody keep talking about, oh, Gabe, you don't have your own kids. Let me explain something to y'all. I used to believe that you're supposed to beat your kids. I believed that well into my 20s. You know what changed my mind? When I was working at an ABA center, working with kids every single day, the most aggressive kids you have never dealt with, ever. Y'all will never see the kids that I've worked with that were aggressive, that did not care either. I was talking to my boss. She said, we were talking about something. And she said, well, yeah, spanking is outdated and archaic. And I was like, wait, what? And I had to sit with that. And then I had to realize for the past 5 years when I was working there, I never had to hit a child to correct their behavior.
You couldn't. You was working.
Hold on. Still not done. I was changing their behaviors without putting my hands on them. Their parents who were wanting to, and seeing that it wasn't working, I changed their behaviors. I can change any child's behavior without hitting them because behavior operates a very specific way. When you understand that, no matter what child you're working with, because I've worked with hundreds, as you know, in the school system, in residences, forget the mod up here, that mod right there, water your grass. We worked together. We both changed these children's lives without ever having to hit or yell. Matter of fact, can I brag on you, friend?
Do it, friend.
She has 2 kids, one of which is disabled. Why is her daughter never put her hand on her, graduated from Stetson with honors, never had to put her hands on her? Literally
Must
the
have
five
been a Gemini.
Her son, big as hell, buff as hell, could be violent as hell. Never put her hands on him.
Feet, 200 pounds.
Must have not been an Aries.
Don't talk about the 21
And he a
foster
black
kids
man.
I had.
But it's not
21
about
foster
that.
kids.
You're not understanding the logistics of the thing. It's not saying that everything applies to the same case. Your friend that you just called in and had her chimed in, the way that she raised her kid plays a role in the situation. My kids, I don't have to go around beating my kids. I can give my kids a look. I can give my kids a look, and my kids know, yo, chill out. Dad already sees.
Let me push back on that.
No, talk.
I've actually had 21 foster children. I did not raise not nan one of them motherfuckers. 21. And you want to talk about lying, stealing, running away, any behavior that you could think of. And some of these girls were 2 and 3 times my size. And it got to a point where the agency would send me their worst. And I could not, would not, should not ever lay a hand on them. And
Because you
each
couldn't.
of them had behavior. Hold on. I had to find another way. There are other ways, is what we're trying to tell you.
There are other ways.
You don't have to do
But
it that
there
way.
are other ways,
No.
but there's also different situations, different stripes for different folks, man. That's the way I look at it. I'm not saying that we're hitting our kids to beat them. We're hitting them to reprimand and set an authority figure. My oldest is 21. I have a great relationship with him. When he turned 18, we went ahead and we went at it. And he tried to test me like he was a dude. He thought he was the second man in the house, and I had to calm him down real quick. But that's part of growing up. Young boys challenge their fathers.
I never challenged my father.
I did.
Hey, don't make me blow your spot up.
I did. For sure. Me and my pops got in a fight at 18. He beat the brakes off me because I tried him. I did.
Exactly. And it's the way it works. Gabe, you
My dad shot me and I have to. What?
been hanging out with these people.
No,
so
see, you
problem.
taking it too far. Your daddy not gonna beat you like you a nigga off the street. Excuse my
Never.
language.
My
Your
dad
daddy not
shot
gonna
me
do
in the
that.
face.
But he not gonna beat you like a
That's
dude
abuse,
off the
nigga.
street.
That's not punishment. That's
not-
abuse if he almost shot you in the face.
Hey,
Not
it's a
shit
difference.
that.
It's a difference. My daddy, he not gonna beat me like he didn't beat me.
Hell
how
no,
he
you
coulda.
pull your punches. You
He
pull your
pull-
punches and you teach them. You don't hit.
You know
you
the
don't
first
fight the
thing he
kids like you
did?
fight dudes in the street.
You know the first thing he did once he hit me in the face and he realized I couldn't take that punch again, he picked me up and dumped me on my head.
What the fuck?
Let it be done.
Bro!
Let it be done.
Wait,
You know why? You know why?
Wait. Stop. Hold
Nah,
on.
for real.
Can't pick my kid up like that.
Not like pick me
cannot
up and
be
dump.
serious.
All right, I said
Bro,
it like I said it wrong, but it was on the couch. But I'm just saying, like,
Wait.
Yes, my kids know that I pulled my punches.
Wait.
They know that I'm not gonna hurt them. I'm doing it to reprimand them and teach them a lesson.
Hold on.
it sounds a lot like abuse. But if you understand what I did and how I came
I
at my
understand what
father,
you're saying, bro.
if you understand one thing about my father that I give him, he always told me don't be like him, be better than him. He always told me be a leader, not a follower. One thing I can say is he gonna match my energy. He seen what type of energy he had to go to get through to me, because if he didn't, I was gonna handle him.
I feel like I need a panel of just black men, black and brown men, so we can hash this out. Because listen, now, trust and believe.
Listen, when you pop a baby out, we could talk about it. And I would.
You ain't even pop out a baby. You big enough to, but you
I did pop out a baby. I popped them into their mom and then she popped them out.
There you go. So what you worried about?
At all. I popped out too and had 21 foster, and you won't listen to me. You believe?
Yeah, but the 21 fosters you couldn't put your hands on, because if you did, you would lose your contract and your license.
You believe what you believe. It doesn't matter what's taught, what's said, what's shown, what's empirical data, what studies. It doesn't matter. You're gonna do what you want to do. So just say that.
Beat them kids. Yeah, I'll be a bully, but my kids ain't going to jail. I go to jail, but they ain't going to jail.
Ain't none of us got no felonies.
Go to jail. Her kids
I think my mama.
I think people ain't this man to go to jail.
All I'm saying is I rock with my mama and my daddy because I'm not no felon. I've been to college. All my brothers graduated from college. All my brothers got good jobs. No felons. Like I'm proud of my family. And I'm
Some
proud
of
of
us are felons. There's nothing wrong with that. All right?
Nah. Hold on. Respectfully.
There's nothing wrong with being a felon. All right.
Nah.
No, we're done. You're done.
What? I mean, I'm talking towards the black community. I'm talking towards where I come from. I come from the slums. So for me, 3 out of 4 black men are felons. in my neighborhood. So that's why I said that. But okay, I digress.
I wasn't talking to you.
I look, when I tell y'all, I understand where y'all coming from, because as a black man, my dad tried to do the same thing, my mom tried to do the same thing. That's what they knew. I'm telling you, when you heal from that kind of understanding, you start to see other ways to correct even the most aggressive, crazy, out of control kid. I'm telling you.
Man, you can't. I'm telling you, if you deal with some of these kids I see around here that I be talking to, trying to
They be dealing with these white kids.
So you deal with kids that's
hold.
respectfully. You deal with kids that's on perks, that's crack, that be smoking, that's on the block every day, literally. Don't go to school. You gotta pay them to go to school. Like I literally gotta pay this little nigga. Hey, bro. Hey, look, get off the block, bro. Man, here go $20, bro. Let me drop you off at school. Like, do you understand? Like,
Yes.
Like they not, if you can't show if you can't show them something, they don't give a fuck about what you talking about.
Bro,
I'm talking about my community. I'm talking about my community.
Understanding of who I am as a person working with kids. When I say kids love being around me for no reason, young teens, young adults, all of them love hanging out with me. I've been youth pastor. I have worked in the school system. I have worked in residences. I have done it. And I've worked with niggas. I have worked with white kids. I've worked with Hispanic kids or Latino kids. I've worked with the whole gamut of everybody. I have worked with all these kids. I have worked with extremely violent kids. I have worked with very docile kids and everybody in between. I promise you. We can bring the Bible up here too. I mean, I'm down with it.
Brother. Just a question for you.
What's up?
You said you used to get whoopings. Oh yeah. Right?
Got my ass toe up.
Right. How do you feel the man you became today is? Do you think that's because of some of those constructive whoopings? Do you think some of those whoopings are just, or none of those whoopings were just?
I'm gonna tell you what actually made me the man I am today. It was actually when my granddad. I used to have a stealing problem. I used to always take stuff. Now I would never steal from a store or nothing, but I'd take from family members and stuff, right? My granddad caught me stealing one day. He did not whip me. He didn't yell at me. He didn't do nothing like that. All he said was, why? If you have access to everything in this house, all you got to do is ask, why would you steal? That changed my entire mindset. Other kids, some kid tried to take from me. You know what I did? Told him to go out and make some money. I literally gave him money to open up his own small business. And he did. He was doing henna for people at the farmer's market and made more money. I didn't have to hit him. I had to yell at him. I was just like, why are you trying to take from me? Here.
Yeah, but you didn't teach him a lesson on what was it with the stealing.
You said what?
You didn't teach him a lesson on the whole stealing situation.
Yes, I did.
I'd like to argue that he did. By giving him the opportunity to make his own money, he taught that kid did not need to steal. He could go and hustle legitimately and make his own money to fill his own.
And what happens next time when the child sees that he's in the same predicament and no longer has access to that being able to go ask for the money, or Gabe says no?
I'd like to throw my hat in the ring for that as well, because I was in that exact same situation. I'm in that same situation now. One of the things that my grandfather taught me before he passed away was how to hustle. Always have a trade going. Learn at least one trade, and you will never be without. And what he taught me how to do was how to groom dogs. We had a dog grooming business. He taught me how to groom dogs. Now, whenever I absolutely need money, all I have to do is break out a pair of shears and a bottle of dog shampoo, and I can go and I can make $20 a dog. Just doing that. I don't have to go out on the street. I don't have to fly a sign. I don't have to steal. I don't have to do any of that nonsense. And I was a severely abused kid and a very misguided kid. I wasn't abused because one thing. I wasn't abused because I was misguided. I was abused because my stepmother had issues. I was misguided because I watched my dad pass away in front of me, and that just didn't help anything. So
I'm sorry about that.
Oh yeah, it happened.
Yeah, I apologize.
No, I'm sorry. I was saying, yeah, it happened to OP there.
I just got one question. Do you guys believe in participation trophies? Because this will answer my whole question on everything.
What's up?
Do you believe in participation trophies?
I believe in acknowledgement for having participated, yes. And I say that
you see, and that's where the problem lies.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah.
A participation trophy is just saying, hey, you did a good job, you played the game, you had good
sportsmanship. What good job if you lost?
It does, because you
what
had good
incentive does it give you to
come
back the next season harder?
Gotta be. Oh.
So then you practice. Anyone that plays sports as a kid knows you got to practice to get better to beat the other team.
Yeah, but if you
my participation.
Listen, all I'm saying is that for Gabe, it's very easy to go ahead and take the stuff that's written in books, recite them back, and the stuff that you learned in school. These are the things that you learned in school, and then you apply them to the little places that you worked at versus real life experience dealing with real kids that are yours for the rest of your life.
Like,
you know what the biggest thing that I'm scared of in this lifetime? And Gabe, you know me. I ain't never been scared of shit. And we can talk about that Daytona issue. So you know I ain't scared of shit.
Right.
The biggest thing that I'm scared of is that one day my black sons may get pulled over and something may go wrong because I didn't teach them how to act correctly or how to handle the situation correctly.
But did you?
Everything that I have in my arsenal, I use to try to teach them and reinforce that. I don't have to worry about stealing in my house. I don't have to worry about deception. We have amnesty. You tell me the truth, I waive your punishment. Real simple shit. Keep it $1.50 with me. We in the street. You talk to me and say, Dad, look, I did do this. My bag. Blase, blase, blase. I'm like, you know what, son? I respect the fact that you came to me, you spoke to me, you told me the truth. We good. Next time, don't do this. Understand? One time pass. And you keep it moving.
Cops can still take their life, right? Whether
yes, they can, Gabe, but the likelihood
they got a better chance of not.
They got a better chance of survival, bro.
They don't.
They do.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? As a black man, you should know. You should know. In history, you look at it.
Wasn't always black,
no, bro. Think about what you're saying. They have unalived us. Whether
I'm still here.
Or
this is not my ghost.
Hold on. We have been unalived. Whether our hands are up, our hands are behind our back, whether we're on the ground, whether we're polite, whether we're like rude. If they want to take our life, no matter how much training you give them, no matter how much you do it spanking, teaching them how to not lie and all that stuff, they're still going to be unalived because they unalive us. That's just what the long and short of it.
No. The reason why I
don't necessarily agree with that, man.
No.
The reason why I say no because
you can disagree. That's what the fact is. What do you mean?
No. Listen.
What? Elijah McClain literally.
Okay, I get what you're saying. You bringing out certain instances, certain cases, but hey, we got over 12.8 million black kids.
Yeah.
I'm just speaking for the black kids. What I'm saying is knowing how to talk to an officer is different than not
learning how to de-escalate. Correct.
Learning how to know when. I thank my mama for always saying, "Hey, when you see an officer, don't say nothing to him. If he asks you something, answer the question and dead it." I think you know most kids do. And when I was young, when we had officer conversations, they argue with them. I'm trying to tell you, and they get slammed. Man, hey, listen.
Oh, but then do you need to spank your kid to teach them that, or can you just teach them that?
No.
You can teach them that, but the spanking can sometimes reinforce it. You don't spank them for just anything. And brother's not saying that he spanks them for just anything. He's saying that we spank them as a tool in the arsenal in raising young black children.
So
it's just a tool. It's not always used. It's like using a whisk. You don't always have to use a whisk. You can use a fork.
Wait, because everybody's trying to talk. Marquise, go ahead.
With the very long history that we have in our community of children receiving whoopings, is it safe to say, and I know y'all feel a certain type of way about this particular generation, but is it safe to say that before this particular generation, that all of us was getting our ass beat in the black community? Is that like a safe assessment?
I didn't hear what you said. Can you repeat it again? I'm sorry.
I don't think so. Because you got.
I said, you don't think people were getting whoopings in the last. You don't think that Gen Xers was whooping people's ass.
Yeah.
You don't think the boomers was whooping their kids' ass.
Yeah.
Okay, talk through. Let's be real now.
Yeah.
What did that stop? What show did that stop in our community with everything that we've seen, with the H epidemic, with the C epidemic, with the GUN violence, the pew pew violence that we've seen in our communities? Them whoopings didn't stop none of that shit. But you know what would have stopped that shit?
Neither did sitting turn me down and telling them to chill out.
Hold on.
Because I have a point. At the end of the day, what did that stop? Nothing. This shit was still a shit show.
I disagree. To the fullest extent.
Oh, you disagree about the sheep show?
I disagree that the whoopings didn't help. I disagree about that because when you had the whole community watching them,
Okay,
and you got
this would have helped more than teaching our kids how to self-regulate.
I couldn't hear you. What you say?
Do you think it would have been helpful? Do you think it would have been more helpful or less helpful that instead of whooping them to teach them how to regulate their emotions, so when somebody steps on your shoes, you're not ready to crash out, right?
Yeah.
Or somebody you getting picked on at school, you're not ready to crash out because you know how to regulate your emotions, right?
Yeah, I think.
So why aren't we concentrating on learning those skills in order to be able to teach those skills and pass it down to actually bring the violence down? You don't decrease violence by increasing violence in the home. It just does not work that way.
But it's not violence. That's what we've been trying to explain to you.
Thank you.
You guys aren't listening. You guys aren't listening. You guys are looking at physical.
No, it's not.
It 100% is violence.
No,
That's
it's
the
not.
word in the dictionary.
It's literally not violence. The reason it's not
It's
violence
not.
because this is your parent.
Hold on.
This is
wait,
your
hold
parent.
On, hold on.
It's
hold on. I'm sorry. Because everybody's talking over everybody, and I want everybody to get a point across.
Sorry, I just feel like I haven't even gotten to say a word because I'm trying to get a word in.
She has,
Like-
and there's other people that want to come up. So,
know-
Riri 1, 2, 3. Say what you got to say,
Yeah.
friend.
So I'm a mom of two. I grew up in a very abusive household where whoopings were a thing. What did it teach me? Absolutely nothing, other than the fact that I didn't want to share anything with my father. I literally just was scared of him. I was scared to listening. That was it. And the only reason I listened and learned, I didn't learn that things were right or wrong. I learned to be scared. And I learned that literally, like, don't do this because, or else you get a spanking, you get thrown down a friggin' flight of stairs. Like, I'm not even kidding. And so now what he has taught me, and I don't talk to him any longer, is to literally not be that way. My son has autism. My daughter has ADHD, and I'm going to tell you, I've never laid a hand on them, and they're doing fantastic. And the reason why is what I'm so sorry. What was your name?
Me?
Yeah,
Gabe.
Gabe.
Yep.
Yeah. So what he said about his grandfather acknowledging him instead of, like, doing whatever else that his parents were doing, it actually made him go, okay, hold on a second. Someone's like hearing me out. Someone is here for me and trying to understand me. And in return, he was able to actually learn the lesson versus being scared to learn the lesson.
I'd like to back Riri up on that and acknowledge every single bit of that as fact. I grew up in an extremely, like I said, a very, very abusive household. My abuse started at 5 years old and was mostly facilitated by my stepmother. I could go into a laundry list of things, but honestly, there's not enough therapy in the world to explain everything that I went through. But 100% of that, being afraid to learn the lesson and being afraid to socialize and engage with your family, that's everything that I learned. My father was there, but he was kind of mentally absent for all of it because my stepmother was just that type of person to push him into that corner. Like, I'm pretty sure he had Stockholm syndrome from the level of abuse that I suffered from her and from him, or that he suffered from her as well, because she was next level psycho even before I was born. And anytime I did literally anything, the first time I got hit, I got smacked across the face and tossed 3 feet because I couldn't tie my shoes at 5 years old. I didn't do it exactly the way that she wanted. No, I am not kidding.
But that's not a spanking, and you can drop down a flight of steps. That's not a spanking.
That was her idea of abuse. There wasn't. The only time I ever got spanked was by my mother for having bad grades in school.
I don't spank for bad grades. I get tutorers.
That's exactly
somebody to tutor the kids for bad grades.
Right, but what I'm saying is, like, it wasn't just for stuff like that. I was technically a good kid, but everybody assumed that I got punished for behavioral issues.
All kids are good.
Because I was disrespectful or because I had behavioral issues or I was too stubborn or this and that and the other thing. People that abuse their children, and I say this as that child, do it from a level of projection of their own lack of self-control issues and a lack of emotional intelligence. They don't have the ability to regulate themselves emotionally or mentally. So then they take it out on the child, because that is the one thing they can abuse, because a child is not seen as a person. A child is seen as an object for them to control. Whenever you have a kid, everybody always says, oh, look, it's a little mini me, or look, it's a little mini you. Oh, I get to dress them up like a little doll, or oh, I get to do this with them and do that with them. It is a pet that you have to change diapers on. That is it. That is the way people most people, let me correct that, because I have met a couple of
don't speak for me, because that ain't how I looked at my
people see
kids.
their children, and that's how they intend to
That sound like
treat.
some white people shit.
Yeah, no offense, because
Everything you described sound like some white people shit.
Yeah,
Like, not you with
Offense
us.
taken, because you know what? I don't
That's
think
fine.
like I
Take the
understand
offenses
what
there.
you guys
It's
are
just showing the
saying
cultural differences. That's all.
No. I'm speaking from somewhere that culturally looks at both platforms. I grew up in southern Miami. I grew up in deep South Georgia, where I was one of 5 YT kids for the entire school.
But
Same
do that
with
make
Miami.
you black?
That doesn't make you black. You don't understand our culture, what we've been through.
through.
What I'm saying
Why does
is,
that matter?
as
It matters
somebody,
a lot on how you raise
I
It
have
matters
a
a lot because we
lifetime
deal with
observing
really
the world around me, and that is what I have seen looking in.
Well, what I'm saying is you're looking in and we're the inside.
Yep.
Looking out. So respectfully, I get what you're saying, but it's a cultural difference. We're not abusing our kids. First
No,
off,
I have a beautiful little daughter, and I would never beat her.
a spanking and abuse is totally different.
Very different.
And abuse is
What's the
totally
difference?
When I was
What is-
getting
yeah, what
ass
is the
whooping,
difference?
my mother explained.
Gabe, come over to my house. I'll teach you the difference.
My mother explained to me before I got that ass whooping, why I was getting that ass whooping, why I got that ass whooping.
Yep.
Respectfully, my mother.
Can I ask
They've only did the same thing to their slaves
Hold
before they beat
on.
them.
But the difference between what the lady down there was talking about and my mother is a spanking is not abuse, because my mother didn't go to the lengths that she went to.
Hell no, not throwing down your kids down a flight of steps.
That comes from hate. My mother spanked my ass out of love. She didn't go to what you.
And then she cried over it.
And guess what? Another thing, how you hate your father and how you hate your mother. Me and my father and my mother got the best relationships.
Yep.
The best relationships. And you know what's crazy about it? I talk to my mama, my daddy every day, like literally every day. They call me every day. Like, and you know what's, I thank them. I love them because I understand what it is to be a black. Like I said, it's a cultural difference. No offense. I get how you raise your kids. It may work for you. How some black people raise their kids in certain classes, it may work for them. But what I'm saying is when you raising, in my case, black kids in a certain area, in a certain system, it got to be certain things that got to be applied because they try to outweigh your authority because of what they see on TV screens, what they see on YouTube, what they see on this and what they see on that. So what I'm saying to you is, I get it, but certain things got to be done in the right way. It got to be authority in the house.
We
talking about spanking our kids off their butt for doing something wrong.
Everybody's gonna mute up. We're gonna stop talking over each other. We're gonna be the adults that we want to see the children turn into, and we're gonna self-regulate, right? We're gonna give everybody a chance to say something. We're gonna let Static go ahead and land her plane, and then we're gonna move on to I Am Awesome. Okay?
Who got next?
Go ahead, Static. Land your plane, sweetheart.
Oh, I'm sorry. You cut out, and I wasn't sure if you called me or not, and now my brain's glitching.
That's okay.
I'm so sorry.
No worries. You want to go ahead and give I Am Awesome?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
We're just taking turns.
I said, if you want to go ahead and give I Am Awesome your turn, that's fine.
Oh yeah, please, yeah, awesome. Have at it. I'll come back to my.
All right.
Back up.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Hi.
Awesome.
I think we need to just, step back, and everyone's like, well, this is how we are. This is how, and I get it. I think there needs to be room given for socialization, cultural differences, places you've grown up. But I think when we talk about raising children and we talk about spanking and all of this, I do consider it abuse personally. And I'll qualify that by saying anything that hurts a child, that brings harm, is outside of the realms of love for me. And if you really love a child, you'll be able to communicate that love. You'll be able to demonstrate it. You don't need force. You don't need to impose your will on the child, because obviously they are smaller than you. They are unable to defend themselves. And of course, you will always have the upper hand. The 100%, there's never going to be a case that child can challenge you until they are able to, by growing older and actually becoming resentful. And it's interesting that somebody said, well, I don't resent my parents, I love them. And I think you have to actually look back at what you consider to be acceptable for you, because everyone has a different threshold for what they will consider a no-no. So if you think spanking was acceptable because you were socialized to accept it and there was nothing wrong with it and your parents were meant to do it, it was part of their job, it was nothing wrong with it, you will never ever see eye to eye to someone who doesn't have that same socialization, that nobody in their vicinity was getting that except them. Because it's like, well, why am I treated differently? Why do my parents inflict harm on me? And I think we have to just look at children and look at them as gentle, tiny little beings that are blank. You know, you need to actually remember that they have nothing, no coding, no nothing in their heads. You're programming these kids. You're putting in what you expect to get out. So if you're inflicting harm, if you're constantly shouting at them, and this is the funny thing, people talk about spanking and they forget the abuse that can be associated with language, how you speak to your child, constantly screaming at them and shouting at them and swearing at them. I recently met a woman and it shocked me to my core. This woman was like almost in her 50s, and I closed the door and she jumped as if something went off and she was like going into fetal position. I was like, oh my God, you okay? And she was like, oh no, I'm fine. And then my sister was like, be very careful around her when you're making noises and stuff. And I was like, why? Because we're just in the house. I've never met this woman. And because of the abuse she's been through as a child, this is the remnants. This is what is left in her, this constant fear of any type of noise, this sudden movement, she's jumpy. So I think you should really consider when you say, I spank my kids 4 or 5 times, why did you need to resort to physical contact with that child? Why could you not explain to them what it is that you needed them to understand? Why did you not have the patience to actually wait for them to understand what you wanted them to understand, instead of thinking, yes, I've now put fear in them? And here's the funny thing, the more you hit a child, the more they become resilient to that violence. So they actually are okay with it, you know? So you're going to have to hit them harder next time just to get the same result, harder and harder and harder. And it just becomes an endless loop. But I genuinely think people should step back and be ready to parent rather than running to physical violence, because you wouldn't do that with an adult who's your size, who's capable of defending themselves. You would try and explain your way out of that disagreement. You would make sure that other person understands you. So give your children the same level of grace that you'd allow an adult to have, because I don't think there's any world that you would allow, actually accept beating or whipping or spanking or any of that nonsense to be acceptable. And when we talk about flogging, it was a criminal punishment. You know, people used to die by that. In the UK, it was actually used, or suicide was used as a weaponized to end flogging, to actually legally end it. And when we look at British colonization and how they used it, they left it in school systems, in educations across the world. So schools were able to go and beat children up, spank them endlessly because they didn't get something right. So I think it is a form of punishment and it should be seen as punishment. And if you love these children, there's no room for hitting them. Absolutely none. But thank you.
Damn, that was a whole sermon.
Am I allowed to rebuttal on that or no? All right. So I think you guys have it mixed up a bit. And from the comments that I'm seeing, everything that's going on here, it's kind of mixed. It is a racial thing to a certain extent. But the thing that me and Marcus are saying is when you spank your children, you're spanking them. You're not hitting them full force. You're not whooping their behind like you're fighting somebody in the street, like Gabe's dad fought him or whoever fought Gabe, or like Riri was almost thrown down the steps, or how Static got messed up or whatever. We're talking about a light correction. In the Bible, it says, spare the rod, spoil the child.
Don't do that. First off, no, it's not.
She had her time uninterrupted, sir, please. Please, I request a quorum. Let's be fair. Let's be fair here. And so, listen, man, I can tell you that I remember the first time I ever hit my kid. The first time that I ever hit my kid, who's now 21, lives by himself, pays his own rent, pays his own bills, all his other stuff. I do additional stuff just because I want to help, because it's just how I am. I am that type of a father, and Gabe knows it, because I help friends and I help my kids. The first time that I hit him, I cried in the corner because I didn't want to hit him. But I got tired of repeating the same shit over and over and over again and trying different venues to teach him that the behavior that he was having was unacceptable and going the wrong way. So when I spanked him on his butt with his diaper on, real simple, it wasn't abuse. Abuse would have been me putting my size 13 foot up his ass. That would have been abuse. Me tapping him ever so gently, like I've tapped his mama in several occasions.
Stop.
You know what I meant, though. Not in an abuse way. I love his mama.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But me doing that to him showed him, he's like, oh, did my dad just put hands on me? Yes, he did. Oh, daddy doesn't like putting hands on me. Daddy gives me everything I want as long as I respect and I follow the rules. You guys are making it seem like parents, because they take the time to go ahead and say, oh, go sit your butt in timeout, and I hit you upside your head and say, go sit down, or I hit you in your butt, that's going to create the next, what are those Spanish guys that killed their parents? Like, that's not how it works. The Menendez brothers, that's not how it works. There needs to be consequences to your actions. Shut up, Gabe, because I suffered the consequences to my actions. Stop looking at me like that. What I'm saying is that as a man of color, I don't have the luxury of time to continuously keep going over the same thing when I have so much to teach my kid on how to defend himself in society, how to conduct himself as a man, and everything else that I have to teach him. Now, I would like to address a quick point. Somebody went ahead and said, well, hey, if your kid does bad in school, is it okay for his teacher to hit him? Absolutely not. No one's allowed to hit my child, because that is my child. I am the one that works 40 plus hours, that has all these gray hairs and has been through the stuff that I've been through to take care of my child.
You have gray hairs. Yeah,
a lot of gray hairs. I am the one that's been through hell and back to make sure that they had food every night, that they had more than just food, had all the toys they wanted, they had love. The same way that I reprimand them is the same way that I love them. And I think that's what you guys aren't understanding. When a parent is forced to go ahead and spank them, it may be sometimes out of frustration. I'll give you that. But it's not out of being violent or being malice. Oh no, you're just trying to, be an asshole about it. No, it's about like, yo, correct yourself. Like, stop. I told my sister one time, stop taking the fork and putting it in the toaster to remove the Eggo. I kept telling my sister over and over and over again, the same shit. She wouldn't listen. That one time she got electrocuted, she stopped doing it. And luckily she lived. I'm not trying to get to an electrocution station with my kid. So I'd rather go ahead and spank him on the butt and tell him to go sit down and take all his devices away and all his shit away, and him be okay or have a better chance of success. Because according to Gabe, the father of 300, we're going to die anyway.
You're calling me dad. It's crazy.
I'm just saying, bro, like, you got to really look at it. What we're saying is different. It is so different. And it's hard being a fucking parent. It is hard being a father. You are coming into being a father. Imagine when you have to be there through the nights where they're teething, or when they have diarrhea and you don't know what to do, or when you're sitting in an ER for 4, 5, 6 hours waiting for them to be seen with a fever and you don't know what to do. Those are emotions and shit that you experience. And when you experience that, it develops that bond between father and child, mother and child. And that's what gives us the authority to be able to say, no, nigga, sit your ass down and stop it. Do you know why I don't lie? People call me an asshole. They're like, you're a fucking asshole, blah, 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 this and that. You know why? Because I tell the truth and I don't lie. You know why I don't lie? When I was 12 years old, I was staying with my aunt. And my uncle, who was a father figure to me, gave me $20. I hadn't seen my mom in about a week. And my mom was sick. She had surgery, so she couldn't take care of all three of us, and I was the oldest. So I went to go stay with my aunt for a couple of weeks. So I go and I meet up with my mom, and my mom go ahead and asks me, I show my mom the $20. And she's like, where did you get that from? I was like, I was making moves on the block. My mom gave me a look like, yo, if I grab you right now with these stitches that I got stitched up, I'm going to tear you up. And I lied to my mom. My uncle, when I got home to my aunt's house, sat with me and said, come here, Joe. And I said, yes. And this is a man that I cried for days when he passed. Because he taught me what it was to be a man and how to grow up and what men are supposed to do. Men are supposed to be there for everything in their children's lives. For their first everything. And he sat there, he said, where did you tell your mother the $20 came from? And I told him. I said, why didn't you tell him that I gave you the $20 for you helping me out and doing all the stuff that you did? I was like, I don't know. Why did you lie? Only people that are scared are the people that lie. And you know what that man did? He never whooped my ass. He ain't never screamed at me, never did nothing. And that day, he said, I love you, but I need you to understand that only scared men lie. And because I know that you're going to lie again and you're not going to listen to this full conversation like this, and he spanked me. He didn't hit me across the face. That's abuse. Smacking the person across the face, that's abuse. He took his hand and spanked me 4 times across my non-having ass, because I don't have an ass, I just have back. It's all back. And spanked me, and I cried. And after I cried, and he let me sit there for a minute, he came and said, you know why I spanked you? I was like, because I lied? He was like, yes, because you lie. And I don't lie like that. I don't lie. Only to Gabe, and that's because it's Gabe. But in reality, these things are done. Shut up. These shit that we do as parents is because we want our kids to be better. The other shit that everybody else was talking about, getting thrown down the stairs, getting smacked up and all that other shit, that's some white people shit. If it's one thing that my mother never did, she always said, you never touch a man in his face. My mom never hit me in my face. She would hit me in my butt. She would hit me in my butt or in the back of the head.
And that's what I'm saying. I ain't never got I ain't never got a whooping butt on my ass until I was 13. Yeah, because I was bad.
Just because you're hitting a different location doesn't mean it's less
hold on. Respectfully, hold on. All these people that's commenting trauma bonding, half of these people don't have relationships with their parents.
Or have kids.
Respectfully. So I really don't care about what they talking about. I'm not talking about you.
But Marquise doesn't.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you, but I'm just saying, like, it just goes to show, like, hey, what your peoples did ain't what my peoples did. What y'all calling trauma bonding and all this extra stuff, all my family's still close. We talk every day. We help each other every day. All I got is family and life. So I don't know what y'all value.
But wait, we're not saying, and I think this is what y'all are really missing. We're not saying that y'all aren't close. We're not saying that y'all don't care about your kids. We're not saying that.
But she said, look at if you accept that type of tolerance or abuse. No, it's not accepting anything. I done wrong and I got told to do the right thing numerous times. Right. And then after not doing the right thing, I got my ass whooped. No, it's not. And then what's crazy? Half of these people, like half of these kids don't be having a lack of authority in front of them. They don't have no leadership or nobody that can that install any. Y'all talking about fear like it's it's a bad thing. Fear keep people alive. They talking about like, I'm looking in these comments, they talking about fear. Oh yeah, your parents.
You kept me alive the 7 years I did in the military.
No, all I'm saying is they saying that your parents, that you're scared of your parents or that you fear your parents. Fear kept people alive. Survival is fear.
So hold on. So, keep that real quick. Hold on. Let me cut you off real quick, please. Yes, fear kept us alive. What y'all are saying, 1000% is correct. Back then, it's 2024. That kept us alive for slavery and Jim Crow. That one unequivocally, it saved our lives. What I'm saying is when we get to a certain level of resistance, of awareness in ourselves as who we are, You can't keep holding on to the same thing because we're holding on to that fear-based mindset, moving into a place where there's more safety.
I'm not saying that we can't evolve. I'm not saying that we can't evolve, but some kids need ass whoopings.
I'm telling you, I've worked with
and me personally,
Babe, is different when it's your child. It is different.
And me personally, when I look at certain kids that shooting, when I look at kids shooting up places and shit, them kids need ass whoopings.
No, they don't. You know, most of them.
If they got ass whoopings when they was young, they wouldn't
got ass whoopings when they was young.
Nah,
So they give violence. That means you need to give them violence. That's what you're saying. I'm saying the lack of authority. I said. Let me explain myself then.
No, I'm saying is the lack of.
If you're asking what I said, right? Okay. So I'm saying, if they act violent, right? Kids act off of modeled behavior.
Right.
So what they do is they model us because their brain is underdeveloped until the age of 25. So they are little sponges and they absorb shit, right? And so what I'm just asking is, like, my one question to both y'all is, like, respectfully, right? I'm trying to hear you out as well. Is, like, your little girl, right? Would you want her to meet a man that's going to lay a hand on her in any way, shape, or form?
The fuck does that got to do with anything? I wish a nigga would. That's different.
That's different.
That is not her parent.
No, because I have a point.
I mean,
I have a
I
point.
didn't punch her in the face.
So
behind.
So the point I'm trying to make is that, for example, my father, right? He didn't always just like do the extreme things. There were spankings, absolutely. But at the same time, it taught me that was an okay way for a male to treat me. And therefore, I've had to go to so much therapy because I've had to literally take myself, unwire my brain from the improper ways that a man should treat me and wire it back to the right way, that a man shouldn't be laying his hands on me. And it's like, that's what, like, I feel like...
should, but it should be in a loving, sexy way, though.
But yeah. And also, I'm not saying, everything that I'm saying is nothing to do with that, or what you talking about.
Hey, Marcus, quick question. Do you have a daughter?
Do I?
Marcus, let me say this real quick, yo. I got a daughter, and I love my daughter Letty to death. Gabriel is a testament to know the kind of father I am with my daughter. I wish a nigga would. Me hitting my daughter, and I've spanked my daughter, and it's hurt me more than her, and I've only hit her twice. Like, literally 2 pops in the butt because she was being a brat. That doesn't teach my daughter that, oh, my dad spanked me on my butt when I was little because I was being a brat, so it's okay for the nigga that I get with to go ahead and beat my ass. That's not how that works. Riri, you were abused. You were abused consistently, and I'm sorry about that. I pray for you.
But we're not going to go. We're not going to go that route.
We're not speaking about abusing our kids. We're speaking about reprimanding them. The same kids that we reprimand are the same kids that run to us when they have boo-boos. They're the same ones that run to us to make them feel better when they're sick. So spanking my daughter is not going to make them...
over each other. Hold on.
Is spanking hidden?
Spanking is hidden, but it's an authoritative hit. What I mean by that is... Let me explain what I mean.
A couple times.
Let me explain what I mean by that is some of these kids that don't get spanked, when they be unruly and they be unjust, thank God that I got whoopers. When I was in class, you know what I think? When I used to see all these kids talking and being bad, I'm not finna come home with a bad progress report and get a whooping.
I wish a cop would.
Come home. They don't have that fear of their parents installed a little bit to understand that they can't be unruly to a certain extent. And I didn't until I got my ass whooped and I understood that, hey, certain things I hear my mama about. I hear my mama in my head. You get what I'm saying? Like, do you like, all right. When them kids after school want to leave and go smoke and do all this extra stuff, hey, nah, I got to go home. My mama.
I ain't trying to get in trouble. That's absolutely correct.
What? My mama would beat the brakes off me if I skip class.
I would like to interject.
like those dogs saved me from a lot of things. Saved me from a lot of
Y'all
survival.
confusing y'all emotional trauma. That's the problem. Y'all confusing getting reprimanded versus getting abused. Y'all got abused.
Hold on, before I mute everybody. Hold on. I just want to point out my experience in childcare, specifically in the school system. The kids who got in the most trouble and had the worst time with like aggression and stuff got their asses beat.
That.
And we're white.
Bad grades, they got their asses beat.
And we're white?
No, they were black. DMS in the middle of the sound I'm not going to tell y'all I live in. God, that's hood. They lived across from Spring Garden. They was in the hood. Them kids come from all over. Either you got the Latino kids that come from impoverished areas, you got the black kids that come from impoverished areas, and white kids that come from impoverished areas. It's a Title I school. And them kids got their asses beat. I know that because they told me, Mr. H, please don't tell, I get my behind beat. They got their asses beat. And guess what? The ones that were fighting, matter of fact, I'll give you the best example I can give you. There was a boy named Trey. Trey was one of the kids that I mentored. Black dude, tall. I knew by looking at him, he's going to grow up to be one of them guys out on the block that's doing whatever. Because he already had that demeanor. I know him and his sister, and I know they got their asses beat at home. I know it unequivocally. One time we were in at a pep rally. It was right before I left the school. It was right before school got out. Homie was trying to go use the bathroom. Saw the whole thing. He pushed on this door. A teacher pushed it back. It landed on his foot. It hurt his foot. He was trying to say, the door is on my foot. Nobody was listening to him. He got heated. He was about to fight a teacher. I saw him. I saw the whole thing. It's loud. He's overstimulated. He's dysregulated. I had to take him out of that the court really quickly, the basketball court. I had to take him away from there real quick, and I had to help him calm down. I co-regulated with him. Because if he had gotten in trouble, I was thinking this is a black kid who's about to put his hands on a white teacher. That's going to negatively impact him. He's going to get his ass beat. He could get put in cuffs. And he had been in trouble with the cops before. No amount of spanking was helping him. It took another person coming in that he respected, that had a relationship with him, that taught him how to do something that could save his life, like self-calming. I don't have to put my hands on a kid to change their behavior. It don't matter if it's my kid or somebody else's kid. I look at the root of the behavior. The behavior is you hurt yourself. You were trying to communicate that. It was a miscommunication. You couldn't be heard. Somebody had to come in.
Yoke up somebody not too long ago.
You said what?
Weren't you trying to yoke up somebody not too long ago?
Don't. Oh, trust and believe. Trust and believe. I have wanted to put my hand on many a kid. Dude, I will never. Hold on, because I will never sit here and lie and act like I don't want to throw some of these kids through a wall. Because I absolutely do on many occasions.
I'm not talking about a kid. I'm talking about adults. Because violence is violence, according to your panel and everybody else.
I don't care about adults. I care about kids.
Oh, so it's different for adults. We can spank adults, but we can't spank kids.
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
And to your point,
because violence is violence, right?
Yes. I don't have. I care if it's adults. I care if it's kids.
Whether it's kids or not, then shouldn't you try to use your effective communication skills with the adults so that you can put your hands on them?
Sometimes I want to hit. It is what it is. You ain't gonna
it is what it is.
That's it. Hold on. Because to what you were saying, hold on.
Speaking to and doing are different.
To what you were saying, you were talking about, and this you kind of just spilled on yourself. You were talking about how, oh dang, thank you so much. You were talking about how, there are times where you're scared about your kid if they're sick, or you're frustrated about something, you're staying up all late at night. You're talking about dysregulation. And I've seen it on the outside looking in so many times, and that gives me an advantage with working with kids, specifically with modifying behaviors, which was my job, because I can see things that you're not going to see because you're the parent. You're going to go to a doctor if your kid is sick because the doctor can see things that you can't, because that's what their job is, right? You're going to trust that the doctor's going to find out what's wrong with your kid. You're going to trust that the teacher knows how to teach your kid. You're going to trust that all of these people who are involved with your child's life can do their job. When I'm telling you, somebody who's an expert in this field, like cooking, you cook your ass off. Cooking. I know childcare. That's what I know.
But that's just what it is. It's child care, not child raising. It's
child care and child raising are.
It is not the same shit.
Hold on. Let me help you out. Because your child, if you're raising your child, are you modifying their behaviors to fit into society?
you're modifying their behavior just so they can live in the environment that they're in. And you're trying to alter their environment around them.
Yes or no?
What happened?
To do that, you have to modify their behavior. Yes or no?
No, I don't try to modify their behavior. I try to make sure that they, you try to modify their behavior to act accordingly, to act the way that they need to. Yeah.
What I do.
Okay, but that's not child raising. You can modify the hamster's behavior, don't mean you're raising a hamster.
If I can modify their behavior without hitting them, I modify the behavior without hitting them.
Correct. So let's agree to disagree that there are two ways to modify the behavior. But sometimes, and it's perfectly fine to spank. Unfortunately, with Riri and the other young lady, I feel bad as shit. My mama never threw me down those steps or did none of that stuff.
That was we talked about the shit that your mama did. Your mama, she also
my mom was a nigga. Yeah, but you don't know how bad I was. I deserved this shit. Like
facts. That's what I be saying.
And that's what y'all not understanding. Like there was shit that I did to test my mom. Like I did shit to test, and I look, when I look at it as a parent now, you can call it slave mentality, you can call it whatever you want to call it. When I look at it as now, and I look back at the shit I did, I was like, damn, I deserve that ass whooping.
So we look back on things now, based on what we did then, with the adult mindset, not understanding that when you're a kid and you do shit, you don't know why you're doing shit other than...
Yes, you do. You're assuming the kids are thinking the way you're thinking now. Remember, the kids thinking now don't think the same they did back in the day.
I knew not to stay out over 9 o'clock. I knew not to stay out before them lights hit. I knew that. That's not something I... Like, what are you saying? I knew...
Because when I can say it, then I'll tell you. What y'all don't understand is that the human mind is impulsive. Of a child is impulsive. Of course we know what the hell we finna do. We're still going to do impulsive stuff. Why? Because the reward of doing what we want to do is going to outweigh the risk of doing something else. However, being an adult, I understand that children think that way. So I make accommodations and modifications to a child's environment to account for that.
See,
that's not the possible thing to do.
That's crazy because my mama wouldn't do that. She don't account for me. I account for her. So what I mean by that is how you just said them impulses and all of that. You know what was in my head? Oh shit, I'm gonna get an ass whooping if I don't go home.
Yep.
Right.
But them impulses that you talking about, after that ass whoop.
He's an adult and he still has those impulses.
Hey, after that, thank you. After that ass whooping, I understood. Hey, yo. Go home. Them impulses, them cease. I want to. I would, bro. I would stay with y'all peer pressure.
And it wasn't impulses. It was you trying your parent.
Oh, Keith, stay. I want you to stay. Come on, peer pressure.
Yeah, stay for a little while longer. You won't get in that much trouble.
I'm going home. My mother.
No other way.
Hold on. What I'm saying. Hold on. Respectfully, my mother in my head. This is in my head. Hey, my mother gonna whoop my ass if I don't get home. And thank God, because half of those kids. Guess what? They didn't land how I land. And my mama always told me, half of the people you see right now gonna be in the same place 10 years later. And she was right.
And they still are.
And what I'm
saying, she had to beat me for it though. I was never afraid to not come in.
But what I'm saying, some kids in certain areas, you know what I'm saying? You probably didn't grow up in certain areas like how I grew up. In certain areas, you be a whole flock of kids at 10, 11 o'clock at night just roaming the streets. And that's not because they parents not parenting them. It's because there's real life situations going on to where their parents can't be there to a certain extent. But what I'm saying is when them kids was out and them kids was doing what they was doing, hey, in my head, I had a conscious belief in my head, like, hey, my mother, when I get home, if I don't get home when those street lights hit, I'm gonna get a whooping. And that saved me from a lot of stuff, a lot of shootings, drive-by shootings, kids getting shot, just being out at night. That saved me from a lot of stuff in my neighborhood. What I'm saying is, in my neighborhood, hey, people was left and right. So to be out after dark is scary for my mother. My mama, you know what's crazy? I'm gonna tell you something. My mama used to call me 3 o'clock in the morning, scared that I got shot. Even since I was a little boy, this is something that she always been scared of. So when you talking about having like a ass whooping to understand something, and she's in this something that she's fearful of her black son out in this certain neighborhood that is a survival neighborhood. What I mean by that is Section 8 crackheads everywhere. It's a survival neighborhood. And when you're in survival mode, hey man, a lot of stuff happens in that type of environment.
And you gotta learn how to react to that shit.
And that's what my mother taught me.
With that 100%. And I've been trying to say that from the very beginning.
Gabe, you've been to my house and you've been on vacations with me and you've seen my kids.
Yeah.
Am I abusive?
No, not that I've seen.
It's a respect thing, is it not?
Sure. Now, I also want to point out, I was hanging out with you at this time before I started working with, when I started working with kids professionally.
But that's what I'm saying, man. Like, the stuff that in order for you to make a correct assumption and say some of the stuff that you guys are saying, you got to compare apples to apples. And necessarily, you can't just say spanking across the boards are bad.
But you've seen where I grew up. You've seen how I lived.
I've seen it, Gabe, but it's not the same. You had a loving grandmother. You had amazing family structure.
Hold on. I've seen both sides of the tracks. I've been in both kinds of households. I've had my mom who tried to just do the talking thing, but also wound up whooping my ass. I also had a very abusive dad. I've had the structure. I've had all of that. I've seen all of that because that was my whole upbringing. I'm black. It don't come off. I was raised in the hood. I was also raised in affluence. I've seen both sides of the tracks. I have worked in black homes, white homes, Latino homes, Asian homes. I've done all of it. Never, and I used to believe in spanking. Back when we were hanging out in college, if you popped your kid in front of me, I didn't really care because that's what I believed. That's how I grew up. Once you heal from that shit, once you heal from that mindset, you can't look at it the same way. It's no longer, I have to do this. You automatically see a litany of different options that you can do instead of putting your hands on a kid. You are a good parent. Marquise is a good parent. I can't take that from y'all. Y'all are out here doing y'all thing. Good job. I'm saying you can be a good parent. You can hit your kids. Both of those things can be a true thing. You can love your kids. You can hit your kids. Yes, clearly you do. What I'm saying is spanking can still be abusive. Spanking can still be detrimental to a child. Spanking can do things like causing precocious puberty, causing extreme gray matter in your limbic system as opposed to your prefrontal cortex. Spanking does not teach as much as you think it is. It's just a reinforcer that we've been led to believe, conditioned to believe that this is the way that you have to do things. I'm trying to tell y'all it's not. Once you see the other side, you see that there are so many different options for working with kids that I don't have to relinquish my authority. I don't have to be overly frustrated and upset about everything. I'm gonna be frustrated either way. I'm not gonna do that. It don't make no sense. But anyway,
I want to see you have a kid.
Hold on, I'm gonna read. There's
we're gonna take a mod break. Break.
Also, I want to rotate everybody.
I'm gonna do my thing or whatever.
Except
That's what I was thinking. All right, we got 187 people in the chat, but somehow we only have 68,000 likes. The math is not mathing. So what we're going to do is we're going to tap the live, share it to a couple of friends. We're having a very spirited debate about whether or not spanking is lazy and abusive. Chef says, no, it is not lazy and abusive. Riri says, get your shit together, stop spanking your kids. Marquise says, no, it is not lazy and abusive. But we're going to find out what Whom says, because she's been sitting there very patiently, very demure, very mindful, very minding her business, very waiting her turn. So, Hume, would you like to come off mute and introduce yourself?
Yes. I got to take off. I just want to say thank you, by the way. I do have to take off, but I want to say thank you, and I appreciate your time, guys.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Okay, so yeah, I'm 23 years old, and I have a 2-year-old, and I've been spanked a number of times, a handful of times by my mom. But I'm very polite. I'm very polite. I don't do anything weird or anything like that. I've never had to be spanked multiple times. But it really did nothing for my character other than, I guess, I'm polite. I'm very, I can't express myself very well. I don't know how to handle my anger and stuff like that very well. I don't even talk to my mom. I don't feel open towards my mom and stuff like that. Like, it didn't help our relationship at all. Like, I do love my mom, but like, it's just distant and like, it's not great. That's pretty much it. So I'm doing the gentle parenting because I don't want to, have that type of relationship that I have with my mother, with my daughter.
That's real.
Yeah. Yeah.
I appreciate you for coming up.
Thank you. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say. Bye.
And if you need any help, I'm at.
All right, Millennial, do you want to go ahead and chime in?
Sure. Thanks. So I kind of have like two main things. And before anybody responds, just let me get all of it out and then you can respond. The first thing is that, I want to start with saying, like, I get that you're saying because some of the abuse that was talked about here was very extreme. It goes beyond just a genuine intention to correct and not just literally not caring about your child. And I do think there is a difference. However, what I'm hearing is that there comes a point in time in which sometimes that's the only response or thing that you can do. And I get that that's because that's what worked for you. But if we were to apply that same principle to literally anything else, it wouldn't really work. Like, for example, if the only way that police could get people to do the right thing was to use force, then we wouldn't be okay with that? And why would we not expect higher from the children we care about? But even on a different level, like if I am a child or a young teenager and I'm consistently wearing very revealing clothes and, my parents are saying, oh, well, if you keep wearing stuff like this, stuff's going to happen. And I don't care. And I keep wearing stuff like that. That same mentality of, oh, well, sometimes you just have to do it. So then would you say, like, if I'm wearing scantily clad stuff, then at some point you might just have to grope me to show me that that might happen if I don't follow what you said? I would think probably not. But it's the same concept. At a certain point, if they're not following what you feel is best for them, then you have to resort to using your hands. And so why would that be different?
It's not the same concept because they don't love each other. That's not from somebody.
No, I'm talking about a parent groping his child to show her that if you keep dressing like this, that's what's going to happen, because that's what's going to happen out in the world.
No parent.
You keep dressing like this, so I'm just gonna grope you. I'm not gonna full out assault you.
That's disrespectful because I don't even know father.
That's disrespectful. That's some white people shit.
Yeah, like I don't even think. I don't even think in those terms. Like that analogy is crazy.
Okay, I'll give you another analogy. We could throw that one out. I'll give you another analogy.
Throw you out.
Wow, that's incredibly disrespectful.
It's okay. I get like that.
It's not okay that
All right,
you get
it's
like
not
that.
okay. Let's go ahead and get on mute and let her have her moment.
I'll give you a different example since you don't like that example. If you love your child, you don't want them to burn themselves, right? And we know that if they get too close to fire, they're going to get burned. But what you're saying is if at some point you just have to beat them, that's the only way to teach them, then would you also be okay with somebody putting their child's hand in a flame and burning them because that's the only way they're going to learn it's hot?
Man, your analogies are not functioning. They're not equating. You're trying to create analogies based on comparing oranges to bananas and bananas to pineapples. That's not how that works. Like, I get a synopsis of what you're trying to say, but it doesn't equate. What you're trying to say doesn't equate at all. I didn't like the first analogy. I thought it was quite disrespectful to come and bring up something like that, especially when Marcus, myself, and the other parents on here, we've pretty much stated that we're pretty decent parents. To even try to bring that, like, I feel disrespected off of that. So when I feel disrespected, I'm going to come with the disrespect. You know what I mean? So
and that's part of your parenting problem right there.
No, I don't have a parenting problem, love. My kids are honor
If you
roll
cannot
students.
remain calm and use your words to communicate when you feel disrespected, and the only way that you have is to clap back with me saying you're going to throw me out, or with your children putting your hands on them.
Ma'am, you just
That's
said
a you problem. That's
you
a
just said that
regulation
if you just stated that if my daughter got dressed inappropriately, right, and I decided I wanted to teach my daughter that that's not appropriate, that I would grope her. What
That's
kind
not
of
what I
white
said.
shit
That is
that?
not
That's
what I
literally-
said.
That is literally the implication of what you implied with your comment. Like that to me, as a
you can make
father,
whatever
is stupid
implications
as
you
fuck.
want, but I chose my words carefully, and
No, you
whatever
didn't.
conclusions you draw from them are not on me. Just because you made that.
But to even thought to think that that's how.
To even think that a parent would do that. What kind of parent would do like we're not
A
those
lot
type
of
of parents.
A lot
That's
of
not
parents.
that's not a good example for you to give a parent. Are you a parent?
Yes.
And you would make a comment like that. Like, come on. Use your brain.
Again, I don't like the implication that I don't have a brain, and I have yet
I didn't imply, I said
I've yet to reduce name calling another person or saying I want to throw them away just because I didn't like what they were saying.
So I'm just control the panel, and I'm gonna bring whoever I want up on this panel when I want to bring them up. The point of this is to have an honorable conversation about something. If you feel disrespected, you can say you feel disrespected. That doesn't mean that we have to engage in ad hominems, making fun of people. Just make the point, because the point is what we're actually looking at.
Right, and you miss your implication.
I know where you
is
live.
not-
Don't play with me.
Pull up.
Gabe, you know you don't want the smoke.
Also, you don't know where I live.
Yes, I do.
You've never been to my house.
Gabe, I've been to every house in the land. You forgot.
You ain't been to my house?
This is now the third time that you've made a comment talking about, like, joking about violence or demeaning another person when they called you out on something.
Ooh.
I'm glad you're keeping track.
I don't have, I mean, this is the third time since I've been on. I'm sure you did it a lot before because patterns exist in behavior. And you've shown a pattern that when you feel demeaned or disrespected or whatever, instead of actually addressing the topic, you go to name calling to try to reduce the other person and make them cower. But I don't cower.
Man, there's nothing to coward. What you stated and the comparison.
What was the point of you telling? What was the point of you saying you should throw me out? I'm a garbage person.
Man, because
what was the point of that?
Who the hell would bring in something like that into an example? Who does that? That's like so disrespectful. Like that's disgusting.
The concept up here as a whole, it to her is just as bad as this.
But
right, the topic is abuse.
No, the topic is spanking is lazy and abusive. We're saying
and what is the root word? What is the root word of
isn't
abusive?
necessarily it's part of the arsenal. Plain and simple.
What is the root word of abusive?
I'm saying that spanking is not abusive. I'm saying that spanking can be used to correct the child in certain instances. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm abusing my child. Y'all saying just because I hit my child that I'm abusing my child. Okay, if that's how y'all feel, y'all raise your kids how y'all raise your kids. I respect it. But what I'm saying is, yeah, if I tell my child over and over again about the same thing, I'm going to correct that. Respectfully.
For me,
okay,
the fact that y'all keep saying, hold on, Millennium, give me just 1 second. Let me chime in here. I've been pretty quiet. It's the fact that y'all keep saying, if I say over and over and over and over and over again, well, if you're doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, that doesn't make very much sense. So where is the mediation between I've said something, I've repeated myself, and now I'm whooping your ass? Like, where are the parenting skills that come in between those two actions?
It was a lot. Okay, in the beginning, I literally said, hey, the corner, you can go to the corner. The corner don't work. After that corner, hey, we done already talked about the problem before you went to the corner, first off. Before that even, we done already established that this was a problem. We done already established why the problem happened. We done established what you did. We done established what the consequences is.
Mm-hmm. And you still not gave a fuck.
What are you learning in the corner?
What are you learning in the corner? That hey, it's consequences to not following order in law, in reality, in this system.
No. How are they learning to not do that same infraction if you're not teaching them because they're in a corner?
What? No, we didn't already talked about. We didn't already solve the problem before they got in the corner. This is the consequences of doing that.
All right. So what besides the corner can you come up with, Marquise?
What'd you say?
Anything besides the corner. So you've said something now, you've repeated yourself, and now they're in a corner. Anything besides the corner before we get to your ass
Oh
whooping?
no. Before the corner, the kid was told not to do that in the first place and explain why not to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Before the corner, y'all not getting that. I don't know how y'all parenting was, but my parenting was, hey, they explained it once, communication wise, and they explained why not to do that communication wise. After that, if you done it again, that's the corner. After that, if you done it again, that's an ass whooping. I excuse my French, but
Okay. Can I ask a question? A genuine question?
Oh no.
Because earlier it was taught, I don't remember who exactly it was, but was saying that she fosters kids so she can't beat them. And Gabe says that, you know, he was working with people but he couldn't beat them. But my question is, if you love your children, I understand that there could be two ways to get the behavior modification, but if you love your children and there is a way that doesn't involve hitting them, why is hitting them the more loving thing to do?
It's not about being the more loving thing to do. As a parent, you have certain tools in your arsenal. The first tool that you have is being able to verbally communicate with your child and say, listen, please stop and don't do that. And then on top of telling them, please stop and don't do that, you have to go ahead and assess whether the child actually understands what they're doing, why they're doing it, why they shouldn't be doing it, and why it's irking the shit out of their father or mother. After you establish that and the kid did it again, you're like, okay, well, I already gave you your first warning. I'm giving you your second warning. Now they did it a third time. So at the third time, now you're pissed because you've had to address the situation twice. You said the who, what, when, where, and why. And now you sit the child in the corner and you pull their devices away and take their stuff away. And now they're on timeout. And now as
But
they
you
sit there on
also
timeout,
taught
hold on a
them-
second, I'm answering. Hold on, please, respectfully. So now he's sitting in the corner and I've explained to him 3 times what happened. He gets up from the timeout and now he decides to try it again because there are kids that will just do shit to test you, to see how far they can get away. I was
And you've allowed them.
So, Chef,
Because
hold
you
on,
just
hold
said
on.
that you tell them.
Hold on. So, Chef, now you put the child in the corner. You remove the device from the child, right?
Mm-hmm.
You put the child in the corner. So apparently, timeout is over. I'm assuming you have handed this device back to the child.
Oh no, the device
So
is
now
gone for the day. When I take it away, it's gone for the day.
Okay, so now let's do some thinking cap here, right? You know that child loves that device. That device is a preferred item, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in order for you to get this
Plus a
device
smash
back,
it.
30 minutes before you can have the device for 30 minutes before you go to bed. For the rest of the day, I don't want to see this particular thing from you. This particular behavior, I don't need to see it from you. If I don't see it from you, like I said, 30 minutes before bed, you can have your device. If
Man,
I
that
do
doesn't
see it,
work with every
I'm still
child.
speaking, Sheriff. If I do see that behavior from you, okay, cool, you won't get it again tomorrow. Right? There are things that can be implemented in order to get the children into the habit of displaying good behavior. It does not have to be an ass whooping, is what we're saying. And that's why we're calling it lazy, because what I'm talking about, that takes consistency, right? What you're talking about is a quote unquote quick fix.
How many hours do you work a day?
Real quick question. How
How
is
many
that a quick
hours do I
fix?
work a day?
Yeah, how many
No,
hours do you work a day?
no, let's not
I
go there, brother. Listen, I
No,
know
I'm saying how many hours do you work a day? What do you do in your day in the time span? There's only but 24 hours in a day. I need to be able to get my point across. You guys are making the same, like, and the messed up thing about it is that I've seen kids get abused. I've had them in my home and opened my home to them. I put them up in hotels. I paid for them to go to college. I done paid for them to get their GED. People that I didn't even know that just saw real abuse. And I think the problem is that you guys are confusing real abuse with just a simple spanking. We're not talking about, I told you not to, bang, 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 you hitting them on every syllable. We're not talking about those type of spanking. We're talking about, yo, tap, tap, please go sit down. Real simple.
You know,
like I said, and that's just one of the tools in our arsenal. I am not going, if I already took something away from my kid, like you said, and I've done what you said in terms of the patience and, all right, if I see it again, blah, blah, blah. But what happens when that child does it again? And then that child tests you again, and they keep testing you. You got to understand that not every kid on this earth is the same, and not every person is the same. Not every character is the same. The same way there are strong-headed character people, there are strong-headed character children, and they have to be dealt with swiftly and correctly. There's rules, there's regulations, but as long as you treat them correctly, you show them that you praise and love them the same way that you reprimand them, and you show them that when you reprimand them, you're not reprimanding them necessarily to hurt them. You're doing it so they get a point across. And my kids, I done hit my 15-year-old, I spanked him in the butt the other day. I was like, yo, move, pop. He was like, really? Like, it's not even to the point that they cry. They're more scared at the fact that they saw you upset and that you went to go ahead and hit them on their butt than anything else. Everyone that tried to go ahead and compare what me and Marcus was speaking about was talking about their father throwing them down the steps, about getting slapped across the room. We don't do that kind of shit. That's not how we parent. Can spanking be lazy? Yes, spanking can be lazy and abusive if that is the first tool that you go to automatically in your arsenal. But when you've tried multiple tools and then you decide, oh, well, you know what? I'm going to go to this one real quick. Pop, please go sit down. Stop doing this. Stop throwing micro machines at the TV. That's not funny.
Okay, hold on real quick. Hold on. Because, again, I have, how many people down here? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people who are waiting to hop in. I love the discourse, but I want to rotate some people out so we can get more people in. Also, we haven't heard from 2 people. We haven't heard from Amanda.
Amanda's up first.
Amanda.
And then above it all.
So can we, Joelle, can I have you drop down? Marquise, can I have you drop down? I'm going to bring some other people in. Please stick around. Don't leave, because I might bring y'all up again. But I just wanted to rotate so we can have some other people up real quick.
Hey, well, I enjoy talking to y'all. I appreciate y'all opinion and conversation. So yeah,
absolutely. Now look, I want y'all to know, Black fathers who are in the household, the first thing is presence. I'm glad that y'all are there. I still want y'all to stick around on this live and watch, because like I said, I might want y'all to come back up here. But no, I do appreciate y'all as Black men taking care of your kids. That's 1000% above everything else.
I appreciate you having me come up here, but like I said, yo, I stand by where I'm at. I raised my brother and my sister. My sons are doing good, and I got boys and 1 daughter, so my method is proven, and they know that I love them more than anything. So it is what it is. I appreciate it.
It's all right. I'll fight you later.
Have a good one.
All right, man.
I kind of wish you were still here, but it's okay that they're not. I don't know if they're still in the chat here, but a couple questions I have for like those of you that are struggling with spanking and back and forth on what you want to do is these are questions that like my husband was not on board with not spanking, and I was spanked my entire life all the way up till I was 18 years old. Like it didn't matter what age I was, if I was a baby or till I was 18, I was spanked. So I do know that like you are saying, like they said, oh, it's not abuse or it is abuse. That opinion for me, I mean, really I think really the true questions are far and beyond just, is it abuse or is it not abuse? You have to ask yourself some of the other questions is, have you educated yourself in other types of discipline? How many tools do you have? Because if you just have the spanking, I don't feel like you can have a good conversation on this if you've only educated yourself in spanking. And have you educated yourself in how the child's brain develops? If you haven't, you aren't you're going to keep believing the same thing on what spanking should be or what it shouldn't be, because really it comes down to, are you willing to educate yourself? Are you willing to put in the time to get more education to see and become a better parent that you could be? And maybe you put in that education and you still decide spanking is what you want to do. That's completely up to you. But for me, if you haven't educated yourself in those things, then you are not only holding yourself back, but you're holding your children back. Because either way, whether you decide to keep spanking or not, you need to understand how your child's brain develops so that you can better understand what they need and how to help them. And I know some of the things that Chef, I don't remember what his actual name was, but some of the things that he said was, you have certain tools and you use them. And that goes right back to it. If you only have certain tools, you're going to use those certain tools. If you haven't educated yourself in other tools, that's what you're going to use. So it's really, it comes down to your choice, right? If you choose that you want to explore additional tools, is really how you're going to see if those tools are better or not, right? And the other thing he says is, when I gave them a look, they don't do it. Like, they know, like, if I look at them, like, oh, you better knock that off kind of thing. And I had that growing up so much. You got that look, you knew to knock it off. And it wasn't because you were being taught that it was bad. It was because you were scared. And that's, to me, that's what spanking is. It's not enforcing them or teaching them how to be better or what not to do. It's not educating them on why it's not appropriate or why it could hurt them. All it's doing is teaching them, if I do this again, I'm going to get spanked. I don't want to be spanked, but I have no idea why this isn't something I should do, why it's dangerous, why it's, why it could hurt someone else. I just know that, and even if you tell them, hey, this is why, I promise you, they're not going to remember the why. They're only going to remember why you hit them. And that's it. It's not educating them any. It's just putting fear in their minds, fear in their eyes, and they're just going to fear you. And he also said, you have to praise them the same way that you're reprimanding them. How are you praising them and reprimanding them the same? You're going to spank them when you're praising them too? Because that's what that is. Where with other additional tools, when you're educating them and you're loving them, you're communicating with them and you're allowing them to communicate with you, that's praising them and reprimanding them in the same way, because both ways they are allowed communication and both ways they are shown why versus just my way or the highway. But that's my opinion. I can only say what I've learned. And like I said, it comes down to education. It comes down to what you choose to do. And it comes down to if you're willing to look at different ways, or if you're kind of just like, I'm going to do what I want to do. And I don't have any other choice, my way or the highway is what I heard all the time growing up. There was no choice. There was no, this is why you shouldn't do this. There was no explanation. It was, I'm right, you're wrong. And you know what? I didn't learn why those things were important or why they weren't good to do. I just learned that if I did them, I was going to get hurt, right? I was going to get hit. And you can say like, they're not getting hurt or hit, they're getting spanked, but that's still hit. That's still hurt. You're still inflicting abuse. You're still inflicting pain. That's all that their brain is going to correlate and regulate with what you're doing. It's not actually their brain learning or growing. It's their brain going into fear and shutting down. But
it's a survival mode for sure.
Yep,
Above it
survival
all,
mode.
it's on you. Your turn, Mama. You can go ahead and come off mute.
Well, I was hoping to talk to Chef Padilla a little bit, ask him some
He's still
questions.
here. I can bring him up in a bit if you want to stick around. I just wanted to get through all of my queue because it's such a queue.
Oh, I gotcha. Amanda, I just have a quick question for you. Or you touched on some important things. I know Chef Padilla was talking about his kids and like you talked about like the look that he would give them. And he was mentioning things about like if your parents upset and things like that. And I think that's an important thing. That's not a small detail. It's actually a big detail, because what we're describing here is kids are not only in those situations not able to regulate their own emotions, they're literally being trained to regulate their behavior because of their parents' emotions. Because if, dad or mom's mad at me, I have to do this. It's making me feel responsible for their emotional reactions and their emotional state. This creates things later in life like being a people pleaser, being super overtly submissive because you don't want to upset anybody. It's actually very detrimental, and it doesn't allow you to like use your voice and speak up. It makes you feel like you don't matter and things like that. But because I'm sure.
All right, above it all, it's your turn, Mama. Go ahead and come off mute.
Oh, sorry. What's that?
I'm going once.
I'm happy with this.
Going twice. Sold. I believe Lisa was next. Oh, above it all, she is off mute.
Oh,
Yay.
hello. How y'all doing?
Hey, friend.
Hey, I'm so glad you're on here and giving us this platform to speak. So first and foremost, I want to say thank you. I appreciate you. I always believe in going to communication first and foremost, because that is what the kids need. They need us to teach them and guide them through the mistake that they made. Another thing is that I don't think that kids are malicious in the way where they're testing boundaries and trying to see, what they can get away with, right? This is their developmental process. They have to make these mistakes in order to learn. If they didn't make the mistakes, they wouldn't learn, right? So then as a parent, that's where we step in and we have to think, okay, well, what caused my child to do this in the first place? What led up to this decision that they made, right? And it's a process. So sometimes you're going to have to repeat it. Sometimes you are going to have to repeat what you say, because they do forget. They have a tendency to forget, not on purpose, but because naturally kids want to do what's more fun in the first place, right? So communicate with your kids and take it step by step. Let them know like the consequences of the decisions that they made, like what can go wrong because they made that choice. If you tell them you want them off the game and they don't get off the game right away, I'm not about to spank them. I'm going to say, hey, this is why you should listen to me, because time is important, right? So if you're still in the game and you're playing the game and I tell you to get off the game, then you're wasting our time to go and do this. So next time, please, when I tell you to turn off the game right away, please do that, right? And it's going to be a repetitive process, right? But eventually the kids are going to get it. It's going to stick to their head, because it's just like muscle memory in an athlete, right? Our brain needs to be developed just like muscle memory when you're playing basketball or doing any other kind of sport. And it takes that repetitive process. So that's where we also need to be patient.
That's real.
Amen. And when we're focusing on the negative part of that, like, oh, you're going to lose it. You lost it for the whole day. You lost it for the whole month. We're not reinforcing them wanting to have it or giving them an opportunity. Like, we need to rephrase our responses like, hey, I noticed you're not listening, you're not getting off when I tell you the first time, and ask the kid a question, because that makes them use their brain and think about it instead of just being, yelled at or scolded or whatever. Saying,
Yes.
hey, what do we do if we want to use the tablet? What's the expectation? What's the rule? What's the requirement? Oh, we have to, get off when we're told to. Exactly. So can you show me that? And then, of course, if they don't, that's a natural consequence to lose that privilege for a certain amount of time. But you can reinforce it the next time. Like, hey, remember, what do we do? Like, what do we expected to do to get the tablet? Yeah, when that timer goes off, you got to get off, right? Yeah, okay. And then that teaches them, I'm able to have it. This is how I have it. There's the focus on the helping and the guidance for the behavior we want, rather than the focus on the like, gone, you lost it, you lost it, you lost it. All just that more negative approach to it. So.
And can I touch on what you
It's
just
funny.
said? Because I love that. I love exactly what you just said. Because allowing them to do that is actually teaching them how to be a leader. You have to allow your child to understand the very mistake that they made and process it as a decision for the future. Am I going to make this decision or not? Here's the consequences, and here's the rewards that could happen based on under the decision that you make. So you want to teach your child to be able to make those decisions on their own. It's going to be really hard when you're spanking them and hitting them all the time, and now they're fearing. They don't have the confidence to make a decision now because they're scared. They don't know what's going to happen.
They're reacting out of fear instead of.
Can I say something? I've been putting this in the comments for a long time because I've been in the chat, in the comments for a long time. And I hear the guy on the right-hand side was talking about parents' emotion and all that other stuff. And someone was like eating their child and stuff like that. It is simple. A kid brain not fully developed until they're 13 years old. You can explain to your kid what they're doing wrong, but if you don't practice and recorrect those behavior, they're not gonna learn. You know what I mean? So basically what I think, how I do my kids, right? I put them on timeout, and when their timeout is finished, I explain to them why they're on timeout, and then I practice what to do next time to recorrect that behavior. And you do that over and over and over, and the muscle memory come together and said, okay, well, I can't do this. You know what I mean? If I'm going to do it this way, here's the consequences. Let me try the way that I practice it with my dad or with my mom. You have to teach them how to practice it. You can't just like, go to your room, you know what I mean? And then get out of the room and say, well, you hurt me because, but no, you have to practice those behavior. And that's what's going to make a kid learn. And I hear one of you guys said, practice those behavior, redirect those bad behavior into good behaviors. And that's the most important part.
Real quick, so I messed up, y'all. This layout won't let you see what's up here. And so because of that, I have views dropping. So I want to switch it back. However, I have to drop 2 people because of what layout won't let me take 8 people. So
above it all, did you finish? Did you land your plane, baby girl?
I did. I don't mind letting someone else take a turn. I really appreciate y'all.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate you and being the cycle breaker.
Thank you.
I see your efforts.
And we don't use the I statement, I feel statement. I feel when you don't listen to me, you know what I mean? We have to use those statements. I don't believe in eating the kid at all. Eating the kid, they're going to think is normal. They're going to think is a part of their social genetics. So now they're going to go to school and they're going to start hitting people, and they're going to think it's normal to hit people because that's what we do. As soon as we get mad, we hit them. It's just like if you tell a person that they ain't going to be nothing because you ain't nothing, pretty soon that person is going to mentally believe that they ain't nothing, and they're going to just act like they ain't nothing. I mean, it's just my opinion.
You're not wrong.
Chef Padilla, I see your comment when you said, you're saying what happened is y'all got your ass beat and got soft. I accept that you understand what happened to us. That's cool. But at the same time, you don't know the amount of violence that it has caused me to be this gentle. So I'll just leave it at that.
We got Lisa up next.
Yes.
She's been waiting very patiently.
And I also believe that as a parent, you should always be able to control your emotion when it comes to your kid. You know what I mean? And if you can't control your emotion, and control the temperature of the room, you don't need to have kids, because you're supposed to be able to control that emotion and know that they're just a kid. They're not an adult. They're not a teenager.
Exactly.
All right, Lisa, go ahead, baby.
Hello, thank you for having me here. To the first statement that is made, is spanking lazy? I do not know if it's lazy per se, because some people go to very extreme length to get to, spanking their kid. They will count how many bad things they've done. They will, I come from an African household. People sometimes go to very, very, they put in effort into this. So I don't know. But it is absolutely abusive. And even if that's not your intentions, most of the time, that's what is, that's what happens in the end of the day, because like my mother, she is more so what Americans would call a gentle parenter. If you've done something wrong, she'll sit you down, she'll let you know, why what you did is wrong and this and that and that. I have very little memory of her using her hands on me. My father, on the other hand, he's the exact opposite. And he put so much work into all this. He would count how many things you've done wrong and all these things. And like you guys were saying, giving you a look in public. That is not a look of, oh, change your behavior. That is, if you don't change it, when you get home, I have a beautiful present for you. So I don't think it's really all that, amazing when people say, oh, I can look at, them and they'll fix their behavior. No, you're just looking at them and letting them know if they don't correct it, it's going to be a wild ride. So I do feel like it does turn into abuse, especially because for me, I got more resilient because they were saying, oh, don't hit them in the face or things like that. Yeah, but like if it's on my hand, eventually I'm going to keep increasing the level of pain I can tolerate. Just because they're not crying, that doesn't mean they can't feel the pain. It just means over and over they're increasing the level of pain they can tolerate. That is not okay. No parents should feel like that is a good environment to foster their child in. If they done something wrong, just let them know, especially when they're super, super young, or like the chef that was talking, their child was in their diaper and they tap. Don't tap a kid in their diaper. If they're in their diaper, they are way too young for any of those quote unquote discipline of any type. Absolutely not.
Imagine getting popped before you have gross motor skills.
That's so young.
Baby can barely walk straight, can't hold on, can't pinch a pencil, but hitting a pop. Like, what are we doing?
Exactly.
And a baby will tell you exactly what they need because a baby will cry. If a baby is wet, they will cry. If a baby is hungry, a baby is cry. You know what I mean? It's up to you as a parent to figure out, to do your problem solving, to go from step one. Let me check the diaper. Okay, the diaper is dry. Maybe you need a shower. Give him a shower. No, maybe you need to eat. And then you will finally calm the kids them down, right? So basically, I believe that a kid react out of emotion and a kid have these feelings that they don't know what these feelings are, right? So they act out of feelings, out of emotion that they can't understand. And if we suppress those feelings, you know what I mean, it's not, we're not going to let these kids express their feelings. You know what I mean? So we, as a parents, we need to recognize those traits and those feelings and correct those feelings because it's okay to cry. It's okay to be upset. But if the kid is upset and you don't tell the kids what to do, to correct those feelings when they're upset. Hey, you're upset. Next time, let's try it this way. Instead of throwing the toy in my wall, come to me and try it this way. And then you practice with him and let him try do it. You know what I'm saying? And we don't do that.
Yeah.
That's what my parents used to do.
Lisa, did you land your plane or do you have something else you wanted to add, sweetie?
Other than, there was another guy, I forgot his name. He was talking about how he used to come back home on time in the evening. Yeah, Marquise.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like you should teach your child the proper reasoning why they should come home on time instead of they will get whooping. Because one day they're going to grow up and they're not afraid of it anymore, Sometimes, especially like young black men, they grow up to be tall and strong. And you as a mom, your only reasoning cannot be because I will whoop your ass. They need to know a good reason why they need to return home because I need you safe. I need you here with me. I care about your safety. Yeah.
The safety. That's it.
All right, hold on. So my friend keeps texting me and calling me and now making comments, right? And apparently I haven't been doing my job as a mod, right? And we keep talking about how as parents, We have to set the standard for the behaviors that we want to see. I'm going to tell you right now, the behavior that I need to see from the 108 people that are in this live is for you to tap the goddamn screen. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to set a standard, right? Y'all like these comments, they're just rolling. They just scrolling. They keep going. They don't stop, but they will stop. If we can't make it to 100K, so this man can stop texting my phone. Thank you.
Love you.
Tap, tap, tap that screen, y'all.
That's too damn bad. You keep digging. You keep tapping. She know who I'm talking about. She know who I'm talking to. Okay, now I can switch to this. Okay, now can y'all see it? Okay. Padilla, I'm gonna put you back on as soon as the next person drops. I got you. Even though they're still lined up, I wanted you to give you a chance to respond. I see everybody else in the thing. I'm gonna give everybody a turn. I'm trying to rotate people. I promise.
You're doing great, Gabe. We appreciate you.
Share this live. Send a whole bunch of likes and all of that jazz here. Who's next? Water Grass. Who's next?
I forgot I work here. Okay. We're going to go ahead and let Ruthie come off of mute, and she's going to share, how Chef traumatized her. Ruthie?
Actually, I think Chef is getting way too much hate. And hear me out on this. Growing up, I was disciplined by spankings via a ping pong paddle. Like, that was hanging up on the wall. And I say discipline because I don't believe I was abused. And it's not because, her mentality, they've made her believe. No, I don't believe I was abused. My parents were loving, gave me everything I needed. I had a wonderful childhood. But yes, I was disciplined. I have decided to try and raise my kids differently. Have my kids gotten spanked? Yes. But what we use in our house is problem solve. Okay, I'm busy doing the dishes. My son comes, he wants more to drink. I say, you're going to have to give me a minute. He throws his cup. Okay. Instantly, some people may be like, okay, that deserves a spanking. So I turn to him and I say, why did you throw your cup? He wanted a drink. Okay, what do you think in that situation that you could have done differently? Well, maybe I could have put my cup on the counter and wait. So I'm on the fence because yes, I was spanked and disciplined, and yes, I have used spankings when the situation is warranted, but also every single kid is different. You can't raise every single kid with just gentle parenting. You can't raise every single kid with just spankings. So it definitely all depends on the child. Because now I have a 15-year-old who I have spanked as well as tried to communicate. And when she gets mouthy and cocky with me and I tell her to go to her room, she straight up tells me no. And in that situation, I'm like, okay, why do you feel like you don't need to go to your room? And she's like, well, I didn't do anything. Okay, but here's what you did. So you need to go to your room. So it's like I'm on the fence. Obviously, I'm not going to spank my 15-year-old. And I believe it was Amanda who said that she was spanked until she was 18. That was a little bit much. I didn't get spanked I got stopped. My spanking stopped when I was like, I don't know, I want to say like 10, 11, sometime around there. Like there's a certain age where it's, just no. But like at that point in time with my 15-year-old, what do I do?
So with your 15-year-old, you said she was getting mouthy with you?
Yes.
I tell kids to try again because here's how I look at it. Adults are going to get mouthy with us. We can't fight adults. We can't beat adults. We can. There's no point. And your daughter is at the age now where she's going to get out into the real world, where she's going to be talking to people. A lot of times kids do not recognize the way we think they do that they're being disrespectful, or it's too impulsive for them to stop it. Sounds crazy. I literally work with like middle school and high school. They do it all the time. They love me. They respect me. I'm a safe space for kids. They also know that I can't talk to Mr. H any type of way because he'll check them and then make them try again. The best thing I do, especially if you're talking about problem solving, is, hey, do I talk to you that way? What you said was disrespectful. What's another way that you can communicate your frustration? Or do you need a couple minutes to calm down and then we can come talk about this a different time? I'm not going to get mad at you because you talk crazy to me. I'm going to be respectful to you, even though you're disrespectful to me. However, I'm going to teach you what disrespect looks like. I'm going to model what respect looks like in the midst of disrespect, and we're going to practice how to do it. I'm going to completely redirect you because she could be mouthy at you for something that has nothing to do with you. It could just be how bad the day was. The consequence is I'm going to redirect it. I'm not going to have to give you. Now, if she come in the house talking about some, you stupid fat other mother, then okay, that's a different conversation that we finna have. That is going to be, I need to go take a drive because if I don't, I'm probably going to throw you. You know what I'm saying? And then when I come back, we're going to have some serious conversations, and I might hurt your feelings, but
like we are working on like our relationship because like she's had a rough because her biological dad's no longer in the picture. My husband now has actually adopted her. Like she's in therapy and I'm in therapy because I believe adults need to learn how to regulate their emotions. I had her when I was 20. I was young. So she's my first kid. So I'm growing with her. So I'm going to sit here and fully admit I have to learn how to regulate my emotions. So I've been in therapy for 2 years. And it's not because I got disciplined when I was little that I got to learn to regulate my emotions. No, society, you just got to learn. Society changes, so you have to learn with it. So I am trying to learn and grow with her, but it's difficult.
Hey, Ruthie, I got a question for you. When you said your daughter's 15?
Yes.
Okay, so that one example you were talking about where she's getting mouthy, and I'm guessing she was probably spanked multiple times before that specific incident, correct?
I wouldn't say a lot because I do try the problem solving.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, she it's happened to her, and I'm not like trying to judge her. It's happened to her, so she knew it's happened to her, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what I think is, again, every situation's different, every kid is unique, but I'm guessing she was dealing with something and she was trying, maybe she had something going on in her world. She maybe was struggling with something, and maybe it didn't feel safe to open up to you about it because she knows if she's perceived as a problem, that she knows that has happened to her. And so since she in that moment didn't know how to ask for help per se, she just kind of lashed out in that emotional state. And like Gabe was kind of saying, even when we get those responses, because we're all human, we all kind of, snap here and there in our own ways. I think the most important thing a child needs is, number one, safety, and also to be seen and heard. And so sometimes in those situations, if we just look them in the eye, not in like an aggressive way, but just look them in the eye and be like, hey, do you need something? That sometimes just that can diffuse the entire situation. It can cause them to sense that sense of safety, which would cause them to open up and to be more willing to, like you said, focus on problem solving and everything, because it helps her feel connected to you, because there has to be safety and connection to navigate conflict and get through those things. So
I feel like y'all are giving me better therapy than what my therapist has given me. not disrespecting my therapist, but like, I don't know, just hearing it from actual other parents, it's definitely, eye-opening.
Yeah, because I'm going to share a quick example from my childhood. I don't remember this at all. My mom told me this example that she learned even from her day. So back in the day, I was a kid, toddler probably, I don't know how old, somewhere 5, maybe 6, I don't know. And she said that I got on a chair, was trying to get into the fridge or freezer over and over. And she kept telling me no. And I kept doing it. And so she spanked me, and I kept doing it. And so she spanked me. And that's the other thing. It's like, well, where do you go if spanking's your quote unquote toolkit? You just spank harder, right? That's the only thing. You got to do it harder, because you just keep doing it. And so she kept doing it harder. And then she realized I could spank this kid black and blue and he's not going to listen to me. And so she looked at me and she said, hey, do you need a hug? And she said, my face just changed, and I went in and hugged her, and I started crying. Again, I don't remember this, but she realized this kid just needed me. He didn't understand how to communicate it, and the whole situation diffused in that moment. And some people want to get on that little like tough, oh, no, you better do what I say. I'm the boss here. They have that power dynamic and they want to assert that power. You better listen to me. I'm going to spank you. I'm going to beat that, but you know, and then it just keeps it going and you get nowhere. But once you're like, whoa, hold up. Let's pause it for a second. What's the root issue here? It changes everything.
See, there was one example that came to my head when she was probably like 5. We had like one of those stand-up fans and it was going and she kept trying to touch the fan and stick her finger in the fan. I'm like, don't do that. And she wasn't listening. So eventually I'm just like, all right, go ahead, see what happens. I'm going to tell you, she's never stuck her finger in a fan again.
Natural consequences.
Well, that would be more like the natural consequence type of a thing. Yeah.
Okay. So how do you know when you're dealing with a natural consequence versus a different consequence? Like the one girl was talking about.
You have to make, and the other happens naturally. So if you're telling a kid, hey, don't run by the pool, and the kid slips as a result of running by the pool, that's a natural consequence, right?
Yeah, the parent didn't do anything
Stop
wrong.
the child, right? That's an artificial consequence because you had to intervene in order to bring the consequence about.
Okay. And I saw a comment that somebody said that the fan needed to be moved. Come on.
Did she die?
She did not die. And it was like, it was a plastic fan. Like, move the fan. Like, it was a hot summer, okay? I'm from Mississippi. Like, it was a hot summer. That fan wasn't going anywhere but in front of us.
And hey, Ruthie, there's another component I want to cover if that's okay with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it might help other people in here in the chat too. So there's one huge thing here that I've talked to other people about, not in this live specifically. So your 15-year-old daughter, because it's important to realize what we're actually teaching our kids when we're spanking or hitting them, even if we don't realize it. And it can have like long-lasting effects throughout the rest of their life, including their partnerships, their romantic, partnerships in the future. Because I have a friend who they work with a DV. Do you know what I mean when I say DV?
Domestic violence.
Yeah, we can't say that on here, but yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They help in a DV nonprofit where they help a lot of people and families get safe and get out of harmful situations. And a lot of their clients are women. And so what we don't realize is in these situations when we're using violence in any way, even spanking, because that's still an act of violence, we're teaching our children, because I think it was Marquise who was in here saying, well, it's different because like it's through love or I love you. But that's the problem, is because now we're conditioning our kids, hey, love equals I hurt you. And that teaches these kids to think, if I upset my parents or my partner, if they hurt me, I deserved it. Love is getting hurt by them, physically hurt, verbally hurt, whatever kind of hurt, that conditions them to think this is okay. First of all, that it's okay, it's acceptable because my parents did it to me, and that it's deserved because this is how love looks, is that when they don't like something I do, they hurt me, they get physical, and that's love. And so it's like a distorted view of what love is. And I have talked to survivors of DV, and I've had this almost exact conversation about this, and they started crying like, you have no idea how much that hit for me, because my dad did that, and I was with a person in a relationship, and that, like, you're describing exactly what was going on. I didn't even know what it was in that moment, And that's another thing here, is we're normalizing that violent, I don't like what you did, so I'm going to use violence, and it carries into relationships later.
Yeah, and I'm actually a DV survivor. Like, that's the situation I pulled my daughter from her biological dad. So I completely understand everything that you're talking about.
Yeah. So I just wanted to cover that too, because there's a strong connection that people don't understand they're making, even with spanking, where I'm going to physically hurt you because I love you. That is severely damaging to their brain as they develop and what it does to them later in life. So
Nah, Janelle, don't tell him to tap the screen now. I'm finna turn off the comments, and I don't know how to turn them back on. It's too late. I set a standard, right? I told you what I needed from you, right? I did not get what I needed from you, and now I'm about to turn off these comments, and I do not know how to turn them back on.
I do. Or you just
I
pretend like you
don't
can
work
and
here,
it'll come back on.
okay?
Well, I do want to give another chance for somebody to jump on here. I appreciate
Well,
all
hold
of
on.
the
Before
insight.
you, Ruthie, if you don't mind, I wanted to address something because I feel like Rust Echo. Sorry, I don't know how you like to be addressed. I think Rust Echo did a great point. Did a great talk about how your relationship with your daughter and your just kids in general. I wanted to talk about your situation with you. You believe that you being spanked as a child was discipline and not abuse. Do you have a definition of abuse that fits this narrative? Like, what do you feel like is the definition of abuse?
I mean, that's a really good question. So I guess in anger, like being hit out of anger.
Okay. So this is a common misrepresentation of what abuse actually is, right? Because obviously you can abuse people in many, many different ways. I actually have the definition right here. The actual definition of abuse is cruel and violent treatment of another person or animal. That's it. That's all it is. Plain, simple, cruel and violent treatment of another person or animal. So by that definition alone, spanking is abuse. If we want to go further, we can define cruel as willfully causing pain or suffering to others or feeling no concern about it. And which is also what spanking does. It intentionally inflicts harm, inflicts pain and suffering to another, even if the intent is, maybe they'll learn. And then obviously violent is using or involving physical force intended to hurt, damage, or unalive someone or something. So by even breaking the definition down to its component parts, not only is spanking abuse in general, but I'm sorry, but what you went through was also abuse. And the idea that the reframing of that in your own brain as, it was just discipline, it was out of love, it was whatever, because I was acting up or whatever. These are things this is the narrative that abusers use so that you forgive them, basically, and that you allow them to continue doing what they want and to maintain their control over you.
That's a great point.
That's just something that, and also Chef Padilla, if you're listening, that was all for you. So I hope you were listening.
Actually bring Chef
I'm hoping Chef Padilla gets up there.
I'm so excited for the lad to come up.
Thank you so much for coming up, Ruthie.
Yes, thank you guys so much. You have given me a lot of information, and I truly appreciate it. And I'm actually going to go upstairs and hug my daughter right now because she came upstairs looking at me like, "Why are you talking about my business?"
Well, there's reinforcement there.
Okay, I will. Thank you guys.
You never deserved what you had when you were a kid, in case nobody told you.
I just want to extend a very heartfelt thank you. Thank you to all 108 people in the comment section who tapped and whose fingers are barely holding on. Because we made it to 101K likes, and it's all because of me. I mean, you. And I thank you so much.
I don't know how to leave the live, so if you can boot me.
It's over for you.
Also,
thank you.
I've never had 100,000 likes before, so thank all of you.
What? No,
my understanding is that at 150K, Water gets a raise, and a promotion, and a company car. I think was the deal. Or a company car.
I'm going to
200K is the company
right
car.
now. No, comments going off right now.
Just following up on the point with Ruthie. I mean, if Ruthie, you're still listening, this wasn't necessarily to you, but just about the situation in general. It's the idea of convincing yourself that you are either in the right or that people who did bad things to you were right to do them. You didn't deserve, I think Russ Echo said it, you didn't deserve what happened to you. no child deserves to be spanked or abused. That only happens because bad parents don't know, like, don't know to look up more and better parenting techniques, or just don't care enough to do it. They think, oh, it's fine, I turned out fine. And if you're spanking kids, you're not fine. You're just willing to continue the cycle of abuse, which is not a thing that fine people do. And so a huge step towards becoming a better parent for your kids is actually looking inward at yourself and feeling your own, like, trauma, like all of the shit that you don't want anybody to see is the shit that your kids will see. It will come out of you, and that's the shit you need to deal with first and foremost.
Yes,
I would argue before you become a parent, but also, So.
Chef,
Yeah,
you go back on the mute. It's not your turn. Peak, it's your turn, sweetie. You want to go ahead and come off mute, and you can go ahead and introduce yourself. I'm going to go and put Chef on mute because we're regulating up here tonight.
Thank you for having me up. I appreciate it. Hi everybody. I had just a few thoughts as I've been listening for in the comment section and up on the panel. I love a good reframe or a parallel reframe, and one of the things when we're talking about spanking is abuse, and parents are saying no, it's not, or yes, it is, and what it is and what it isn't. It reminds me of all the other systems of power and the dynamics involved in those. It's parents trying to define what is abuse to a child feels a lot to me like men defining what is sexism, or white people defining what is racism, or able-bodied people defining what is disability. And that's just, and so it's, oh, I'm sorry.
You're okay. Take your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And they're not the ones experiencing it. Like, only the person experiencing the thing can define the thing. And this is much more the case when there's harm or oppression involved. And parenting is a form of oppression. Children are the most oppressed in the world, the most oppressed class in the world. And so there's always going to be that power dynamic that should be considered. And we can't forget that we're the ones that set that cycle of power struggle in motion. So if they're resisting, or if they're not as compliant or amicable as we'd like, or if they're showing signs of what we label as rebellious, that's a bid for liberation. That's a bid for their personhood. That is just simply them trying to assert themselves. And so I'd like to offer that reframe. And another one is that are we parenting for the approval of other parents, or are we parenting for the approval of our kids and the relationship that we hope to have with them when they're older?
Are we allowed to answer that?
Definitely something to think about.
Yes.
I mean, in general, when you parent for the relationship you have with your kids. I mean, me personally, I'm the type, look, I was in the military for 7 years. I would do it again all over again, even though the country looks at me as a very different type of person. But I parent because of the relationship that I'm trying to build with my children. And so they can build that same relationship with their kids and be there for their children. The common thing that I've seen across the board with everything is that a lot of people that are traumatized because they really suffer real traumatic experiences on here are trying to correlate both situations. Never once did I said that it's necessary in order to reprimand or change a child that you have to spank. I said it's one of the tools in the arsenal. You have plenty of tools in your arsenal. You just decide which ones you pick. and how to use them and how to display them. It's real simple. And I agree with you. I mean, I parent so that my kids can become better citizens, better human beings, have a better understanding of how the world works, and learn how to grow their own family. And again, I became a dad at 18. At 18, I was living on my own, taking care, working 2 jobs, going through high school while their mother was finishing up college, finishing up everything that I had to do. I've given my kids a life that's 1,000 times better than mine. But along with that, I've also set the standard that certain things won't be tolerated. Now, I have a 15-year-old. I'm not going to spank my 15-year-old. My 21-year-old, when he was 17, he was 6'4", 300 pounds. I'm 6 foot. He's about Gabe's height. I couldn't beat him. So it's not about beating them consistently throughout that time. It's about when they do something that one time, you spank them, say this was uncalled for, blah, 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 and they learn. It's not a continuously lifelong spanking situation that's going on. Is it lazy? Maybe it is. Is it abusive? In my eyes, it's not abusive. In the eyes of DCF, it is not abusive. Because I've worked with plenty of DCF. You can look at me all you want like that, but I worked with DCF in Volusia County, Seminole, and Lake County. And there's a specific definition and threshold that cuts that. So, my bad, I was just answering to
people where you work, baby.
Huh?
Don't tell people where you work.
No, I don't work for them. I said I work with them.
Jeff, before you take us on a roller coaster of a journey between Mordor through Middle Earth, we're gonna let Allie go.
Damn.
Okay? Yeah. Because Chef is finna set it off in this motherfucker. I can feel it, right? So we're gonna let Allie go first.
I got some questions for this. For
Yeah, I know you do. So before we get there, right?
I hear you.
Before we go there, we're gonna let Allie go because I feel like Allie's gonna come through and she's just gonna be a breath of fresh air just for a second before we get to this man shit. Okay? Okay.
Thank you, Water Your Grass. Hi, I go by Allie Loves on here. I am 29. I'm the mother of 1, and she is 3. I wanted to come on here and kind of just give my perspective about this because unfortunately, I'm one of those people that lived a lifelong full of trauma. I knew I wanted kids from a young age, even when I was still in that said trauma. And I knew I wanted things to be different, but I had to take a long time to heal myself in order to get there. My husband can tell you, like, from the 5 years that we've been together, from the time we met to now, I'm very much a different person because of healing. Now, to get back to the topic is whether spanking is lazy or abusive. In my eyes, it is extremely lazy. And I would like to give some examples before we get too far along. I've done a lot of research. I worked in childcare for roughly 10 years, give or take. I've worked with numerous kids. I've had kids hit me. I've had kids spit on me. I've had kids just hug me because their home life was bad and they just needed someone to love them. Thank you, baby. And I'm not just taking it just because of my experience. I'm also taking it from seeing some of the things that I went through, or even some of the milder examples of just spanking, how it affects these kids. I could just be raising my hand because I'm going to erase something on the whiteboard and I'll see a kid flinch. And I don't know exactly what's going on in their home life. It could be something as simple as they got spanked because they weren't listening that day, or it could be abuse. A child should not be afraid in any given circumstance unless it is an actual frightening thing. A kid should not be frightened of their parents. They have to rely on their parents for literally everything, not food, shelter, not just the basic necessities, but just life skills, because these are brand new people. A lot of the time, when people have kids, they enjoy them as babies because they're so cute, they're adorable, they're squishy. And even as kids get older, how many times do you hear a parent say, "Oh, I wish they could go back to being that little. Oh, they weren't causing me as much trouble." they're not enjoying the fact that there's a person that has their own ideas, their own identities, their own opinions. And when that kid is verbally responding with said opinions, it's viewed as talking back. I can't tell you how many times growing up, I just try to ask a question and I would get belittled and spanked and hit. I'm still learning how to talk, how to bring up problems or things that bother me because of the things that I personally went through. I became a huge people pleaser, and I refuse to let that happen to my daughter. Yes, she's only 3. Yes, she still has tantrums, but she's learning how to regulate herself. She doesn't know any of that. She relies on me and her father to teach her, to guide her. And if we fail her, that cycle can just continue. We're not going to continue doing that. We don't hit because it is lazy, and it's a reaction. It can be so easy to just want to. There's adults that I've wanted to hit, but it takes regulation on your part. Because look, if you hit an adult today, someone pisses you off at work, and they pissed you off because they had an attitude. You hit them, what happens? You get reported to HR, you lose your job, you could possibly go to jail. So why is it okay, if it's not okay to hit an adult, why is it okay to hit a child that has literal no say-so in their life? And what little say-so they do have, it's ridiculed, mocked, and scorned. It's not fair to them. They didn't ask to be here. All of us who are parents in this chat, all of us who have dealt with kids, all of us who have worked in childcare, none of these kids have asked to be here. None of them have asked to be in the situation that they're in, no matter what it is. It's the adult's responsibility to look and be like, is this actually the best tool in my toolkit? Because but it could be the absolute worst thing in your toolkit when there are so many other options. And it takes a lot of effort. It takes patience. It takes the willingness to look at yourself and do self-reflection and regulation when food or what? There you go. Sorry. It takes a lot of self-control on your part. You're okay, baby. You're fine. And it's not easy to take a look at yourself and be like, okay, is this actually what's best for my kid, or is it because it's what's easier? And it doesn't matter how many hours you work in the day. If you love your kid enough, you will make the time, you'll make the effort to sit down, research, and not just do what you were taught. It's easy to go down that road. It's so easy to just be like, well, this is what I was shown, so I'm going to do this. That's how we create more trauma, more angry people in the world. That's how we create more problems in schools. And I'm excited for when my daughter gets older. I'm excited for the relationship that we can cultivate. I don't want her to hide anything from me. I can't tell you how many times I've told people around me, I don't care if my daughter, when she becomes a teenager, if she makes a mistake, I want her to be able to call me and tell me, hey, Mom, I fucked up. Can you please help me? I would rather her tell me that she fucked up and I can try to help her, or I can at least show her where she went wrong, than to find out that she's dead on the side of the highway because she went to a party and drank and couldn't tell me about it.
This right here.
I do not want that from my daughter.
Like those kids that run away. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, exactly. Spanking is not going to create that kind of relationship with my daughter. It's going to teach her, Mommy didn't like that, so she hit me. If I hide the things that she doesn't like, I won't get in trouble. Because that's how a child's brain works. You're looking at it from an adult perspective. You have to look at it from theirs, because how their brains develop. The logical part of our brain, the part that is super important for making decisions, doesn't even finish cooking until you're roughly 24, 25, 26 years old. The fact that we have such high expectations for children in our society is a shame. We expect children to be able to control their emotions when adults can't. I've seen grown men throw a temper tantrum over a football game because their team lost. But we get mad at a kid because they're out of their favorite cereal. What sense does that make? It makes absolute zero sense.
Yes to all of that.
Preach up.
Thank you so much, Allie. We really appreciate you coming up and sharing your thoughts. I can agree with mostly everything that you said. So we will definitely keep that in mind. Self-care, I'm going to ask for you to go back on mute. Whether you know it or not, sir, you are part of the main event. It is you in the red corner with the red shorts against Chef, who got the blue shorts. And I'm going to just give me a second.
Whoa. We don't do blue over here. We only do red. Let's switch that shit up.
Red? Oh, okay. Let me switch it around and
Add it up over here. We don't do that blue shit.
But yeah, they're the main event. So I'm going to ask you, I know you and Kojima Works are like warming up and doing your cardio,
I'm not, I don't even want to
have a clean fight. But I'm going to go ahead and drop Allie and let somebody else up. And Chef, we're gonna give you a minute. Okay? A minute.
Look, man, they ain't really a debate. Whatever you guys say is what you guys say. I can sit as a grown-ass adult and, agree or disagree. I disagree. I look at shit very differently. Most of you won't bust a grape in a fruit fight. That's how you guys are built. Everybody's built differently. So for those exact reasons, there's really no argument or nothing that can change it. Gabe, you ain't never busted a grape. Stop looking at me like that. Don't make me rat you out. But what it really boils down to, man, is just preference, is what you do. I don't have to hit my kids. My kids are at an age that they're teenagers. They understand that it's a two-way street. There's respect. You come to me. I'm here for you. I'm not your friend. I'm your father. Job is to protect, make sure that you're good. And that's pretty much about it. I mean, all that other shit that you may be planning on saying and abuse and all that shit, that'll go in one ear and out the another, because I really don't care about it. It doesn't affect me. My kids are fine. My kids are successful. They have great grades. We have a good relationship. My son is following my footsteps by going into the military as well, something that he wants to do. Again, what you guys look at as far as abuse, you're looking at something consistent. I probably had to go ahead and spank them like 2 or 3 times in their lifetime. And they almost grown. I got an 18-year-old. I got an 18-year-old. Like some of y'all was talking about how you hit a baby in a diaper. You don't hit a kid in a diaper. That's stupid. A kid in a diaper only cries because they wet, they hungry, or they cold, or they want some attention. Simple shit. Like, stop acting like there's people that are actually being abused. I've seen it. That's different. Being spanked, be like, papa, go sit down. Don't do that. That's not nice. It's just that. That's just all what it is.
But Chef, for a second, Ray, I'm gonna just chime in because I've been listening. Mm-hmm. You did say that you gave baby in a diaper a pop-pop.
No, I didn't say that. I personally gave him a pop-pop. I must have misspoke then. I've never given a kid pop-pop in a diaper. Like, not like that. Like, I maybe said something else, or maybe you guys heard it wrong. But I've never done that. My kids, my daughter, I said I gave my daughter, she's a baby, but she's not, I call her my baby because she just turned 5. That's my princess. So she's always going to be my baby. But I said, I called her a baby and I might give a pop. But when I did that to her, she was being a brat. It was like, come on, stop. Go sit down and relax. And she understood. And it wasn't fear. It was just like, oh, wow, Dad went ahead and corrected me for doing what I'm doing. I still love my daddy. My dad gives me everything I want. He's there for me through everything. He dances when we have lily nights and all kinds of shit. Like, I'm good. The problem here is that most of the parents are, and let me finish this thought real quick. The problem is that most of the parents that are correcting and are abusing their children aren't coming back and explaining after that. They're like really, really abusing their children. Like hitting them, throwing them downstairs and doing stuff. I'm not throwing nobody down my 2nd floor stairs. You know how much insurance and how much jail time that is? That's assault and manslaughter coming down them 17 steps off my house. Like, that ain't time nobody want to serve. I need to stop with the soft shit. Like, I get it.
We're going to go ahead and open the panel up so everybody can chime in. I know somebody's ears are itching. So I'm going to go
let me jump.
And you guys have fun.
Water, may I please? Real quick. I just have a real quick fucking point. Chef came on here just now and said he is not here to learn. He doesn't care. He's going to keep abusing his kids because he wants to, because he thinks it works. It doesn't, but he thinks it works. And he just doesn't give a damn. He's going to keep doing what he wants to do, which is abuse kids. And that's it. That's all. Like, why even continue to have him on a panel? Like, he's literally just here to say abuse is okay, and that's it.
I think I've seen like a little bit of growth from him. Maybe not a whole ton. I think he's still justifying it quite a bit. But I think that's coming from an unhealed place where he can't confront that it wasn't the right thing to do yet. Like, he's not.
How many children it's pure and total emotional weakness. Like,
how many children do you guys have?
Intellectually and emotionally, like, just too weak to have this discussion.
What does the number of children
with willingness to learn?
What are the ages of your children?
What does the number of children have to do with anything?
The number of children has to do is because we're talking about real life experience, not some shit you read in a book.
It's not relevant.
I remember a lot of my childhood, and I'm
it's not some shit you read in the book or something that you experienced.
So I had a lot of malfeasance.
Hold on.
Why are you offended by books?
Hold on. You gotta stop. Wait a minute. Okay. There's a lot of talking.
I came in real hot.
And we're trying to hear one another. Effective communication is key. Let's listen before we respond, and then let's wait and respond in sequential order. Otherwise, nobody's going to hear each other, and it's just going to increase in chaos. And I don't really like.
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure.
Let me break this down into. Let me rephrase all of that into a question. Chef, are you here to learn, or do you not give a damn about what anybody's going to say on this panel? Like, you're just going to do it. You're going to continue to abuse kids as you like.
In order for you to get ahead and for me to take your advice, show me that you have a better method than I do. Show me. Because all you're talking is out the side of your neck on some shit about me abusing kids. Abusing kids, technically you saying it on here, I can hold you legally liable because that's not what I stated. What I stated was very clear that I spank my children. So if you want to get to the legal logistics of it, Kamoji Works, or whatever the fuck your name is.
Bruh, it's not that hard to read.
This is literally, look, I don't care. It's literally that. All you keep saying is that I'm abusing my kids and I'm doing this and I'm doing that. I can literally legally hold you liable for making false allegations and accusations over me making a complete statement of stating that I have spanked my kids 2 or 3 times, hit them up across their butt for doing something incorrectly. Where in a court of law, it's not seen that way. So
so you are hiding behind the law. You said you weren't doing that earlier, but you're hiding behind the law. You're like, technically it's legal to spank your kids.
Dude, you got kids?
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant. Shut the fuck up. If you ain't got no kids, shut the fuck up.
Stop crying. It's irrelevant. Let's move on to the actual discussion.
You ain't got no kids, man.
You know, I asked Ruthie
Get the fuck out of here.
Stop crying. Can you, Chef, can you give me a definition for abuse that makes you that you believe
Bro,
gives
I'm
you a
not
pass on all the shit you're doing?
saying any questions you have. When you have a child, come back to me and talk to me.
No, that's not a valid argument, actually.
That is an extreme valid argument.
Stop running away.
And so we know what it's like to be small and have someone stand over us and use that power against us.
Y'all don't even have kids and y'all sitting here and y'all talking.
You think you're a man and you're running away from a basic question, dude. Come on. What's going on?
It ain't running away from nothing, man. And
you literally are. But you don't have kids. I don't think you have kids. Like, whether or not I have kids is irrelevant to the discussion. But
do you have children? In order for you to give an expert opinion on something or give your advice on something or try to change my mind, then you have to have experience.
No, I'm intelligent and I can view other people's perspectives. And I've seen my friends who were spanked as a child, they have children. And I've seen their children pluck their eyebrows out because they're being screamed at constantly. I've seen the effects of abuse.
Different children. That's not like some white people shit.
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking right now. You have been talking for a long time. You've been discrediting other people's arguments for a long time. I'm allowed to speak right now because I'm also here to speak. Kojima was also in the middle of asking you a question, so I'm going to pass the floor back. But it's not valid to say that people who don't have kids can't talk about how children should be treated.
No, you can't talk about how children should be raised or reared.
You sure can.
No, actually,
children
we can.
to rear or raise.
No, because I've seen the effects of abuse, and I've been abused. Okay, I was neglected.
How were you
as a child.
abused?
My friend was spanked with sand.
That's a very personal question.
What else
I can tell you, sure. My brother died from an overdose from it, but sure, yeah. My mom
died over an
was at
overdose
work a
because he got
lot. We
spanked?
had nannies. They cycled through, and I was too much for them because I'm autistic and ADHD, and I had meltdowns. I had meltdowns because I was dysregulated, and I was not taught to regulate my emotions because my parents weren't around.
That sounds like a failure
That's
on
probably
your parents'
happening
behalf.
to a lot of your kids too. They were
No,
dysregulated.
it doesn't happen to my kids. My kids are allowed to
the same way that you're failing your kids because you're abusing them. So
If they're
I'm gonna
acting
ask
out,
I'm
it's
gonna,
because
you
they're
don't have any
dysregulated.
kids. You can't say shit, bro. Just
bro,
like,
you can't even read.
That's not
How
valid.
do you think you can raise kids when you can't read?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, real quick. Yoel, you already know that's not really a good argument because I can sit here. You know I don't have kids of my own. Yet you know that when I work with kids, any kid I work with, I'm great at what I do. So that we can't have
that's
that
a
argument.
job. That's different.
It may be a job.
When
but
you clock out, when you clock out, that's outside.
Stop lying, Jeff.
It ain't the same. Being responsible for life is different.
Hold on. I hear all that. All that's all well and good.
You hear all that, but you're dismissive upon it.
Yes, because it's worth dismissing. It's
Hold on.
irrelevant.
Well, friends,
Everybody,
to
hold
be
on.
fair, you dismissed my 2 biological kids and my 21 foster kids. I was there when it happened. Gabe, were you there when it happened?
When what
Did
happened?
you hear when he dismissed my 21 foster kids and my 2 bio kids?
He did.
Oh, they were bio kids. I thought they were all foster.
No,
That's why I said that.
Doesn't matter. It's not relevant.
This lady, I know what black
It
don't
is
crack, but this
relevant.
lady's
How are you
like 40
talking
years
about?
old.
Getting paid to take care of kids is something different
Hold
than you
on.
having to raise them
Lord
because it's your
Jesus
duty and
have
responsibility.
mercy. If y'all don't stop trying to talk over me, I sweat my hands for little baby Jesus. I'm gonna send all y'all to meet him in real life. Now hold on.
Tap the live.
Hey.
Tap the live. Tap the live.
Huh?
Tap the live. Share the live.
Yeah, share the live. But also, listen, dang. What I'm trying to say is the reason why that's not a good argument is because if we're looking at everything, right? Whether I have kids or I don't have kids, we know right is right and wrong is wrong. We can agree on that. Hitting adults is wrong. Hitting your spouse is wrong. But apparently it's only okay if we hit our kid. The reason why it's also not a good argument is that it's fundamentally flawed. You made me lose my train of thought. God damn it, Joel.
Look, man, that's how I replace you as president of the college. Like, look,
It's
man.
not a valid argument.
Look, man, all I'm
because it's
saying is I'm not gonna take advice from people that ain't never raised a child. If you ain't never raised a child, put them through college or anything else like that.
All you're doing is hiding behind an emotional
I'm
argument.
doing it.
Hold on. All you're doing is hiding behind an emotional argument. A lot of parents who ask
It's
me
not
if
an
I have
emotional
kids,
argument. It's a
they're
legitimate
only-
argument.
Hold on. They're only bringing up the fact that people don't have kids because they're saying you don't know what it's like when you're in the midst of it. Which at the end of the day, the argument is only going to lead to one place. I don't know how to regulate myself. I don't have the tools necessary to work with my kid because I'm stressed out. Which we get. Yes, you don't have time. You don't have energy. You don't have patience. You're trying to do it to save your kids' life. We get it. What everybody is saying is that even with that, you still have other tools that you can use besides hitting.
And I agreed with that. I agreed with the other tools. So the problem is not my tools, but this is what he asked. He's telling me and stating that I continue to abuse, and that's all I do. But I literally walked through the scenario of when it gets to the point of spanking. I've given 3 warnings. My 4th warning is a spank. It's real simple. And then he's going to sit here when he's never raised nothing more than probably a chihuahua to tell me the correct way to properly raise a child because he went through some trauma because his daddy or mommy punished him a little bit too excessively.
Again, another emotional argument. You're hiding behind, it's just trauma.
So,
You're weak,
how am I going to listen?
Emotionally and intellectually weak.
Jeff Padilla, will you listen to me?
That's fine.
You're a coward.
Will you listen to me?
I would punch you in the face just for saying that.
Hold on. Wait a goddamn minute.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit. A coward. I served this country for 7 fucking years and took a bullet for this country.
Yeah, I did it for 8.
Don't call me
So
a
what?
coward.
Who cares?
So what? See what I mean?
Wait, hold on.
Bitch ass nigga.
Hold on. We want to stay away from using ad hominems because those weaken our argument. 1, 2. Let's all recognize that people are growing. And though people do not grow at the same pace, that does not mean that there is not change happening, whether we can see it outwardly or not, which is why we're here to have this conversation in the first place. Because we also got to look at the fact that... Huh?
Oh, sorry. I was just saying that's fair. You're right.
Not you. Hold on. Well, I heard you. You're coming in
I don't know if you could tell that girl dark chocolate. Both her mama and her daddy black. My mama and my daddy black. We can't just talk about black people like.
What are you
talking about? It's people in the comments talking about black men and black people. I'm gonna tell you, I look at the brown on this lady's skin. Her mama black and her daddy is black. Okay, we love black people. We do. Yeah, I'm talking about you. You love black people, all of you. Yeah, moving on. We're going to let Just Olivia, and I hope to God I said that right? Let her get in because she's a girl, and that's the only reason. Okay?
I'm actually about to leave. May I have like 1 minute to make my closing arguments and then head out?
You have 49 seconds.
49 seconds. Okay. I guess Chef wasn't listening earlier. I said the definition of abuse is cruel and violent treatment of a person or animal. Cruel being defined as willfully causing pain or suffering to others, feeling no concern about it. Violent, using or involving physical force intended to hurt, damage, or unalive someone or something. Spanking is, by definition, abuse. Whether or not you hide behind the law as it is, which should be changed because people shouldn't be fucking spanking kids because it's abuse, or whatever your excuse is for not dealing with your emotional situation and trying to be a better parent, that's entirely on you. And whether or not you choose to learn and grow from this experience is also up to you. But you got to be able to open your mind. I don't know if Gabe is going to be able to help you if you don't care enough to even consider the fact that you might be wrong. Gabe, lovely to see you. Thank you for having me up. Get Water That Company. Everybody get this live to 200K. Get Water That Company car. And I will see you around. Bye.
Have a good one. Also, if y'all want to donate to me, because I'm not a teacher anymore, feel free to do that. My PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo are in the
you would have never quit your job if you got your ass whipped more.
What? What's that?
Say you would have never quit your job if you would have got your ass whooped more, nigga. Shit.
I can't say what I want to say on here, but I'll say something to the effect.
Hey, I dare you. Come on.
Gray hair. I know them gray hairs.
And we're going to break it up. And we're breaking it up. Just Olivia. Going once.
Hello.
Right. Hey.
Hi. My name is Jasmine. You did say it right, by the way. My middle name is Olivia. But I'm a millennial parent. I'm 30. I have 2 kids. My son I had when I was 20. He is now, he's going to be 10 years old in May. And then I have a 6-year-old daughter. And when my son was a baby, he was such an easy baby. I think I might remember one time when he was like 3 that I ever had to like pop him. But like he was such a well-behaved kid. I haven't had to touch him in years. He's just a really, really sweet, helpful, well-behaved kid. My daughter, she is also a good kid, but she has had to have a little more discipline than my son. And I remember a specific incident where when I was a kid, I think I have 4 younger brothers, and my dad was very militant and he was very physical. And I remember a specific incident where one of my brothers, he probably was about 9 or 10, and he had like a loft bed, and him and one of my other brothers shared a bedroom, and they were in their bedroom. And they had like a scooter, and they were on the loft bed, and they were jumping off of the loft bed with this like on the scooter onto the floor. And I think one of them jumped off one time and they broke something. And my dad, he came in the room and he was just, he beat my brother so bad. Like I was starting to feel bad for him because he had He was really, really getting him. And then in the midst of the beating, he noticed that my brother had drawn something, like he used to draw on himself a lot, and there was like marks on his hand that he had drawn on himself. And my dad's brain immediately went to, he had some type of gang related symbols or something on his hand, and that made him angrier. And he beat my brother so bad there was welts on him. He had blue and black and, it was bad. And then at the end, after all of it was over, maybe 20, 30 minutes had went by, he realized that my brother it was like a distorted kind of like smiley face type of thing on his hand. And in that moment, I was like, that's not okay. I'm not gonna, I'm realizing now that was the moment that like, I knew that I was never gonna put that type of negative emotion into disciplining my kids. Now that I'm a parent, that memory kind of left me, as I got older. But now that I'm a parent, I did start off spanking my kids. I did, because it was just easy. It was just, this is what I know. I know that it works because it worked for me. So, I'm not on drugs. I'm not in jail. I'm not doing anything crazy. So it had to have worked, right? That was my thought process. So, I did start off spanking my kids, but I recently found out, back to me having to discipline my daughter more than my son. I recently found out that my daughter is high functioning autistic. So when I found that out, it brought me back to that moment where, my brother was getting beaten for something that he he probably didn't even know what was going on. He was 10 years old. So I just recently found out that she's high functioning autistic. So I'm still trying to phase out of that, like out of spanking them, and trying to find other ways to redirect her. I don't want to be I'm a parent that hits my child. I don't want to feel like that's something that is just like that's something that I can resort to. I know that it's an emotional, response, because every time that I have to hit my kids, not immediately, but maybe like the next day I'll wake up and I'm like, dang, like I probably could have done, there's something else. There had to be something else that I could have done, because I start to feel bad, and I would like to, I know the examples that you guys gave are not that extreme, but I would like to find more effective ways to communicate with my daughter so that I am not that parent.
Yes. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing your experience with us. And I just wanted to say, the fact that you're here inquiring on what else you can learn and what else you can do and how else you can be for your babies, I'm like almost in tears. I love that. I love that for you. There is no greater love that a parent can have for a child. Okay? So I love that you're here. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
How old is your baby girl?
I'm sorry. What did you say? I'm sorry.
How old is your baby girl?
She's 6.
She's 6. She's still a baby.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good news.
Yeah, she's still small.
Okay, so she's not getting into anything too bad, right?
No,
there's only so much you can do.
She's in this thing where she is she has issues. She has social issues. Academically, she's great. She's almost genius level, great with academics, but socially with her peers, she's struggling.
Okay. So what opportunities are you providing where you are in control of the environment for her to gain social skills?
To be honest with you, she spends a good, I would say probably 70% of her time outside of school with her grandmother because I work at night. So, during the day they're in school and at night they can't be with me because I'm working. So I would like to, I feel like maybe if I had a different schedule where I could be around, I could be with her more. I haven't really thought about that, to be honest with you. I don't know.
I am so sorry to unmute myself and interrupt, but there is one thing I just want to say. A lot of the local libraries, because my nephew has autism and I take him a lot. A lot of the local libraries, and I know what your work schedule might not be feasible, but even to like tell the grandparents, there's a lot that they do at the local libraries with stuff like this, where they do kind of like these interactive hours. And they do them on such cognitive levels that it doesn't matter really if your kid has a varying degree of autism or if they're a neurotypical child. But there are these endeavors with local libraries that you can look into if that helps at all. I'm sorry to unmute, but that's something that we do all the time.
We're good. I didn't know that. I will look into that. Thank you so much.
Hey, just to
and they're free. And that's the best part of it. They're free. And also Lowe's and Home Depot do a thing on Saturdays where they will literally give the kids free crafts to like build a birdhouse or whatever. And you sit there and they give them a little like Home Depot or Lowe's apron and they can sit there and do a craft. They'll make a chalkboard or a birdhouse or something, but there are a lot of free activities out there that work with kids of all different learning sectors.
There's this company called Charlie Health that helps out with kids with autism. I work with them very closely. They help with counseling, peer groups, helping them kind of learn to assimilate, work with other kids that are on the spectrum, on different levels of the spectrum, opening up a safe space for them to be able to speak and communicate. And they help parents like yourself that have those complicated schedules and just trying to help the kids have a venue where they can kind of even parlay, where it's not something that you have to bring them every day or every week to. They would go ahead and come on Zoom. The company's called Charlie Health. If you Google them, they help a lot with autistic children. I've dealt with them and they're amazing people.
Thank you, Chef.
Also, real quick, just got to point this out. Chef's been getting some messages in his DMs. Listen, real quick, I know him personally. We went to college together, very good friend of mine. I don't agree with all of his parenting styles, but I can tell you this. Two things for sure. He loves kids. He's really good with kids. He does a lot of work with kids. Don't agree with everything he does. At the same time, when I say that he is still on a journey, just like all of us are, and there's still things that we have to decolonize and understand, he is on, if I were to put on a scale of like the world's greatest parent to Ruby Frankie, he's closer to the world's greatest parent than he is to Ruby Frankie. I promise. So there's no need, don't go on his DMs harassing him and stuff like that. He's not that type of dad. I promise he's not. I don't agree with everything he does, but I can tell you this. His kids are great. His kids are well adjusted. There are some things he just has to decolonize like we all do. So please don't show the brother no hate. It is deep, but it's not.
I was a house slave for so many years.
Huh?
I said I was a house slave for so many years. I just don't know no better.
Shut up.
Let me also just say that he is a fool. So when you hear him trolling and stuff like that, I promise he is all bark and very little bite. Very little bite. He can bite, but very little. Anyway, continue. I'm sorry.
All right, Olivia. So when you can, and I understand that whole work mom life, like, is no joke, right? So, but when you can, provide her with opportunities to be around other children, that is your opportunity to teach her how to appropriately interact with those kids. And you do that by appropriately interacting with those kids, modeling what that behavior looks like to her, right? And then talking her through it.
Prayer.
You gotta be there.
Prayer. I'm gonna tell you, Olivia, prayer will get you through it. Like when, and I don't like sharing stuff about my kids, but my 18-year-old is on the spectrum, and Gabe knows that. And I went through hell with it. And all I could tell you is pray on it, never give up, show them love every single day and moment that you can. But also try to teach them the best that you can to assimilate, because not everybody's going to know that they're on the spectrum. And I refuse to let my grown black boy walk around with a sign that says that he's on the spectrum. But I teach him how to assimilate, how to be able to deal with his emotions and his feelings, how to be able to speak to me, how to be able to reach out and ask for help, to be able to take that moment and step away from a situation and calm down. Like, I act a fool on here, but it's because I really don't care, because it's predominantly entertainment, but I know who I really am. So other people's opinion of it really don't matter to me. But you saying what you said, it bothered me because I know where you're at. I know that me and my partner for over 20 something years, when we were going through it, it was difficult because we didn't know what to do. And we have 5 children together. So it was just one of those things that it was like, luckily she was in the healthcare field. She was able to guide me with a lot of this stuff. And we learned together, but prayer, understanding, and meeting different groups. I joined a ton of groups on Facebook that had to do with kids with autism. I tried to find things that he liked. I'm a military guy. I served 7 years, and my kid loves leopard geckos. I don't like geckos.
Oh God, no.
Leopards. I don't like
No, they're
roaches.
so vicious.
I don't like none of that. But you know what?
I hate
does?
them.
He grabs the damn lizard and he puts it on me. And let me tell you, I've been shot at. Gabe seen me deal with some situations with guns. I've been shot at overseas, here in Daytona. Yep. And look, I came through it like a boss. What, didn't flinch, no nothing. I was like, A-okay. He put that gecko on me. It was a wrap. I was done.
First off, a leopard gecko can bite the tip of your finger off. But
They'll bite.
Just real quick, Chief, if you don't mind, dog, if I real quick can just address one of the comments, because I am not a Christian. I grew up Catholic, but here's the thing. I'm not Catholic or Christian or any of those denominations. But here's the thing, to someone who commented, no, not everyone is Christian. Sweetie, think outside of that secular, narrow-minded view. Prayer could mean meditation. Prayer could mean reflective thought. I need you to just think outside of your biases right now, because you know what? You can't be that offended when you hear prayer. Because though I am not Christian, I am not Catholic, I don't abide by that ideology, I respect the fact that these people are here in this country with me and they are trying to live the best life they can. I do not feed them, fuck them, or pay their bills. So if that is the way that they get throughout their life, that is the way they get throughout their life, because I do it in my own witchy way. I will light a candle and yell at my plants and talk shit to my dogs. And if that's my prayer, that's my prayer. Prayer is prayer, sweetie. And we all do it in our own ways. Whatever you call it is whatever you call it. Witches call it manifestation. Catholics, Christians, and Jews call it prayer. And Muslims call it prayer. People call it whatever they call it. But self-reflection is something that we can all learn to grow by. And if you hear prayer and get so offended, then honey, you need way more than this live. You need therapy.
And the Billy Goat said, amen.
Because I'm not playing with that shit. I don't do that bigotry shit. You know? Because I don't like that. Because she also, I've seen this comment say a lot of really racist shit about black men. And I was calling on the mods in the comments for this.
All right, so we're not going to address her. If she don't give her attention, right, then what's going to happen with that behavior is it's going to decrease. That's what'll happen.
Or we could just kick her out.
We could, but then we would have to kick you too, right?
I wish you would.
So,
I wish you would.
Oh, wait, hold on. Because I'm going to say something. Because it's my live. First off.
Well, she got blocked. She got blocked. Right. I just blocked her.
Okay. For the future reference, what we're going to do is we're going to show respect to everybody. Because, again, everybody is on a different journey. And if everybody's on a different journey, that means everybody is growing in their own time. Whether somebody has your same set of beliefs or they don't, that is fine. We live in the United States. We can have different beliefs as long as we're not harming other people.
He smacked that hoe verbally. It's okay. Water your grass. You know I'm just messing with you. You know you're my favorite girl.
I did have to go ahead
Reinsert
and block
respect
her
comment.
because she was in the comments actually threatening the live. So that is the only reason that she got blocked, because the whole point of coming in here is to be able to speak freely and say stuff that's a little crazy and controversial. For God's sakes, we're talking about spanking kids and, parenting and things. So we should be in a place where we can have an honest conversation, right? That we should understand that there are going to be misunderstandings and disagreements and little fights, right? That's why Water Your Grass is here, to keep everything cool.
Can you come water my grass?
I ain't got shit to do with you, Chef. Not
Well,
nothing.
no, you could if you wanted to. I'm saying,
What we're also not going to do on my live is try to flirt with other panel hosts.
I'm not flirting with her. I'm just saying I love how she's a moderator.
What we're not going to do.
She can moderate minds. I get more people than you on my lives.
Cállate, por
Wait,
favor.
do you pay? Hold on.
Yeah, I pay.
Don't
I
be a
actually
hater,
pay. Gabe could tell you I pay.
Because Gabe don't be paying me nothing, and I feel
Gabe
like
don't
I
pay
do a
nobody.
good
He owe
job.
I ain't got no money. Who I'm going to pay him with?
Gabe owe everybody.
Y'all give me money, I pay y'all. Shoot.
Shit, I got you, Water Your Grass. I'll send you. What's your Cash App, girl?
Okay, I got you. I quit, Gabe.
See, this is what happened to SGA, Gabe. Money turns everything.
You know what? That's
Yo,
fine.
listen,
Go ahead,
man.
quit.
I love
Go
the
ahead,
conversation.
quit. Go ahead,
Water Your
quit.
Grass, you've been amazing.
Like,
You've been amazing. You really
I'm
have.
glad to be here.
You really have. I may not agree with the same opinions, but yo, I'm gonna tell you, Olivia's story really got to me because yo, I know, like, you hear the desperation in her voice. You know how you could, when you talk to some service, you can hear the smile in somebody's voice. Like, you can hear that she, and for her to take that stance and open up, like, I was just like, the fuck am I scared of? Ain't none of y'all can touch me anyway. Yo, look, I went through the same shit. This is what I did. Gabe, you can't do shit. Shut up.
You don't even come up to my chest hardly.
Gabe, really? That's because I'm shrinking. I'm getting older. That's the only problem.
Can't relate.
It's all right. I'll see you in the hill.
But Jazz, Gabe is doing some parenting courses. I know he has some seminars and things coming up.
At Dirty Dog Organic, right?
I mean, well, technically,
Go
yes.
ahead and send Gabe an inbox, and he can send you when his next DM. I bet your DMs be popping with them 17,000 billion followers you got. But send it to me because I have no followers, so I'll get it.
Hey, y'all need to go follow Water
Also-
Your Grass, and she'll water your grass for you.
Wait, real quick, Jazz.
Yes.
There are also a lot of things, like, as much as I absolutely hate FB. Oh, I don't know if you've gone. Okay. As much as I hate FB, there actually are a lot of really helpful local groups that you can join for kids of all different types of anything. If your kid is super into trains, super into rocks, like, you can find a group where parents will be like, hey, look, I'm working 3 jobs, but I can meet up every Wednesday at this time. And you'll find people who can, like, meet up and shit. Like, utilize these things. And I know it's not easy. And the shit ain't fun. Kids crawl out of your hoo-ha and step on your dreams. And I get that.
That's the hoo-ha all up for us.
But, like, let's be real. It's finding these little things, and then you can find parents who are going through the same shit you're going through, and while your kids are learning all these different social skills, you're finding a tribe, you're finding your group. It takes, like, they say it takes a village. You're finding your group that you can rely on, of people who are, in the same area,
I can send you some cooking workbooks and stuff like that if they're interested in cooking, because I teach cooking. A couple of restaurants.
Oh, I could definitely send you some gardening stuff. Like, my nephew has autism and he is super into gardening. So if your kid is super into that, I got so much stuff I could send you. I'll mail you seeds and stuff. I don't care. I have so much shit.
And True Leaf Market also, if you guys are ever looking for seeds for stuff like that, her name is Lizette. She is the GM over there. She is amazing. You saw her chef sent you. She'll hook you up with something for your kids. And if they can't afford to pay for it, I'll pay for it. Like, G shit.
No, for real. I have seeds and plant, like, beginning planter pots and everything. I'll just mail them to you. Like, no charge. I do not care. Because if it's about getting these kids stimulated into anything functional, I'm about it.
Yeah, I'm about to go hug mines instead of beating them to death.
Thank you so much.
I already beat
I
mine
have
to sleep.
noticed that when I do stuff with her, like if I, that takes her out of, like she does so much better with her behavior when I sit down and do stuff with her.
Because they require that one-on-one. They want that one-on-one.
Wait. You know something super simple you could do that, like, it's so easy, it takes 20 minutes and they have a blast? The game Guess Who is so fundamental for kids, especially because you're teaching them to identify features. You're teaching them to notice things where they would normally brush it off. So, like, does this person wear glasses? Do they wear a hat? Do they have a mustache? So you're teaching kids to be more observant, and they don't realize that it's actually a learning experience. I love this game. We grew up with it, but it is such a learning experience because you don't realize they're now having to be more observant. And yeah, they're going to lose because I'm not one of those parents who's like, oh, you're going to win. No, I'm competitive as shit.
That's
You're
abuse.
going to lose.
That's abuse, ma'am. You got to let the children win. That's abuse. I was traumatized by that.
First off, I'm
Getting my
working
ass
on it.
beat
It's a
in
journey.
all the time.
It's a journey. It's a journey.
That's
Call
what we're
me
doing now.
sneakers.
It's going to be
Call
a
me
journey
sneakers,
every day.
bro, because it's a journey. Okay.
Hey, Rosseco, it's a journey. Remember that. It's a journey we're going through.
But yeah, even that, and then there is a it's specifically for kids, but it's basically the game Memory, but they have like cats and dogs and stuff. Where, it gives you like 40 of these little pegs, and it's so fun for the kids. And mind you, if you're a competitive loser like me, you're playing to win. But the kids actually learn to really be like, okay, this is a cat with a top hat, but this is a cat with a bowler hat. And, it's just those little things that actually makes their brain want to remember certain things, and it helps them be very attentive. I can, if you want, I think I followed you. I can send you the Amazon links for all of these games that I do with my daughter.
Yeah, sure. And I want to give Guy here a chance to chime in.
And remember, we're not beating the kids no more. We're talking to them and sending Timmy to the corner.
No, I'm not gonna lie. If I may, I'm sorry, Jazz, are you or Water, whoever the fuck I'm supposed to ask? May I with my story about my child and parenting?
If after we give self-care a chance. Okay, sweetie, thank you.
Oh, yeah, no, mute me.
I just wanted to say something to Joss Olivia really quickly. Me and Chef, obviously, we have our differences. He did mention some support groups on Facebook for parents and guardians of kids on the spectrum. There's great support groups out there. I'm an optimist, but I'm also a realist. So I do want to shift gears on that same topic for you about advocacy for your child, because it's going to be hard to advocate, especially through the schools. There's going to be a lot of hard work with this. So I want to get real with some of this stuff. I don't know. You don't have to say if you do or not, but I don't know if you have an IEP, but I suggest looking into getting an IEP, which is an individualized education plan, because that legally requires the school to follow certain things directed at the learning and the needs of the child, the student. So that's going to put extra accountability on the school to make sure they're doing it, where you're not just asking for accommodations, or like they have to, it's like a higher level of requirement for them to do it, legal requirement. Also, you're going to be advocating things here and there all over the place. I recommend as much as possible put it in writing to have a paper trail, and that way you get written responses. If you do any kind of phone calls with the school, with the principal or anybody, you can check your local laws if it's a one-party consent state for recording audio calls, or just follow up with an email if you don't record it, like, hey, thanks for the phone call earlier today or yesterday, this is what we talked about, just to kind of document the phone call. Because depending on certain schools and districts, you can have some issues when you're trying to advocate for your kid. It's not easy. It takes a lot of work. I've gone through a lot of stuff myself as a parent with one of my kids on the spectrum. So I'm going to be real with you. There's a lot of hard work with advocating for those things, but there's resources, and these support groups go over a lot of these things because they kind of like, as the community, talk about their experiences, and they can direct you like, hey, you can get here to get the, this is needed for that, or how to set up an IEP. Lots of support out there to help you. But I recommend, if you don't already get an IEP, that's going to help you so much. So.
Also, can I piggyback off of that? I'm an ESC teacher, so exceptional student education. I deal with IEPs and 504s and BIPs and FBAs. Get one ASAP, especially because of who's about to hop into office trying to get rid of the DOE. Baby, get that ASAP, especially if you already have a diagnosis. Get that, because we don't know what's going to happen. And when I tell you that I've worked in a school where kids had 504s and they were supposed to have IEPs and they were supposed to have very explicit modifications and accommodations, and they were not getting them, and that school was out of compliance, it's going to get to the point where if we don't have it, they may not our federal government may not reinforce the IEP the way we need to. So hurry up and get that as soon as you possibly can.
Okay. Thank you guys, by the way. I didn't know any of this, so I appreciate all of your
It's a learning experience for sure. You're doing a great job, by the way.
Also, I have a question
fantastic.
No, thank you. I have a question about the IEP. They do go to it's a Christian private school. Does that affect, does it matter?
No.
Or do they still have to follow it?
No, because if you get a psychological evaluation outside of that, they are mandated by
it depends on the state. That's not true. IEPs
Oh God, I forgot that inbred states exist.
It's specific to
I'm
states.
so sorry. I'm from New York.
The school does not have to offer any of those resources or any of that stuff. The only place that has to offer those resources and stuff is public school.
Public schools. Yup. I'm so sorry. I forgot that
by any of that,
Alabama exists.
Nobody is to help your child to do any of that. That's the failure when going to a private Christian school. But just that's the case doesn't mean that you can't look. A lot of Montessori schools will do it. I know Trinity Christian Academy does it. And a couple of other schools, I know in my area will do it. So some Christian schools take the extra step and honor an IEP, but you can also take your child to the district office, to the school that they're zoned in, and they will test them for an IEP, whether they go to the school or not, even if they go to a private school. So they will test them on every level, and then they'll draft up an IEP, and then at least you have that for the base, and you can take it to the Christian school and see if they'll accommodate it. And if they can't accommodate it, there are other subsidies and programs that can be brought into the school, but the school won't pay for it. The federal government will, so that way she can have the services that she needs.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Not much of a bad parent. I know my stuff.
I see you, Chef. You be cooking sometimes.
Sometimes, Chef.
It's all right.
Right.
You told me to water your grass. It's okay.
We trying to get Queen on the mic. Queen, you go ahead and unmute so you can say your piece.
Hi.
We're gonna try to cycle some new people up here.
Hey, Queen.
I wanted to say hi. I'm glad you had this live. I thought you were going to end it, but since you didn't, I thought I'd join because I grew up in the state of Florida, Miami-Dade Public Schools, St. Lucie County Public Schools, Indian River County Public Schools, just so that you guys know. And I wanted to let you guys know that for disabled kids, Florida don't like disabled children. Okay, they put them through the school to prison pipeline. This is going on with my niece right now. And for the new year, I have to remind myself to try to call a lawyer because she keeps getting in trouble. She's been picked on for her disabilities. And then, she would go and she would report it to an adult or whatever. And they never did anything. And it got to the point where she started to fight back. But you know how they do black girls, they just push them out of school and they made her the problem. And this is a civil rights issue. Because, the genesis of this problem with her was her being teased because of her disabilities. And that's never going to change, but the school should step in and protect children with disabilities. Instead, we are shoving children into trade programs that may be inappropriate for them. And I have nothing wrong with trade schools, but what I find alarming about Florida is that, I watched my county that I graduated in River County, push trade schools, and there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is that it may be inappropriate. And unfortunately, a lot of parents aren't watching. They don't care about their children's academics. They don't care how their child is doing in school, or they're just too busy, to really pay attention. And, you may have a really bright child, but they just may have ADHD, autism, and then what happens with those kids, especially if they're Black, and especially if they're female, wrong assumptions are made with their intelligence, especially with Black folks. But it's no better in the wider world. It's assumed that they're a low intelligence, but usually these kids are much brighter than the regular stock of children. And, and their grades may not necessarily reflect that. And unfortunately, in the state of Florida, they would rather put a child through the system than actually ask questions. I mean, earlier in the live, someone said that, someone was using Florida DCF as a standard. And I'm like, that's the worst standard you could ever judge abuse by, because, DCF ain't going to show up until your child's guts are hanging out, or unless they're in the grave somewhere, so it's unfortunate. But, back to the whole school thing, especially with autism. Autism is on the rise, but it also has been going through families for generations, and we've just been calling it something else. And, I think the old school thinking of you don't want a label put on you. Autism isn't just a label, it's a spectrum. And people who need labels are lazy people. And unfortunately, we live in a world full of lazy people. They hear something and they think they know it from the alpha to the omega. They think they know what it means, what autistic means, Elon Musk is autistic, and he gets picked on it for a lot. And it worries me because even though he's an absolute jerk, people think that it gives them carte blanche to, pick on his very obvious autistic traits because he's a jerk. You see what I'm saying? You can give your child all these so-called accommodations, or what's that therapy they do with autistic kids? What you call it? Yeah, you could do all that. They're still going to get picked on. They're still going to have a 90, 80 plus % unemployment rate. They're still going to get discriminated against. There's a study that shows that it only takes seconds for people to detect that your child is autistic, and they immediately start to discriminate against them. And we don't know why that is. It's not the person's fault, but when your child is saying, these kids are treating me differently no matter what I do, believe them. Because a lot of autistic adults are on here on the internet, and they're brave enough to say, I was the weird kid, I was the geeky kid, and I complied, and I did everything, the same way all the other kids did, and they still ostracized me. Because to these kids, the second that they know, and the mask is going to come off eventually. We can't hide our Blackness. You know what I'm saying? But just like at work, your Black side shows every now and again, and you're like, oh, you got to put that mask back on. Nobody knows how to mask better than Black people. Nobody knows how to mask better than Black women. So when that mask slips off, and it will slip off, the kids are going to be like, don't gaslight your child. Okay? Because the average life expectancy for someone with autism is 36 years. So the average autistic person can take about 36 years worth of ostracizing and gaslighting. So think about that when it comes to your child. Validate their experiences and don't tell them that they're not trying hard enough. Because we live in a world where I don't want to say autism is a mental disorder, it's a different sort of wiring, but certain personality traits are more acceptable than others. It's okay to be psychopathic and sociopathic, but autism, it's okay for us to pick on it. Like, think about all the characters we see the Big Bang Theory. We have Saved by the Bell. We have the Screech character. They don't call it autism, but it's like a very cartoonish version of autism. Or you have the Savant. That happens, but that's not really realistic. But the problem is that they turn it into a joke, and the characters are very one-dimensional. Whereas you have your own children, you see multi-dimensional children who are full of hope, who are full of love, who are trying. But we live in a world that says, don't give those people a break. You know, it's straight up oppression, you know, and it's unfortunate that it happens, but your child on their end can only do so much. You know, there's plenty of autistic adults who grew up and realized that this is bullcrap. You know, like these social rules that everybody else gets away with. But the second I break this rule, you know, I'm being chewed apart, you know, or being the disparate treatment. And I don't know, we don't know where it comes from because society hasn't cared enough to know. But listening to what grown autistic adults are telling you is very important, because unfortunately with people with disabilities, and autism is a disability, so is ADHD, you know, we tend to see these people as children and we don't see the adult version of it. Unless it's someone like Elon Musk and all of a sudden everyone's, you know, but that's not good. That's not a good look with the whole thing, that the way that people are treating Elon Musk. I don't care what a jerk he is, you know? And I think it's so important to listen to autistic adults, because the autism mom, the disability parents, it becomes all about that parent and woe is me. And I got this child, instead of listening to the more grown-up versions of your children saying, hey, this isn't cool, you know? Or I don't like being treated like this, or I don't like the fact that I put these efforts in and I'm still not being treated the same. I think it's a lack of awareness. And I think it's just society being, you know, jerks, you know? And I think if anyone can relate to autistic people, it's Black people, believe it or not. And Blackness is not a disability. Unfortunately, walking around with it, it can be, you know, disabling. But I think it's something for us to understand that autistic people aren't the problem, you know? And I think it's unfortunate, but, you know, hopefully me saying this can save a life of someone with autism, because we have a whole lost generation of girls who were never diagnosed. When I was growing up in the 90s and I was going to Dade County schools and St. Lucie County schools, they were still spanking children in the classrooms as their parents gave them permission. And I saw that with my own two eyes. The boy was getting the brakes beat off of him in the bathroom in Miami-Dade, in the girls' bathroom. And I'm wondering, like, whatever happened to that kid? I watched Black boys get treated differently, and the boy had ADHD, while another white boy, you know, this is St. Lucie County schools, who got to run roughshod all over everyone in the classroom and distract everyone and literally assault everyone, and he got away with it. All because mom didn't want him put in a different classroom. And I see this, and if you're a parent and if you are Black and you know that there's racism, and you know, because a lot of Black boys, you know, if you're growing up a Black boy or Black girl, you know when there's a racist teacher and you know when they're picking on you. It doesn't help when you don't believe when your child is saying, oh, I don't think this teacher likes me. Most of your children can't even come to you for anything, you know, growing up, you know, and, you know, you think they're not doing it to them in the classroom. I could promise you, in the conservative county I grew up in, yeah, it's in the classroom. Looking back, I'm like, oh, that was not cool. But I didn't know, because I couldn't even go to my mom with the concerns that I have, because she was an immigrant and she felt like we should just be grateful to be in America. It's not enough to just be in America. You know, it's not enough just to go to the nicer white school across town. You have to follow through with your children, and they have to be able to come to you with these concerns. You know, because a lot of times it's not going to be a big thing, it's a little thing. You know, they may, you know, worked hard on the paper, and the teacher may refuse to give them the A that they deserve. You know, or it could be that your daughter keeps getting dress coded even though she's not wearing anything revealing. These are important things that you have to keep track of. If you're too busy for that, I'm telling folks right now, you shouldn't be having children, you know, because unfortunately the world will come for them. They do come for them through the school system, especially if they have disabilities. And, you know, my sister doesn't care what's going on with my niece. She doesn't care, you know.
Hold on, just a second. Hold on, friend. You said a lot, friend.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to go on, but
No,
you know,
you good.
I'm
Everything
frustrated.
you said, I was like, come on through, Queen. Come on through.
Yeah, it's watching it grow up, and I see so many. I'm tired of negligent Black parents. You're here to whip your kids, but your kids, when your child isn't being treated fairly in school, y'all don't find it strange that, if your child keeps getting in trouble, go force that school to give them that, assessment for their disability. And if you have Medicaid, do it through Medicaid. Go get that child neuropsychological testing, because you know what? Either you do it now or 2 years later. Either way, you're going to wait 2 years. It takes at least 2 years in the state of Massachusetts, where I am right now. It took me 1 year to go in for learning disabilities. And I was an honors student, and I burnt myself out wondering why I can't do certain things, only to find out that I have a math disability. And this is why I failed honors algebra 3 times.
And real quick, to piggyback off of that, literally, I'm an example of that, because I had ADHD and I did not get diagnosed until I was in my last couple semesters of college, when I was doing a class on special education, and I realized
you was just lazy. Shut up.
So here's the thing. That's what my entire life I thought. I thought I was just lazy my entire... Bro, it actually turns out it wasn't.
No, he really was lazy. He wouldn't want to get up to go to class. Say the truth. I went to school. How did I start school after you and I finished before you? Like, say the truth.
Hey, bro. It takes a lot of mental processing and energy to be neurodivergent.
Yeah, it does, because neurodivergent
it's not laziness. There's a lot of energy.
It's not laziness.
Neurodivergent people got diagnosed. This is what happened. This is how great it was. As soon as so I was failing my last semester in college, because there was a lot of work I didn't do, because I found out later that's called executive dysfunction. I was met with my teachers, and my teachers were like, all right, Gabe, you're failing this class. You're about to flunk out of your senior internship. Like, you got to go home and just do your work. Just don't even come to the seminar tonight. Just go home and do your work. I was like, bet. Now, here's the crazy part. Nobody can check me on how well I teach kids. Everybody knows I teach kids very well. That's not a problem. The problem was I couldn't figure out the work I was supposed to be doing. Went home, had my ADHD medication. I had never taken it before. It was Adderall. All of a sudden, my brain, it went from like having all of these thoughts all over the place to it just honed in on one thing. And I was like, Nick, this is what everybody thinks like? This is amazing. And now, to your other point, Chef Padilla, I couldn't do math per se. It was because until I took college algebra, I had a teacher, Sarani Pereira. I love her with everything in me. She taught me how to be good at math. She saw that I was doing my work, and she said, you know how to solve the problem. You don't understand the concepts. When she taught me that, and then she showed me how to study math, because that's another thing they don't teach a lot of Black kids. They don't teach Black kids how to really study. They don't teach kids, period, how to study. But they really didn't teach. Shut up. They didn't teach me how to study, right? So I was missing steps. When she told me that and told me how to like study math, it opened everything up. I'm good at math now because she taught me those concepts.
I would be good at math if I took it 42 times as well.
First off, shush, I'm talking.
Class like 42 times.
Shut up. It wouldn't be 42.
Got yourself an Asian like I did. You would have been fine.
I should have got a what?
Asian. You would have been fine.
Anyway, continuing on, what I said was, all I did was when I was in school, they knew, how can I put it? Knowing what I know now about education and kids, I wish I would have known that before. I wish somebody would have known that before, because I was exhibiting all the signs of somebody that had ADHD. And I was exhibiting other signs of people that had been harmed in other ways, and nobody was checking it. Nobody was checking it.
It's purposeful. It's on purpose. Yes. Because they shove these kids through the pipeline. They know these kids have disabilities. And this is when I smelled a rat with my niece, because first of all, when she complained about the bullying in River County schools, if anybody is familiar with that particular county, it has had a serious issue with bullying for a long time. And they still refuse to do anything. Indian River County schools.
Fort Pierce area.
It's between St. Lucie County and Brevard County. It's small.
I'm in Volusia County, so yeah.
You're in Volusia, so you're not that far. You're not that far from in River County. Just north of Fort Pierce, south of Melbourne. So we're small. We used to be like kind of rural, but not quite anymore, because everybody's moving to Florida and regretting it. But unfortunately, I live in Mass now, but unfortunately, I think that's done purposely. And I think like in like maybe like sometime in our lifetimes, like 10, 15, 20 years from now, we're going to figure out that, yeah, they did do it on purpose. Because how are you going to fill the prisons? How are you going to have, troubled kids? And, who's going to make money off of these kids, because there's a whole system, that just feeds off of that. And that people who make money off of it. And if we made it a requirement for every kid to get tested early in school, instead of just chalking it up to their poverty or chalking it up to their race and their ethnicity, because I'm pretty sure, the black boy in my class when I was going to school in St. Lucie County, it was just thought that he was a bad kid, and the white boy was a bad kid, but they couldn't touch him. So, the
problem is not a race thing. Like, you keep bringing it about race, and I'm Afro-Latino, and it's not a race thing. It's a parenting thing. Parents aren't being their kids.
I'm Afro-Latino too. It's not a parenting thing. You cannot parent. You cannot parent away a brain wiring. ADHD and autism.
I'm not talking about the brain wiring.
Hold up. ADHD and autism has been part of the human genome way before we even
nobody's
became
talking
human.
about the part of the human genome. What I'm saying is that as a parent, if you see your kid is struggling in school, having behavioral issues, things are not adding up, then you need to be that child spokesperson. You need to be that advocate.
Most parents don't know how to do that because most parents don't even know themselves how to do that.
Exactly.
Did I not just tell you I have immigrant parents? Did I not just tell you I had immigrant parents? Did I not just tell you that for generations these issues were running in our family and people were dealing with it with drugs? They were out there, they're having babies, and once that baby high wears off, they have another baby. People are dealing with these. People are having these issues, and they're dealing with it in maladaptive ways. And even if you were to stop them, as an Afro-Latina, as a black woman, even if they wouldn't believe you.
No, there's a black woman and then Afro-Latina. There's two different things.
No, there's not. They're not two different things.
Yes, they are,
and
man.
that's how I know you don't know.
Yes, they are, man.
What is the very first Afro-Latino country? You have 5 seconds.
Look, I'm not going to argue this with you.
Pause.
What is the very first Afro-Latino country?
Pause. Before we go into geography and history,
and some donuts.
As a regular black person, no extra spice, no paprika, no adobo, just regular. Salt and black pepper black person, right? I need y'all to use TikTok friendly language, and I need y'all to tap that motherfucking live. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. Tap the screen.
25,000 likes. 25,000. 25K likes on my own.
Because listen, let me tell you exactly what's going on. So this man has not been able to make it past 100K likes. And tonight, for some reason, probably because there's this like gorgeous black girl on the panel, he made it to 145,000. Right? And so for me to be able to unequivocally, unquestionably take all the credit, right? I need y'all to make it a 150K.
I just need to get
just for my self-esteem so I can brag for the next couple days. Please, if you want to, don't gift me. Tap. Okay? Tap. And we're going to be respectful. We're going to be respectful. Use TikTok friendly language. Yes, I should not see. Fingers should be bloody. Okay.
But also, I don't.
Thank you so much, Abby.
Give me the likes, yes, but also give me gifts. Give me money. That helps me.
Hey, I gotta jump off, but quick thing. That's a failure on the parent. If you see your kids is messing up and something's happening, you need to be their best advocate. You need to go to the schools. You need to go anywhere. My mom didn't know a lick of English and came to this country as a slave immigrant. And she went ahead and forfeit all three of her children, got the help that whichever one of us needed help, and did what she had to do. When you want to fix a situation, all you have to do is have that want, and you will find the will for it. We have to, if we're talking about taking care of kids and not spanking them because it's abusive. Well, it's abusive when you let your kids fall through the cracks and fall through the system. Stand up for your children. We're going to stand up just to spank them, but not for them when they're messing up in school. Like, come on, man, that don't make no sense. I ain't got nothing against you. You a chick. I ain't going to argue with you. Blessings and love. Gabe, hot sauce and chicken grease, water your grass. My shit is looking unmoist. I need you to hit this shit up. All right?
Bye.
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 Do you know how to drop down?
Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of parents don't care. A lot of parents don't care. A lot of parents do not have self-awareness. Do you know how many people were walking past who do not have a sense of self-awareness? And you from Florida, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Just a lack of self-awareness, like a lack of being present. They're not going to be present for their children. Unfortunately, as a society, we have to clean up after these people and speak up and stand up for children who do not have someone to stand up for them. You know, it needs to be a requirement that if a child keeps getting in trouble in school, you have to, you know, go through neuropsychological testing. Because when children feel like they're stupid, like they don't understand, and like, you know, like they're dumb, you know, they're going to act out. And, you know, a lot of times they're going home to parents who are telling them those very things also. So once we make it the law and we start to arrest parents for not getting their children, you know, help with their disabilities and all that, I hate to go there, you know, but, you know, unfortunately, you know, it's creating a whole class of people who are literally oppressed when the solution to their issues could have been solved in childhood, you know, and it's really unfortunate.
Yeah. Hey, friend. Hey, Tiffany.
Hi, Gabe. Hey, everybody.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm great. You've been on this live for a while. I wanted to get you on earlier, but you're here now.
Hi. Yes, I was on there. I was on the live listening, and I had to take a break because I heard a lot, and I came back. And I think I came back while it was coming off the end of being kind of heated. I was trying to catch up with the comments. But what I have learned over time, because I'll get stressed out too, because I'll be like, why don't these parents just see that? Like, things are clear as day to me. What I have to remind myself, which is unfortunate, yet it's true, is that free will still does exist, and technically should exist for all of us. So while people, yes, they're functioning in an oppressive behavior, which is going to pass down oppressive behavior to their children, it's still free will, unfortunately. So even if the consequence is to be arrested, them being arrested and then not in the home would just parentify the oldest child anyway, and then this persistent continues regardless. They would have to come to the conclusion on their own that they would want a better parental approach than what they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't convince other people to parent differently. They have to come to that conclusion on their own. Then when they do, then yes, we have all the resources and all the tools and all the support and all the things available that to the best that we can to pass off to them. And even modeling. I've noticed a lot of times it's kind of like a reach one, teach one. No, I can't save everybody, but I have a good friend that she struggled with her parenting, definitely was operating on and still does to an extent the authoritarian approach, whipping her son if he had all F's. And then I'm sharing with her, you know, him having all F's on a report card only happens after having all F's on a progress card, which only happens after having all F's just for the week or 2 weeks or whatever. And you can log in and see these things yourself. You can learn the names of your teacher, her son's teachers, their names. You can figure out which teacher is teaching which class. You can go to the parent-teacher nights and curriculum nights and build relationships. It doesn't have to come to it's the end of the semester and it's dumb mother effer and whoopings and beatings and stuff like that. That's not collaborative. But she didn't see that until she saw the relationship with my daughter and I, and it being modeling, and we don't have all these things. And people keep thinking, well, oh, your daughter gets good grades because you don't whoop her. And they don't realize it's in reverse. I don't whoop her, thus she does well at school. We don't have the authoritarian parenting. A lot of the times, unfortunately, Marquise and Chef equate respect in their household to fear. And people that do that, They teach an authoritarian behaviors in their household. And what they're not realizing is that they're not teaching their children to be leaders at all. They're teaching their children to be workers. They're teaching these are going to be the same people that the education system, as it is now, wants to and does promote factory work. Period.
1,000%.
So if you have that enslaved mentality in your household, you're going to create great workers. Kudos to you. Capitalism loves Chef. Capitalism loves the Marquises in their house. This is why it's hard for me to be like, well, as long as a black man is in their house, that would obviously mean they're making positive change in their household. Not necessarily. My daughter's father doesn't live in our household, so I can make parental decisions 100% in my household. And they're completely different. She just came back from visiting with him. And it's not terrible when she goes and visits her dad. But never mind. She just looked at me and said, yes, it is. But but he came from, and just like all of us did, he is just getting out of the habit of you need to finish your plate before you get up. That turns off their internal mechanism in their own nervous system that tells them when they're full, which is why part of the reason why we have an obese situation now. We don't, because we're teaching our kids an empty plate is a happy plate. We're teaching them if they don't do what we are expecting of them at this very moment, that it's disobedient. We're teaching them that obedience is respect. Okay, when you train people like that, these kids cannot turn it off, and they're going to walk straight into the workforce, and these managers are going to be able to tell them to do whatever that those managers or whoever want them to do, and they're not going to question it. So unfortunately, Chef is raising kids, Marquise is raising kids. They aren't going to question authority, but it's because they want to be, those men are wanting to be the authoritative figure in their household so badly. It prepares them to go out to this real world and find them another authoritative figure that will abuse them too. Unfortunately, that's just how it goes.
And let's also talk about the fact that a lot of that is a trauma response.
Yeah.
Like if we talk about finishing the food, that's trauma all the way back from that's trauma all the way back from the Great
and even
Depression.
before.
When you got people who are starving, and so they're like, you got to eat everything on your plate because you have to hold on to this food, and now you have obesity because their body switched on those genes that held on to those extra calories because the body doesn't know when it's going to have food again. That's a trauma response. That's social trauma. That's also genetic trauma. And it's crazy. It's crazy. But it's like, that's why I was trying to tell them earlier, when you get to a certain point in life, like I know it's especially as being the black and brown parents, it's hard because we are facing so much. But the best step to getting past it is we have to put ourselves in the environment where we see ourselves going, where we're going to eventually wind up. We're going to absolutely eventually, at some point in the future, we're going to get to the point where we have true equality, true people working together. But until then, we have to start positioning ourselves to be in that mode. Otherwise, I hate to just bring up the Bible in this, even though I love talking about the Bible. They couldn't go, the Hebrew children couldn't go into the promised land until they left all of Egypt behind because they were just going to carry that same trauma.
They couldn't bring their grandparents in. They literally had to die.
They had to, exactly. And you have to die to that mindset. Say again?
It's infestation and parasitic.
You have to let it, you have to grieve it, let it go.
Yep.
And then you have to go into the place where you're supposed to be with the new mindset. We can't keep parenting the same way because it worked then to keep us alive, but now we're in a new place. And if we honest, I know they say the who was it? Willie Lynch letters were a forgery, but baby, the principles in there was so real because homie said, if you follow what I say, they will be slaves to you for 300 years.
On their own.
On their own.
You don't even have to lift a finger. We're doing it for them. Yeah.
And our with that old school mentality is keeping those kids in bondage. Now, one thing I do love is that I am seeing a lot of black and brown families moving away from authoritarian style parenting and moving into authoritative parenting. Like I've seen dudes who I think are finna come on my live and tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. These dudes that are like hood that you would think are going to be the quintessential beat they get are actually out here talking to their kids, forming better communication bonds with them and everything like that, not doing what their parents did, and seeing remarkable results.
So I think what I'm seeing now, which is, I was not in the state to come up on live while Chef was up, because all I was thinking when he was talking, and thank goodness I wasn't on the panel, he's literally raising kids that I'm not raising my child to be a worker, but they'll do a great job underneath her. But that's like, hierarchy exists, and I don't want it to be like that. I want his kids to be in leadership positions too, but you're not raising them to be, because in authoritative, gentle parenting households, just like we were working on something, Mike twist my ankle and she's helping wrap it. Like, it involves creativity. It involves coming up with solutions together. It involves them coming up with solutions, and they are going to mess up. They are going to pour water. It's going to dump everywhere, or whatever the case may be. Like, authoritarian parenting does not allow for messes. It doesn't allow for mistakes. It doesn't allow for mix-ups. Our household allows for forgiveness. It allows for redos. It allows for trying again.
It doesn't allow for humanity. That's the part that people are not realizing. Is like, you have this expectation for this two-year-old to be able to have these motor skills, and the nervous system is not there. So the expectation is what? Well, like what? The kid's not ever supposed to do anything? Oh, so he's getting into under the counter, under the sink? Okay, cool. That means he needs something else to do. Like, a lot of times I find as parents, we try to change things and train things into children that serve no purpose. A lot of times the kids are not doing anything that's going to cause any harm. We just don't like the way it looks. Right. And we just don't want them to do it anymore. And not taking the time to actually go through that emotion and see, trace it back to, okay, what is this going to change? Yes, my kid is doing the weirdest dance I've ever seen in life, but he's not hurting anybody. You know what I'm saying? Do I really need to go out of my way to take that little bit of joy away from them? No.
They're just expressing themselves.
And even bring it up. Yeah, my 8-year-old likes to plug the sink and play in it. Cool, she makes a mess. Who the fuck gives a shit? It's a little bit of water somewhere. It's not gonna hurt nobody. And that's where that shit though of my mother's voice in my head going, you can't make a mess in this house. What did you do? You can't make a mess in this house. And then I gotta stop and tell myself, like, no, I'm not my mother. She can make a mess. It's a little bit of water. It ain't gonna do nothing. And that's where that break in that cycle comes in, because all you know is the parent, like, all you know for parenting is what you were taught by your parents. And then you got to sift through that shit is, okay, were they right about everything? Absolutely not. I got Italian mother, so absolutely not. But, you got to look and be like, all right, okay, cool. So she made a mess. This kid came out with her whole ass face painted yesterday. I straight up said, brush your teeth and get ready for bed. She came out with a whole ass face painted, and she went, look, I look just like the dog. And to be fair, she nailed it. She used about a half a palette of eyeshadow, but she nailed it. She did the whole facial pattern. She looked just like the goddamn dog. And every part of me wanted to crush that fun in her. And all I could think about was like, holy shit, why am I so miserable? This little bitch is just having a good goddamn day. Why am I so miserable that I want to crush this fun? And then I realized I don't want to crush this fun. I've had the fun crushed. So I think that that's what parenting is. I have to crush her fun because my fun was crushed. I went, you know what, bitch? Look at you over here like Mufasa. But at the same time, motherfucker, go get ready for bed. Like, what are you gonna wake up with pimples and shit, but you know what? Have fun. Like,
that's a
and that's where crushing that cycle comes in.
Hold on, real quick. It's almost 1:00 in the morning Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
Yep.
So here's
and Janicia has not spoken. Janicia has not had her chance. She has not had her time.
She's actually going to speak. But I also wanted to say, I want to get to 200,000 likes before I leave.
I'm tapping.
I'm going to let Janicia.
Yes.
Period. Phonics. Dog phonics. I'm going to let you speak. I'll take as long as you want. But also, double tap your screen to get me to 200,000 likes, please. And I would love y'all forever. Also, again, my Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo are also in the link in my bio. So if y'all want to just, I don't know, my birthday's coming up. I don't know. If y'all just want to, be altruistic. I mean, I don't want to stop you, It's,
the season of giving, hey. The season of giving.
It's the season of giving. It's the season to be generous. So if y'all want to bless me with something, I mean, I got bills coming up, and I'm not teaching. So if y'all want to do that, go ahead. Anyway, Jenny's here. Go ahead, friend.
Hi, good night. Well, good morning, everybody. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I became a mother at 19. The household that I was raised in, I do have Caribbean parents as my background of who raised me. I was a child who always got beat for no reason. So when I did become a mother, I chose to try the route of not really beating my son because he was my first child. I now have 4. I really tried just not to really put my hands on them because for me, I feel like when I first became a parent, I thought it was okay to beat your child if there was a reason. Like, for example, my child is sitting here putting himself in harm's way after I said it repeatedly not to do something and he continuously do it. That would be the time of where I may have to pop him on the arm. And if I do pop him on the arm, it's not like a pop where he is hurt. It's more like an alert for me, like to alert him, like you have to stop doing this. Like, for example, the time he touched the hot iron after I told him not to do it and we had to go to the emergency room. I didn't beat him in that moment, but it was like, oh my God, like, had to be more self-aware of what I was doing in that moment. So in this situation, I feel like when it does come to parenting, I do question myself a lot because I don't want to be that parent. I would say my twins that I do have that are my last, I have not really hit or spanked them at all. They're 3 years old. My son was also really, really easy. I would say he's the reason why I do want more kids. But where I'm at now, I'm really good on what I do have with my children. When it comes to spanking, I really try not to. I more try to talk to them in a sense and let them understand and try to work it out through situations. I am also a single mom, so it really does become overwhelming because my kids, unfortunately, they do really trigger the heck out of me because how I was raised, we wasn't really allowed to play with one another like that. We always had to be quiet. You made too much noise, it was an issue, or you got beat or popped. You know what I'm saying? So I really do try, and I really came on here because I do want to hear things that everyone is saying about this. I eventually want to make like a book, like a guide to help parents when you do become a parent, like to help people because it is a lot when you become a parent. You don't know what to do, and you don't have a support team. I did have a support team as well with my son. I was also in my last year of high school. I did graduate on time. I may not have gotten the grades that I wanted, but I did graduate. So for me, when it comes to things like this, I really would say, honestly, it is a lazy thing because sometimes you may just react. Sometimes also whenever your kid does something, with you. So for me, I would say it's a constant battle of like self-healing that causes me to really question parenting for myself. It do take day by day. I do not think ahead because it is a lot. But when it comes down to it, I feel like when it comes to beating your kids, it is kind of lazy and abusive because some parents do too much, and then sometimes beating your kid for somebody that was put in that situation as a child when I got hit for no reason. I always question, like, why am I getting beat? And, and it does cause you to act out, but also being in the household that I was, fear was what made the household have control, in a sense, to my father's eyes, I would say. But yeah, y'all, that's all I got to say. Thank you for
coming up. I appreciate that. And it's not, oh my God, dog. Your paws are wet. Get off me. Get your paws off me, you damn dirty dog. You stink. You smell like a foot. Leave me alone.
He's giving you guys an example of how not to talk to your children.
I talk to him like that because in his language, he's cussing me out all the time.
He is a husky. I'm being silly.
Gentle parenting. Prince, get off of me. What do you need? Okay. Y'all, somebody talk.
Actually,
If I may, can I state why I came up in the first place?
Sure.
All right, so I am a paranoid schizophrenic, and I have been in the psychological field since I was about 4 years old. They've tested everything on me. I was in the test studies for originally releasing Concerta and Adderall to the public before they actually started giving them out. And a lot of those issues have obviously manifested later in life. And I gotta say, like, as a parent, I have messed up. There were times where I just, I'm Italian, I yell a lot. But my kid, man, as someone was talking about it before, they're like, I'll yell or whatever. And then like, I'll wake up in the middle of the night and be like, damn, I fucked up. And I mean, when I tell you, I will yell at her sometimes and I'll just I won't sleep and I'll be like, so I'm basically Casey Anthony. I am the worst person ever. And that mom guilt, man, it hits you. That mom guilt hits you harder than anything ever could, or parent guilt, because I'm sure dads feel it too, and non-binary. But the point is, that guilt of just being a parent is overwhelming. But, there were times where my kid wasn't too handsy with shit. She never went towards outlets, no big deal. But I'll never forget one time I'm cooking and she came up and she went to put her hand by the stove and I could have just grabbed her arm and been like, hey, don't touch that, it's hot. And I just slapped the shit out of her hand, bro. I whapped that shit like a mosquito. And then I stopped and she looked at me because she had never felt or experienced anything like that. And I just stopped and I went, oh, so I'm a sack of shit. Okay, so here's my 3-part apology as to why I suck. And I used to actually get made fun of by my in-laws a lot because even though when she was crawling around and shit, she never went towards outlets. But I'd explain to her, don't go near the outlets because you'll get electrocuted and you will be unalived. And my father-in-law was like, bro, she don't know what you're saying. I went, it's not for her. It's because I grew up in a household where children are seen and not heard. I grew up with a single Italian mother, and she was a contractor, which means she will whip anything at you that is in her hand, and that is almost always either a razor blade or a spackle knife. And you learn to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge with that bitch. So, it was one of those things where, kids are not... I grew up where kids are your property. They're something that you own. And I don't like that mentality because I'm not raising a child, I'm raising a human. And, even my mother, I knocked on my daughter's door. I'm on the phone with my mother. She goes, what are you doing? I went, that's knocking, asshole. It's something people do when they grant privacy and respect to another person. I know you're confused. But I had to say, it's lazy is the best way to describe such a complex ideology of hitting your kids. Lazy is such a perfect way of describing it because it really is it. I'm not taking the few moments between the action and their action and my action. I'm not taking those few moments to assess how I'm going to react. If I just take a step back, take a motherfucking breath and realize their action does not require my reaction. And it's laziness, and it's such a perfect way to describe it. And nobody is the perfect parent. The only perfect parent are people without children, everybody is the perfect parent before they have a kid. But once you have them and then you realize I can be a good parent. Nobody has to be perfect. You just gotta be good.
Oh, that's good.
Because you can learn from it. Nobody says you can't fuck up. Everybody does. Everybody makes mistakes. My God, I just as a joke, because I'm obviously not the best in the head, I told my daughter that socks eat your toes. I don't know. It was funny to me. She was terrified of socks for a little bit. I thought it was funny. It's fine. She's okay with socks now. But everybody fucks up. I got her to get over her fear of spiders because she saw a spider one day, and I told her that spider is a single mom with 187 kids, and she works night shifts at the ER, and how dare you front on ER nurses? And she, with that 10% British in her, turned around and went, I'm so sorry. I discriminated against your legs. And I went, that's that British right there, bro. That's that British coming in clutch right there. So, you don't have to be a perfect parent. You just got to figure out how weird you are, figure out how weird your kids are, and find a way to not make them as fucked up as you are.
That's literally why I do everything I do. I don't want kids to wind up like me. And people are like, you're such a nice guy, baby. If you only knew.
No. I got my godmother. She has been a social worker in the city. We're from New York. She lives in Queens. She's been a social worker in all 5 boroughs for the last 30 years. She refuses to have kids because she is absolutely terrified she will be as much of a monster as my grandmother was. And I can't front on her for that, because as much as I love my grandmother, that woman should never have been around children, because Italian women are monsters. And I'm sorry, but that old school mentality of you are property, you are seen and not heard, you will get the shit whooped out of you, your only job is school, so God forbid you get a lower grade. They don't care if you're dyslexic, they don't care if you're autistic, they will whoop the brown out of your eyes. And they do not care. And that kind of mentality, I want to... my daughter will never grow up with that, because I'm like, look, you a little slow, bitch, I'm a little slow too. Who gives a shit? Just give it your best effort. I don't give a fuck. Okay. As long as you're trying. Mind you, this little monster turned around and her teacher calls me and goes, I just want to start off by saying, as a feminist, I love that she's a leader, but as a teacher, could she maybe use her powers for good? And I went, oh, fuck, what'd she do? Gabby just laid on me. What'd she do? And she went, she turned the entire class against me, which is 27 and 8-year-olds. And I went, oh, fuck. I was like, was it at least for a decent reason? She went, no, her exact words were, I'm really not feeling this. Oh, I was like, I mean, she got charisma, but
this is the whole class.
Yeah, no, we all gonna be under her rule one day, which is Wednesdays we wear pink, because that bitch a real life Regina George, but we are all in danger, but yeah, no, it's really just breaking those taking that moment to take that breath in between our reactionary periods is such, and it seems so difficult the first time, but once you do it that first time, your brain literally rewires itself. Trauma is not a terminal diagnosis. Yes, trauma will alter your brain, but positive reinforcement can redo it. Mm-hmm. So trauma will break some shit that you can unbreak. And especially when it comes to generational trauma, you can unlearn these things. Take that moment, because we all have that moment. We all have that moment of cognizance, and we know it. That it is not purely reactionary. It is a conditioned response. It is not a reflex. They are conditioned responses.
Real quick, thank you so much for that, Nick. I love you. Also, can y'all double tap this live? We are almost there, y'all. I know y'all are tapping away, tippity tap tapping. Thank you so much. I think I'm gonna get to 200,000. I will not leave until I get to 200,000, but I promise, if y'all just keep me on and tap once every 2 seconds so I can stay on super long, I'm gonna be mad because I gotta go to bed. I'm sleepy. However, thank you for 173,900 likes. We are almost there. If we can make it 200,000, I would be so grateful for all of you. I already am, but even more so. I love you.
Chat. You got this, chat.
Y'all got this, chat. Hello, Bummy Filter. How are you?
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, loud and clear.
Sorry, my name's actually Amelia, but yeah.
Amelia.
So I started following you because of the whole gentle parenting. My parents never did that, and I'm 24 and I have 3 under 3, and they're all boys. So and I grew up in a family. My siblings, it was 7 of us, and I'm one of the 2 like girls in the family. So we all, I don't know, I guess my mom was very, I think it's authoritative is in that sense. And I think the biggest thing for me when I had kids was that I remember telling my mom that like anytime we would get into it, sometimes she would go weeks with just ignoring my existence kind of thing. So it was like, it was that kind of like, I didn't ask to be here. I wasn't brought here on my own will, you know, like I didn't want to be here. You brought me here kind of thing. And I think that that's something that I've instilled in my own brain when I remind myself that my kids did not ask to be here. I brought them here. I did it. Like, you know, they wouldn't be here if I didn't, you know, do the one thing that brought them here. And I have a brother that's 2 years younger than me who has kids as well. He's actually on his 4th child. So, but him and his wife are very like strict into the whole like, well, we'll still spank them, we'll whoop them, and stuff like that. And I remember the first time that her and I spoke about it was when we both had our first child at like around the same time. And she had kind of told me, because she's very, she is Christian and so am I, but she seems to follow the word like very literally, depending on what it is. Like, you know, she kind of picks and chooses a little bit.
Oh God.
Yeah. So, and I've always been a Christian, but kind of like, I guess not in the sense of like pushing it at everyone's faces, like this is what you have to do and kind of thing. It was just on my own choices and opinions and stuff like that. But one thing that she had said to me was that, oh, our children are supposed to serve us. And I was like, wait a minute. And this is like when I had my like, you know, not even a year old yet, like child just kind of crawling around. And I was like, no, I was like, not at all. And then she had told me that, well, your son is very gentle. That's why you gentle parent. And I was like, no. I was like, I don't think you understand what it means. And one of the things that she I am horrible at talking. So like, it's easy for people to just like talk over me and just kind of cut me out of the conversation, I guess. So then she started going on about if you spare the rod and all of that. And I was looking for something to like explain it in the words that I didn't have. And I like came across your video about that. And I like literally ran to show my dad. And I was like, look at this. Like, cause now my parents, they realized what they did was wrong in the way that they raised us. So now they're like, but they're learning that like through me, I guess, because I keep putting it out there. Like, I don't hit my kids. I don't do this to my kids. So don't do this to my kids. Like, if you're ever left alone with them, don't do this. I'm trusting you not to do this to them. And so now they really see it. And I guess sitting back and seeing it from, you know, both sides playing out where, you know, they still hit their kids and everything. They will literally, like if their son lost a game and he's freaking out because he hasn't learned how to lose properly or like lose in a good way, they hit him if he's screaming or throwing a tantrum and stuff like that. I'm like, how does that help? Like, that's not helping him at all. And I've tried so hard with my son because they're the same age where he plays games and he loses and he's like, okay, you know, we'll try again or something like that. But it's just that, like, I guess a lot of people don't realize that when you are gentle parenting, it doesn't mean, like you say, permissive parenting like other people do. It's just teaching them ways, well, basically how to be a human, like how to grow up. You're teaching them to be an adult. And that was something that really stuck out to me with the whole, like, you know, biblical stance of it, was that the rod, and then you talked about the whole, like, with the actual guiding them and all of that. And I hope that, like, at some point they figure it out because, like I said, my brother and I, we came from the same household. So it always kind of shocked me that he took that way instead of, you know, raising your kids how you would have wanted to be raised and not the other way, especially since he was the one who did get hit more than me. Like, so it was like kind of, you know, you got it worse than me. You would think you wouldn't want to do that to your kids as well, kind of thing.
I love that. Real quick, I'll give y'all a quick Hebrew lesson. If y'all didn't know, I learned biblical Hebrew to explain it, to understand the Bible in its like original Hebraic content, not like the NIV. No. The actual Hebrew. Anyway, one very interesting thing about the Hebrew language is that a lot of the letters, they have meanings and they have numbers assigned to it. So one of the words that people use for God is Abba. That's Aleph, Bet, Aleph. And Aleph is actually the picture of an ox, but it means first strong man leader, right? Then Bet is a house. Literally, it's a picture of a house, and it means house or tent. And so if you look at the word Abba, kind of like, hey, Terry, how are you, friend? If you look at other words like Bain, which is Beit Nun. Beit is a house, Nun is the seed of a house. You can kind of see how a lot of the Hebrew words came together. So if we look at a word like Abba, strong man, house, strong man, it can be interpreted as the strong man of the house puts the house before himself. That should encompass kind of what a parent or a father should be. It should be someone who puts the house ahead of him. Yes, you're the leader of the house, but you're putting the house's needs or the people in the house's needs ahead of your own. So I wish somebody would come to me talking about our children have to serve you. Excuse me? Maybe when I'm old and I'm asking for them to give me a plate of food because I can't physically get up and get it. But baby, what you not finna do is tell me that my children got to serve me when I did not ask, or my children did not ask for them to be brought in this world. I love talking to Christians about this. I'm actually trying to talk to some Mormons in Utah because they've been mistreating their children for a long time. And I'm trying to let them know about themselves.
Oh, snap. I said, oh, snap.
Look, I do not do it. I'm fine with whatever belief system you have until it involves harming people.
Exactly.
Especially children. And you Mormon, look, my love.
No, I'm not.
Not you, Amanda. My love, the stuff that I have learned about the Mormon church, and this is not all Mormons. Do not mishear me. I'm not saying every Mormon. I promise I'm not saying every Mormon. I'm saying the Mormon church funds things that can be abusive to children, like a lot of teen wilderness camps, a lot of teen behavioral programs. They support those things where these children have been unalived and put on t-shirts. They have been abused. They have been mistreated. I can't do it. Ruby Frankie, nurse, whatever her name is. And I'm like, friends, y'all say y'all love Jesus, but this is what y'all doing to y'all children? Oh, no. Let's have a conversation. So I'm actually trying to set up a workshop in Utah so I can talk to some of these Mormons and be like, hey, let's talk about how we're actually supposed to deal with our kids. Because I'm the kind of person where I'm like, if you're making a mistake, I don't want to be in a place where perfect people are, right? Jesus didn't come to the healthy, he came to the sick. I'm trying to come to the sick. I think it depends on the Mormon church. Is about God, not about the worldly people in it. Exactly. And I think that's how it is with like just Christianity as a whole. And so my main thing is I'm trying to get to the place where I can talk to these people and be put in positions where I can start having conversations with these people and be like, hey, what y'all are doing ain't it? Because I'm actually about if y'all don't know, I have my YouTube channel. I just posted a new video and I'm going to be doing long form content on my YouTube. So it's going to be like 7 minutes plus on my YouTube. I want y'all to go sign up, subscribe, and check my videos out. But I'm about to interview a young lady who is a survivor of a wilderness camp, a teen wilderness camp. And she's exposing what happened to her while she was there. And her wilderness camp was funded by the Church of Latter-day Saints. And so I'm trying to get to the place where we can start dismantling all of those, because that's a problem. I definitely feel like the Mormon church has made some serious changes in the next couple of years. Yes. And so I've actually been talking to a Black woman the person who's going to help me set this up, she's a Black lady. She was actually in here not too long ago. And she was raised in the Mormon church. And she told me a lot of stuff. I experienced a lot of stuff. I've been to the temples and everything like that. I got the Book of Mormon. And we powwowed I can't say powwow. We talked about a lot of things together and on that live. And the stuff that she told me confirms what I thought, but also it shows that there's a huge need, and I'm trying to go where the need is. So collaborated on, period, because I don't want to use culturally appropriated terms. We're growing over here. We are almost at 200,000. I love y'all.
Are you familiar with the Paul Adams case and the Supreme Court case with the LDS Church, Mormon Church in Arizona last year?
No.
Okay, so it's a pretty big deal, and this is an issue I have personally with that church. So for context reasons, there was a husband who went to his bishop, who's kind of like the pastor, of a certain group, like a parish kind of area, and told his bishop, admitted basically that he was, I got to be careful with the terms, sexually abusing his child. and I believe the original child was a teenager at the time, a young teenager, and the bishop reported it to the church, like the highest level, like went straight up to the church. And the reporting process is very concerning, because what they do is they have what they call a helpline, like to report abuse, but it literally connects you to the church's lawyers. It's not an actual like helpline. And so this is a huge case. You can look it up, Paul Adams, LDS Mormon church case. It went all the way to the Supreme Court, where what happened was nothing happened because they said it was clergy privilege that he confessed in a religious context, so they didn't have an obligation to report it to authorities. And nothing, and the wife was even saying, hey, like, help me, and nobody was doing anything. And then they had another baby, and then a few years later, the guy did it again to I think she was 4 years old, or less than 4 years, 4 months old. Sorry. She was like months old or a year old, I think. And then finally it got to the authorities. But what the issue is, when the bishop called the church, quote unquote, helpline, the lawyer said, oh, Arizona doesn't require you because they're not a mandated reporting, because like California, for example, clergy, if they hear something like this, they are mandated reporters. They said, oh, you don't have to report it, so don't do anything. They literally told the bishop to not do anything. And the bishop wanted to, but they told him no. And so it continued and it continued. And it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Arizona Supreme Court ruled that, yeah, the church didn't have to report it. So, yeah, there's that. Paul Adams, write it down. Paul Adams LDS case. You can look into this. It was just 2023. Like, yeah.
That's. I might as well take this while I
their official policy. Their official church policy guidelines has not changed. It still says, oh, if bishops hear about any abuse, report it to the helpline. And it's still the same helpline, which is just the attorneys of the church.
Yeah, no, see, that's how people get...
they're literally protecting
my wrath.
Yeah.
People like that meet my wrath.
Yeah.
And I'm not... my wrath, I was... When it comes to kids, that's my biggest thing. Like, I don't believe that you should hurt anybody in general, but kids, especially when they're they can't defend themselves. That it doesn't make sense. Like an adult, okay, they have a chance to defend themselves, but a child does not. So you're actively choosing to harm a vulnerable population. For what reason, actually? For what actual reason? Like one of the things that I tell the parents that I work with, look at their hands. Look at their hands. Their hands are so tiny. Mm-hmm. They don't have good motor control, and you're choosing to put our hands on them. It's like, actually, I can't even say that because there are people who abuse animals. It's some really weird shit going on.
Yeah, and the whole point I see it as too, and I think maybe Chef could relate to this. I don't know, Chef Padilla, maybe not. But it comes down to teaching kids bodily autonomy. If somebody cannot get on the same page, no matter how they feel about spanking not being as bad as other things or whatever, if we're saying, hey, we need to teach kids so that they're not getting abused in any way, or even just, violently hurt by other people, whether it's other kids at school or whatever, we need to teach them bodily autonomy, because that teaches them that they don't have to let somebody touch their body in any way. Because when you're spanking, hitting, or anything, you're taking that away from them because you're inflicting unwanted touch, unwanted striking or violence in any way. And that's teaching them they don't have bodily autonomy. And that leads to very serious issues later on, and even in their childhood, because I suffered from that. I remember I was told I had to hug people in my extended family, and I didn't want to. I didn't have any bodily autonomy. I don't do that with my kids. Even sometimes if they're upset, I ask them, hey, is it okay if I hug you? They usually say yes, but if they say no, I say I respect that. Like, I have my paternal grandmother, which I don't like calling her my grandmother. I don't consider her a grandmother, but my kids didn't like being around her. She would just go up and touch my daughter's hair for no reason, and I'm like, hey, do not touch her hair. And I told my kids, you don't have to hug her. And then when she got really mad, she's like, well, they're my grandkids and blah, blah. I was like, I don't care. That's their bodies. They don't have to let anybody touch them if they don't want to. Okay. Just because you're family doesn't mean you have to let somebody touch you. And it's about teaching bodily autonomy, which goes back to safety. And I think if people look at it through like that lens, I think like protecting kids with their acknowledging that's their autonomy, that starts by we don't spank or hit them, because then we're violating that autonomy and teaching them it's okay if somebody does things to your body, whatever it is, even spanking, that you don't like, you know? So
it also gives very much slave mentality, because even with what you said about the hair touching, people love to touch my hair. It's so fucking annoying. And it's always some older white lady who, or it could be like some middle-aged white lady just comes up, oh, your hair is so nice. Yo, why are you actually touching my hair? And I can't just blow up to say what I want to say, because then I'll be an angry black man that's yelling at a poor, small white woman. I don't feel like dealing with it. But I do want to be like, yo, bitch, if you don't get your fucking hands off me, ho, before I knock your ass out. But I can't say that like I want to. But it's the what do I want to say? It's like this entitlement to your body. Mm-hmm. It's this concept of I'm going to touch. Like there's no concept,
I like it.
There's no concept to this person that I'm a completely autonomous individual with their own boundaries. Your entitlement supersedes my autonomy to do whatever you want. And so doing that with children, like I look at fighting, and I look at kids, like when people beat kids or when people are fighting each other, I'm looking at it as you think that you deserve to put your hands on me and completely block me from my autonomy. I think that is the highest form of narcissism in that sense. You're taking away my freedom because you feel that entitled to touch me, to do something physical to me. And baby, I got something for you.
Yeah, we ain't having none of that. Yeah.
Can I say something about that? Because I know with that, I feel like there's something that I've kind of talked about to my husband to explain it, because he grew up in a household with his dad who would only mainly hit him as a kid and stuff, and like discipline. And he believed, like, when we were expecting our first, that, like, you know, I get to discipline him however I want, if that's spanking, if that's hitting or whatever. And I was like, no, you're not touching my kid. And my first thing was that I told him, I was like, if it's wrong for you to hit me, and like that would be a, you know, whole DV like situation, then why would it be okay for you to hit my kid? First of all, I wouldn't want my son to feel a pain that I haven't even been able to feel from you. So I wouldn't want my kid experiencing that at all.
Yeah. Real quick, Maria, what are you talking about specifically? Are you talking about like what you can do instead of spanking, or what do you mean specifically? Because if y'all have a question, I'll answer it. But we are almost at 200,000 likes.
We're almost there. Oh, we're there in like 10, 9, 8.
Hey!
Yeah. Nice.
It's not unusual to be in love with anyone. Thank you, guys. Never had this many likes before. I haven't been on live this long before. I haven't had this many people on my live except when I graduated college. So
thank you everybody for tapping. We appreciate you. And thank you, Water Your Grass, for promoting him and encouraging and reminding everybody.
There is a body book that, like, for body autonomy that's actually been going around on TikTok Shop. It's like a really good book that I've been wanting to get for the longest time, but I haven't had it. But there are a couple books that I do recommend that people have sent me. I need y'all to know a lot of people on my what's this, TikTok? They send me books all the time. And so here are 2 books that I want y'all to get that'll teach y'all about body autonomy, but really just more about understanding the body in general. I have before, but I'm going to make this one anyway.
I was actually just going to ask you if you could tell me the books if you remember them.
Oh, I'm holding them right now, but
okay.
I wonder if I can. Okay, I have to turn this off because I swear I can. Technology, y'all. I swear I can technology. Bear with me. This one. So this is the first book.
Screenshot that.
And this is the second book.
Okay. And that's another good thing too, is teaching the actual anatomical names of them, because we don't want to use other code words.
Exactly.
You know exactly what they're called.
because they're kids, and the reason why that's important is because one kid that was the daughter of a nurse, yes, and well, son of a nurse, and hold on, let me flip my camera, and he will call his, I can't really say the word on here, but he will call his a leline, and nobody knew what a leline was, and nobody like understood what he was saying. And so if there was a case where somebody was trying to touch his leline, they wouldn't be able to know exactly what's happening. So he could be dealing with trauma for a long time and nobody would know how to help him because nobody knows what that is. So it's very important to teach kids not only their body autonomy, but also teach them what the proper names was or is.
Yes, definitely.
But anyway, y'all, look, it is 1:26 in the morning. I am tired and I just gotta wake up in the morning because I gotta make more YouTube videos. And I'm doing another topic. I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do it on, but I'm gonna do a video tomorrow. So if y'all got an idea of what I should do for a YouTube video, like a long form YouTube video, let me know. I'll probably take one of my old videos and expound on it. Who knows? We'll figure it out. But I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm gonna have a good Negro sleep. And I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of the day. You're at work. God bless. Thank you for coming on my live. I will try to come back on live
Thank you guys
tomorrow.
for the live.
You're welcome. Thanks for spending time with us. We appreciate you.
Y'all are awesome. Have a good night.
Have a good night, y'all. Be blessed. Go hug your kids. Tell them you love them, whether you agree with me or not. We can all agree that we love our kids and we want to see what's best for them. So I want y'all to, I'm probably going to eat some cereal before I go to bed. I want y'all to really practice. Oh, I'm so tired. My chest hurts. I don't even know what my chest hurts. Brain development. Oh, that's a good idea, friend. You know what, Amanda? You came to work today. Yes. Yeah, I'm finna eat some cereal. I'm finna eat some honey bunches of oats with almonds. Why does my chest hurt? Girl, it's feeling hard. You know what? Maybe I just need to sit down. Whew. Anyway, I'm gonna let y'all go. If I wind up dying, well, you know what happened.